So much has happened in the past 24 hours, it's insane. Poland have launched an investigation after a mystery object created a 10-meter crater in the ground overnight, and while there's no confirmation as to what it was yet, their Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, said that all indications suggest it was a Russian missile which violated NATO airspace. Dr. Anthony Fauci exercised his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent a staggering 111 times yesterday during a Senate hearing into the origins of COVID and the handling of the pandemic. Authorities in the Spanish city of Ceuta are asking for a national emergency to be declared and military assistance after thousands of migrants from Morocco and Algeria stormed their border. In fact, Reuters report that in the last week alone, more than 1,500 migrants have entered the Spanish territory by swimming, representing nearly 2% of the city's entire population turning up in just a few days. The US are dealing with a crisis of their own after the American Red Cross announced that the blood supply storage in the country has reached a crisis level, which is only the second time in their 150-year history that this has happened. 4 women have come forward accusing Jared Leto of sexual misconduct, claiming that these incidents occurred when they were only teenagers between the years of 2002 and 2016. Jared Leto, on the other hand, has denied all of the allegations. It's hard to believe that the EA has declared that more than half of England is now in exceptionally serious drought, and satellite images show the striking color change in the UK and France from late May to late July. And lastly, Ghana's tallest man, Sulemana Samid, has died at just 33 years old from health complications linked to his gigantism.
And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to jump right into it. We do have some more Iran updates. And, of course, we also got President Trump's gaggle with the press right here, as you see. So let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. Don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video. Appreciate the support. Let's jump right into it.
I was asked to by Saudi Arabia, by UAE, and by Qatar, and by Iran. We were all set to go. It's about at this time right now, and it would have been a massive attack. We're all set to go, but when the allies asked to call it off, you got to sort of say, well, let's see. And the reason they asked is they think there's a deal. There's a deal on Hormuz.
Well, the problem is that our allies asked us to fall off, which was Saudi Arabia, but they pretty much asked us to not go through with it because their energy infrastructure would be struck, their water desalinations would be struck, and their entire economy would pretty much be cooked. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. So it's not because they reached any type of favorable deal with Iran. It's only because, these countries don't want to take on that damage, and they can't defend themselves from Iran if they choose to start destroying the oil refineries, start destroying aluminum factories, all that good stuff. Like, we wouldn't be able to stop them. And that's the sad reality of it. So, of course, the Gulf countries are going to go press Trump, be like, look, don't do this, or you're going to be pretty much decimating our entire economy. Now, how Trump has got to frame this, though, is that, oh, no, we're reaching a deal with the Iranians that's going to be favorable to us, but that's just not true. I wish it was, though.
And then there will be a deal on the nuclear, or you might call it the denuclearization of Iran. I call it the denuclearization of Iran.
So what should we expect?
We're holding it. We'll just see. We can do it anytime we want. But we were asked by the 3 primary groups. We were also asked by Iran, very strongly, actually. They said, we'd like to make a deal. Now, I don't know what they say, because a lot of times they'll say that to me, and then they'll go out and say, we don't know what he's talking about. Obviously, they don't want to be attacked. And they knew the extent of the attack.
No, Iran does not know what Trump is talking about, because Iran was actually preparing for these attacks. Like, they were preparing for their energy plants to get struck. They were preparing for their bridges to get struck. And while they were preparing for that, they was also preparing to start firing off missiles and drones at bridges and energy infrastructures and water desalination plants throughout the Middle East. That's just the reality of what it was. And Trump was not willing to commit to it because he wasn't ready for that reality or ready for that future. And thank God that he wasn't, because Lord knows I didn't want him to commit to it. But, oh, yeah, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in, guys. Appreciate the support.
Because they saw it forming.
What happens now?
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see if it's true. I'd love to do that. Save a lot of lives, save a lot of unnecessary power, to be honest with you. Take many, many years to ever build it back. If it could, I don't think it would be even buildable back. So we had an attack that would be the biggest attack since World War II. And it would have been disastrous for them. And they didn't want us to do it. And frankly, Saudi Arabia didn't want it either. They thought that a deal is imminent.
Is there a deadline, sir?
And the deal is imminent, having to do with the Hormuz Strait.
Saudi Arabia didn't want its entire energy infrastructure destroyed and pretty much making their country uninhabitable. It was like nobody wants that for their country. So, of course, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE are pretty much knocking down Trump's door, going like, yo, don't do this. Or our countries are going to be the one that's going to take the ultimate, that's honestly going to pay the ultimate price.
And also ultimately the denuclearization. So when I hear that, I say, well, do we want to go and be this severe? Now, there's a group of people that would like me to just do it. And there's another group of people that does not want me to do it.
Does Iran have a deadline to come to an agreement?
We'll just see how it is. We're ready to go anytime we want. Would I rather make a deal? I'm not looking to kill people. Because people die, a lot of people die. And we don't want that. So they asked us, Iran specifically, but the other three said I asked Saudi Arabia, the king. I said, the crown prince. I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack, because you don't know where these attacks lead. I mean, will they be flooded with people pouring into their country and disaster? A lot of bad things can happen.
Sir, there's a report that you're moving U.S.
I mean, the ultimate reality is that we used to carry out those strikes on Iran, pretty much knocking out their power plants and bridges. And if Iran was to go ahead and return the favor throughout the Gulf, that would destabilize the entire region. There'd be a refugee crisis across the Middle East. And guess where they're going? They're going to America and Europe. And this whole Muslim invasion that the Republicans are complaining about, well, they're kind of, helping it out at this point through the war that they're cheerleading.
Troops out of Bahrain and Kuwait. Are troops being moved out of the Middle East?
Mr. President, why is the U.S. intervening to support the Japan yen at this time, to support the Japanese currency?
Because we have a good relationship with Japan. We're very strong, very, very strong financially. They have a weakening yen, and they wanted a little bit of help. And we're always there for Japan. Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor.
Mr. President, what is the U.S. getting out of that arrangement?
Financial benefit. Financial. It's also good for the world economy.
I mean, Trump, bro, why you gotta always slide that in there? Like, damn, bro, way to bring up old beef.
But we make, when we did with Argentina, I got criticized. We made $25 billion on that deal. On Venezuela, we make hundreds of billions of dollars. I make good deals. Intel, I made $75 billion for the country. I didn't make for me, I made for the country. Intel. I backed Intel. It's the hottest stock right now on the New York stock, on the various stock exchanges. So we made about $75 to $80 billion. And Japan wanted to, it was really more than anything else, it was a signal of friendship.
You said that the
anti-weapon and the dollar is doing great.
You said the
fact is, our country is doing great. Everybody wants help from our country. Yeah.
You said the anti-weapon. I'm with ABC.
Well,
you said the
BBC?
I mean, it is kind of our fault why their economy is going through it right now, because we started this war. The Strait closed. They get 80% of their oil from the Strait. So yeah, bro, Japan's going through a fuel crisis. So us helping them out is the least we can do. As much as I don't like, much as I don't really like it, but it is what it is.
ABC.
Oh, ABC. That's worse.
You said the anti-weaponization.
ABC better than ABC.
The anti-weaponization fund is back on the table. What are your plans?
No, they don't improve. Look, we have a man named Todd Blanche. He's outstanding in every way. Most of you know who he is. You're not going to find a better person. And everybody, and it's because I backed his opponent, and his opponent won in a landslide. That's the only reason it's happening. But I will say there are a lot of people that people were hurt so badly. 22 suicides. They were destroyed. Their families were destroyed for doing things that, honestly, there's never been an attack on any group of people in this country, in my opinion. Maybe one. There's one group that was attacked violently and viciously, like these people were attacked. And this would be a reimbursement for the pain that they suffer. A lot of people like it. If they don't approve Todd, I put it back on the table. A lot of people like it. A lot of big supporters of Trump like it.
Mr. President, there's been some domestic abuse allegations against Congressman Max Miller. Do you think he should resign?
Well, I'm going to look at it. I mean, so far it's accusations. I'll be looking at it.
Will the U.S. do anything to address OpenAI and Anthropic's models hacking other systems?
We're very much involved in that. We have a big stake in that. So does the world. So we're looking at it.
From Canada, have you decided on a punishment yet for the wildfire smoke? What is it? Can you share?
Yeah, apparently AI is getting out of hand. I mean, there's some reason we can't control this technology that self-learns and breaks out of its parameters to go F with other systems at its will and able to break through all of these securities at will. But hey, guys, it's all good though. Don't worry about it. Trump got it. You know, AI may be taking your jobs and may be surveilling you 24/7, and it also may be controlling your algorithm. But don't worry, man. Trump's on the job. Yeah, no, I ain't gonna lie. This is a bit concerning.
Back on Iran, were you prepared to hit energy targets?
I don't want to say that, Steve.
Okay.
You can't say that. There was going to be a massive attack. It was going to be an attack that would have been by far the biggest attack since World War II. But they've asked us not to do it. They said, please don't do it. And their neighbors said that too. And so we're just going to see whether or not we can make it, toward the denuclearization.
Tomorrow, some negotiations, did you say? But
Well, they suck.
On Jay Clayton, what's your directive for him? He's
He's
supposed
going to do
to.
a great job. He's outstanding, as you know. He's an outstanding man. You look at his education. He was the head of, and he was immediately, very early at a young age, went to the head of Sullivan and Cromwell, one of the most prestigious, maybe the most prestigious law firm in the world. He headed up, let's see. I mean, look at the companies. Look at what he did. Oh, by the way, and he was a great, for 4 years, he was a great SEC chairman.
Do you want him to continue the initiatives that you had Bill Pulte doing?
I want him to do what he wants to do. He's an outstanding person. Everybody wanted him. And he really...
Nah, so crazy though, there is no deal that's going to be made. There's no deal that's going to be made. The only reason why Trump stopped is because the Saudis are pretty much saying, no, Trump, please, bro, they're going to blow up our oil refineries. They're going to blow up our water desalination centers. Our entire country will be destroyed. And yeah, that is true. That is absolutely true. There is no deal being proposed by the Iranians. The only deal that's being worked out is who's going to control the Strait more, is Iran or Oman. Like, that's the only deals that are being negotiated. Iran is not talking to us when it comes to any type of control over the Strait or their nuclear capability at all. Like I said, the only reason why Trump stopped this is because the retaliation from Iran would literally decimate the entire Middle East. And we would not, and our economy would not be able to take it. Well, the entire global economy wouldn't be able to take it. Oh, yeah. And guys, like I said, any question, comments, joke, disagreements, go ahead and super chat those in. Appreciate the support, guys. Or maybe if I catch something interesting in the chat. I'm in a good mood tonight.
I mean, he's truly outstanding.
When did you
Nancy Guthrie, the investigation into her disappearance, now 6 months long, stalled out. Is it time for the FBI to get involved?
Well, they are involved to an extent, but as you know, the local community really runs those things. And some people haven't liked the way the local communities run it. They haven't liked the way the sheriffs run it. But we would like to give them the benefit. But we're there anytime they need us. It's a terrible thing. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into some Fox News coverage. Yep, we're going to start off on Fox News and let's see what they were talking about, because they actually do touch on the whole Saudi Arabia takes action to prevent escalation in the Red Sea. And that is pretty much like understanding that Saudi Arabia is like in the worst situation ever, guys. You got to understand, Saudi Arabia is getting crushed on the Strait of Hormuz side, and they're getting crushed on the Red Sea side because the Houthis is closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And because the Houthis is closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and they can't get their 6% of oil that the world needs through there, and they can't get the 20% of the oil that the world needs, well, through the combinations of other states, other countries in that region, through the Strait, it's really crushing their economy. And the problem with the Bab el-Mandeb Strait being closed, it's a little bit better than the Strait of Hormuz, because the Strait of Hormuz, you got nowhere else to go. But the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, that gets shut down. You can always go through the Suez Canal, right out through the Red Sea. You just got to pay that tax to Egypt, but it's a whole lot more expensive. So you got to pay the transit fee to Egypt to go through the Suez Canal. Then you got to take the long way around. So it's not as bad as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but it still sucks. It still sucks. And it still hurts Saudi Arabia. And they're kind of getting crushed on both sides. Because not only have they pissed off the Houthis, but there's also pissed off the Shia Iraqi militant force that are Iran back in Iraq. Well, let's go ahead and get into it.
Who is a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Following Trey's reporting, want to get your thoughts on the developments from overnight, because we just had earlier this week.
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. And super chat any question or comments you got, or appreciate that as well. Or send a gift. But like I said, double tap that screen.
As Mark Thiessen argued in a piece in the Washington Post, a similar situation where the president was poised to launch attacks last weekend, pulled back when he heard that Iran was poised to make a deal, and then the response was Iranian strikes on our base in Jordan. You heard the president get pretty mad about that at Camp David as Trey played that sound in his reporting. What do you think makes this time different?
Well, Jackie, I think we'll see, but I'll say this. What makes it different each time is the fact that we continue to maintain the strategic advantage, and Iran's strategic capabilities continue to degrade. If you think about it from a military standpoint, now we have other neighbors in the region joining us, dealing with Iran.
Not really. No. What Saudi Arabia did was what? They attacked the Shia militia group and they did nothing else. So, and let's be real, like I said, the only reason why Saudi Arabia got involved was because they knew they cannot protect themselves from the strikes that Iran would impose on them if we were to go ahead and commit to, power plant and bridge day. So everybody, now, of course, Fox News is going to try to frame this as, oh, yeah, this is them losing influence. You see how everybody's turning against them. No, nobody's really turning against them. They're pretty much trying to get Trump to stop so they can keep their country going. Like, let's just keep it real on that note.
That is, I think, quite concerning. It should be to the Iranian regime. The other aspect of this, Jackie, and we talked about this briefly before, is the fact that the economic sanctions that Secretary Besson and his team at Treasury have been imposing are having a dramatic effect on the Iranian economy. The question is, how much more can they take? Their economy is shut off. Their economy is shut down. The military componentry is being devastated. It has been. And now we have other players in the region joining the United States to deal with Iran in a way that they've never seen before. So I'm certainly optimistic that President Trump is going to make certain that at the end, the goal is accomplished. That is no new.
Here's a problem. It's like mentioning how their economy is devastated, which it is, by the way. But mentioning that means nothing because they're still able to fire missiles and drones at all of our allies. Like, do you understand that? Like, their economy being decimated does not hinder their ability to fire off, missiles and drones. I would hope that's common sense to everybody. And then also, no, we didn't really diminish their military might, or we would be able to control the strait and we'd be able to get a ceasefire where they're capitulating. When in actuality, Trump is out here tacoing because he doesn't want to, destroy the entire Middle East because he wants to commit to power plant and bridge day. It's just not worth it.
Nuclear capability for Iran. I'd like to see this done sooner than later. I think the rest of America would too, because I think everything turns around here in the polls, et cetera, once America again is on top in a winter.
You referenced,
if we commit to this and they destroy all of the energy assets, I mean, bro, what was it? Energy assets, you got your water salination centers, oil refineries, all that good stuff. Bro, our entire economy is going to be decimated all through the midterms and all probably into the next 4 to 10 years until we find a way to get ourselves off fossil fuels, because now there will be we won't be able to rely on it because the entire Middle East is cooked and it's going to take too long to rebuild it. So we're going to have to figure out something on the fly. That is the reality. If we continue to escalate this war, is the entire economic destruction of the Middle East and its energy infrastructure with it.
allies in the region. We now know that the Saudis, the Crown Prince actually called the president yesterday to discourage any escalation here. last week, they had gathered 40 plus countries to try to put together a maritime defense coalition. They're very worried about a second front potentially opening in the Red Sea after the Houthis declared a naval blockade there. They want to make sure that this doesn't turn into a bigger situation. In your mind, why is that happening? Are the military stockpile concerns that we've heard about a factor at all in this?
Yep.
Jackie, I think you raised an.
So yeah, it was reported by one of our generals that we don't have enough missiles. If Iran was to pop off, we wouldn't have enough defense missiles to protect Israel, nor to protect our European allies. And we have to go ahead and put, American security over theirs. So the sad news is that we can no longer continue this war with the surety that we'll be able to protect all of our assets and our allies. Honestly, we never did have that surety at all.
Important point, and that is that Iran would like to destabilize the entire region because they'd like to control the entire region. And the fact is that neighbors are stepping up and realizing that they have a role to play here. They're going to be the most immediately impacted, and frankly, given Iran's military, attacks on everybody in the neighborhood, that's become painfully clear. I welcome the fact that these nations are stepping up, that they're joining us, and I think this is going to be a regional solution to a problem that has been very specific for 47 years. It's time to bring it to an end, and I think we get there much more rapidly with allies like Saudi Arabia and others.
Yeah, but here's the problem. One, Saudi Arabia wants to stop, so we ain't getting nowhere rapidly with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia don't want to escalate, so I don't know what you're talking about there. And like I said, he does not understand that Iran will literally decimate the entire Middle East. It does not get through his thick ass head for some strange reason. And they're saying it out loud. They literally said, yo, all the energy infrastructure, all the water salination plants, we're going to cook that. Why? Because you're attacking our power plants and our bridges. If you want to make life hard on us, we're going to return the favor and make life hard on your allies. That's just the sad reality of it. Actually, bro, they even came out with a nice little Lego video. It's kind of ironic how they did it. Here, check this out, guys, since we're having a little fun. This is the thread here. And by next year, this is going to be fixed. Now, we're trying to plan this war, and the generals pretty much tell them, I don't know about that, man. It's not looking like a good thing. Gets pissed off. Bringing this audience. They fuck his ass. Continue to strike. Industrial in Iran. We strike the bridges in Iran. Power plants in Iran. Knocking out power for millions. All good though. Back to the Stone Age, but power plants in Israel, ports in the UAE, airport in Israel, oil facility in Dubai, aluminum factory in, I don't know that. Yep, airport in Dubai. Jeez, refinery in Abu Dhabi. All over Saudi Arabia and Qatar. There's power plant in Kuwait. That's the problem here. Iran's pretty much threatening to the world, going like, yeah, we'll take out all the energy infrastructure. We'll take out the aluminum factories. We'll take out business, like American businesses in the region, in the Middle East. So nobody wants to invest there. And it's damn near unlivable because you can't get no water or power. Because why? They destroyed it. And what do you think that's going to do to the global economy, guys? And what do you think that's going to do to that country? Yeah. So come on, you gotta think a little bit more deeper about this before you say, "Oh, Seth, why can't we just bomb them into the Stone Age? Why can't we nuke them?" Well, that's why. That's exactly why, right there.
Stepping into the fray and working arm in arm and side by side with us. And again, I think the sooner we can put this to conclusion, the better everybody will be in the world.
Okay. Mark Thiessen's piece called this sort of routine of negotiations and then talks about a deal and then Iranian violations a strategic cul-de-sac. And he put a lot of blame on the vice president for publicly promoting the view that it is not in the U.S. interest to resume major combat. I want to play the piece from Vance on Joe Rogan that he points to as an example of this. Listen here.
What is in our interest? How is it in the United States' interest to have 94 million desperate people flooding into Europe, flooding into the United States, to have, sort of the terrorist infrastructure?
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. We got over 300 y'all in here. So do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. And like I said, any question, comments, jokes, disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. But all right, guys, let's keep it going. And bro, like I said, it's like, why don't the Republicans understand that this whole Muslim invasion and crying about immigration that you guys be bitching about all the time, like this Iran war, if it goes the way you want to, is going to make that worse. It's going to have a refugee crisis like you ain't never seen. And they're going to be pushing into countries like Europe and America. And we're going to bring all these radical Shia Muslims over here into America. And guess what? They're going to come with all the hatred of America and Europe in their heart. And what do you think they're going to do here? Most likely sometimes commit to terrorist actions. Just keeping it real, if you're thinking that far ahead.
The United States' interest to have 94 million desperate people flooding into Europe, flooding into the United States, to have, sort of the terrorist infrastructure that can get established when you fan terrorists all over the world. We've run this experiment before.
Thiessen writes in his piece, by elevating a deal as a definition of victory, Vance has given Iran a veto over America's ability to declare victory. All it has to do is refuse to agree, which it is doing. Perhaps it's time for the president to take advice of those who have delivered him success in Iran, not those like Vance who have failed him.
What do you mean?
Obviously, though, the vice.
Who's delivered the success where? I would have to ask that person. What do you mean by delivered them success? Where in Iran? We ain't got no regime change. Their missiles and drones are not disabled or they're not diminished. They still control the strait. I mean, wait, what are y'all talking about? Oh, yeah, we still don't got control of their enriched uranium. That's at 60%, by the way, or their nuclear dust. So what success? Please tell me.
Not those like Vance who have failed him. Obviously, though, the vice president cannot call any shots like this on his own. The president is choosing to go along with it. But why do you think he keeps, taking another lap on the Ferris wheel, so to speak?
I think this is a very harsh criticism. And as you take any comment out of context, you could wind up, saying what kind of advice is the president getting? The president takes advice from multiple sources. I'm honored the fact that he reaches out to me from time to time, but he is constantly absorbing information. He's constantly trying to deal with the situation on the ground. And I think what you've got the vice president doing is indicating there are considerations here that are very real. The president needs to hear all of those considerations. The one person that the president, will not fire, cannot fire, is the other person that stood elected alongside the president, and that's vice president.
Yeah, and that's crazy because all the Zionists and pro-Israel guys are trying to push for Vance to get up out of there. And I'm sorry, but can't have that happen. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to deal with Vance's opposition to the war, and I believe Vance has the same stance that a lot of military experts are coming to, and a lot of geopolitical analysts are coming to as well. The best option for America would be just to walk away. Yeah, I know, right? You're like, Seth, are you serious? Walk away? Yeah, walk away. Walk away. Take whatever terms of the strait. At least the strait's open. Gas prices are going to go down. The global economy will go back to normal. Outside of Iran controlling the strait. And we'll just leave it at that. And we'll just sit there and tell the American people, or Trump will sit there and cheerlead to the American people how we took out their bases, we took out their leadership, we got a more moderate regime, even though we don't. But I mean, hey, if we leave them alone, everything's all right. It is what it is. So, and that's the best option, sadly.
Vance. I think Vice President Vance takes it seriously upon himself. He's told this to me that he needs to sound out every concern that could possibly exist. And I think you see another example of it right here. At the end of the day, though, Jackie, I'll come back to this. We hold the strategic advantage. President Trump has been incredibly clear. He will not allow the Iranian regime to have nuclear capacity. And I think President Trump's patience is worn quite thin. So this current ceasefire, we're at the verge of being ready to unveil and unleash a tremendous amount of power on Iran. Okay. They need to pay attention to this, and they need to pay attention to the fact that other neighbors in the region are standing shoulder.
Trump just tacoed in front of the world, dog. Nobody believes the president no more. Like, Trump done sold his last taco. He is out. He done sold out of tacos, okay? He done had them all through damn near the whole summer, damn near the whole winter. But he's out of tacos, guys. It's over. He can't sell it no more. There's only so many times you can sit there and say you're going to destroy the power plants and destroy the civilization and taco before we just sit there and be like, okay, bro. Okay, so like what? We just can't take your word on when you're about to say you're about to cause destruction in Iran. You're about to just escalate it and you don't. And I'm going to tell you why. Because he understands the reality that he's not willing to tell you guys, but he understands the reality that if he escalates this, he's putting the entire global economy at risk. He knows if he escalates this, he's risking a depression on a global scale and mass migration of refugees on a global scale. But a lot of people don't want to accept that reality for some reason.
Shoulder to shoulder with us right now.
Okay.
I think this is going to come to an end very soon.
I want to get your thoughts also on some Senate business this week. Obviously, the president has been trying to push a number of things through before recess. There was a spat this week with Tillis and Cornyn over this anti-weaponization fund that's holding up Blanche's confirmation as Attorney General. The president says he wants this fund after all, and he's going to try to push it through in Congress. Tillis responded to that, saying, despite comments as late as yesterday that the fund is dead, President Trump clearly intends to resurrect this payout pot for punks. It's unfortunate that Todd Blanche, who I consider qualified for the job, will not be confirmed because of this reversal. Hopefully we can resolve this by Tuesday. It was that last line that took me by surprise. Is Tuesday realistic for any of these issues here?
Nope.
Well, I know Chuck Grassley has been working hard to get both Senator Tillis and Senator Cornyn to a place of comfort. But I also say this, I wholeheartedly disagree with the notion that this is something that's undeserved. The Biden DOJ did attack many people.
All right, though, man. Let's get into some more Fox News slop. You know, you got to hear the other side. Let's see what they're saying now. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. You got any question, comments, jokes,
just landed,
or just want to support the show, you can go ahead and send in a gift or super chat. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, let's get into it.
Back in Washington and spoke with reporters. Let's listen to what he just said.
I was asked by Saudi Arabia, by UAE, by Qatar, and by Iran. We were all set to go just about at this time right now, and it would have been a massive attack. We're all set to go, but when the allies ask to call it off, you got to sort of say, well, let's see. And the reason they asked is I think there's a deal. There's a deal on Hormuz, and then there will be a deal on the nuclear, or you might call it the denuclearization of Iran. I call it the denuclearization of Iran. So we're holding it. We'll just see. We can do it anytime we want, but we were asked by the three primary groups. We were also asked by Iran, very strongly, actually. They said, we'd like to make a deal. Now, you know, I don't know what they say, because a lot of times they'll say that to me, and then they'll go out and say, we don't know what he's talking about. Obviously, they don't want to be attacked. Yeah. And they knew the extent of the attack, because they...
I mean, yeah, the Saudis knew that, yo, our energy infrastructure, our water salination plants, damn near our very way of life is at risk. And I mean, if that's destroyed, our entire country's cooked. So he's pretty much going to Trump like, yo, if you can't ensure our defense, then don't do this. Like, if you can't ensure that not one rocket is going to hit our oil refineries, hit our power plants, hit our water salination plants, then don't do this. But all right, let's get into the next video, because this is just them going back over his press gaggle on Air Force One, which I already covered at the beginning of the stream, by the way.
has rejected a proposal from Oman to share the Strait of Hormuz. Instead, Iran is demanding more control. Retired four-star General Jack Keane joins me now. So are we negotiating away full control of the strait? Because that wouldn't be a win, would it?
Yeah, pretty much we're being left out of the negotiations of the strait. Pretty much it's Oman and Iran that are negotiating the strait, and Iran is just pretty much standing holding strong to their no, we're gonna toll the strait, we're gonna go control who goes in, and Oman, you can control who goes out. But I just want to let you know we're gonna be taxing them on each side. And if you don't tax them, then we'll just release control of your side. We're just gonna take it for ourselves. I was like, yo. Yeah, Ron's getting a bit aggressive. He's like they're pretty much telling like, Oman, look, you can make money with us with the straight, or we'll just control the whole thing and just leave you out. Like, period, point blank. There you go. Like, make a choice. And Oman's most likely gonna side with the Iranians on this.
No, I can't imagine us doing anything like that, Stuart. Look, we
Not
got to
us,
open the
but
Straits
them.
of Hormuz. If we're not going to be able to do it through negotiation, we got to do it by force. And let's look at where we really are.
Right.
I mean, last night, Iran, using 5 of their best ballistic missiles, attacked the U.S. base where soldiers were killed. Their intention of doing here was to kill U.S. soldiers. That's what they did last night. They also attacked shipping in the Gulf. They also are using the Iranian back proxies in Iraq who have attacked us over 30 times in the last couple of days, and the Houthis are on the attack, being pushed by Iran to do so. What is that telling us about our situation here in dealing with Iran? Certainly, anybody thinking that negotiations is going to be the pathway forward has got to come to grips with what reality is here. Iran.
No, the problem is that if we negotiate, we're going to be in a losing position. And, this general here rather crash out the entire economy than just admit that, I ain't gonna lie, we're at a loss here. Like, because we even started this war, we put ourselves in a pretty bad position. So the best way to, like I said, walk out of this would damn near go ahead and leave Iran control of the strait, because we can't whoop their ass off it. We're not willing to escalate this war to destroy the entire Middle East, because who wants to destroy the economy just to what? Could get regime change in Iran? Is not worth it. To him it is, but to your average American, no, it's not.
Is not going to make a deal with us that would satisfy us. The reality.
I mean, and that's the thing, though. It's like, who cares about your satisfaction at this point? If you can't whoop Iran's ass off the strait, if you can't get a regime change, if you can't decimate their missile and drone capabilities, and if you can't secure that uranium by force, then who cares? What's so favorable to you? It's like, let's not be spoiled about these negotiations here. It's like, trust me, I would like the best deal for us as well, but we're not getting that here. When, let's be real, we should never started this war. That's one of the main reasons why I was also against this, because I never seen us being able to get in a good position after we started. Like, as soon as Iran closed down the strait and it was realized and it was shown to all of us that we can't release control of it, we can't get them to release control of it, that kind of let me know that things are not going back. They're going to forever want control of the strait. And now they want sanctions relief. So, I'm sorry, but these guys are just going to crash out because they don't want to admit that they're wrong.
Is we've got to reassess where we are. Escalating against Iran, which is what we've been doing day by day based on their attacks.
Oh no, and there's hella ego involved. I'm sorry, but like there is logic that's being left out of like Trump's and this guy's decision making. There's a hella of ego involved in this as well. Like, remember, he's one of the guys who convinced Trump to do this. It's like, bro, he has no choice but to go out there and like preach for this as if it's working out.
Not working. It's obvious what we must do is return to major combat operations, Stuart. And the sooner we get on with that, the better.
Can I just throw this in? President Trump told Fox this morning, Iran is going to get a beating. Does that include eliminating the leadership of the Revolutionary Guard? Because the CENTCOM said this morning that it was the Revolutionary Guard that fired those missiles at our troops. So will our president respond by knocking off the leadership of the Revolutionary Guards?
Well, I don't think we should be. It may be a major attack over what we've done in the past, but that's tit for tat. That's a gradual escalation. I think we have to do a comprehensive attack against them. And what am I really talking about? Start with one, quarantine the country. What do I mean by that? Shut down all the roads and rails in and out. Shut down all
That's what I'm saying is like, bro, he says this as if Iran's just gonna let us do it. Like, I'm sorry, but if we were able to do that to Iran with no retaliation, we would have control of the Strait by now. Like, we'd have regime change by now if we had that much control over Iran. You think we can just do a land isolation on Iran, or just gonna sit there and let it happen? Like, bro, we can't even sit there and try to control the Strait without them taking out a ship. Like, how crazy does this man sound? He's pretty much acting like Iran just gonna let it happen.
All
Which would be
airports
nice, but it's delusional.
and all ports in and out of the country. Isolate Iran. And number two, yes, we have got to conduct all-out attacks on the IRGC, their leadership. We have to massive attacks on ballistic missiles and drones. Everything that's driving this country to retaliate against us needs to be attacked from an organization.
Oh, guys, like I said, if you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. I'll be happy to engage with it. Oh, yeah, or you feel like I'm missing something. Other than that, double tap that screen and like the video. And if you want to cry about that in the chat, dog, you can go somewhere else.
Organizational perspective, and also, obviously, from weapons itself. That needs to be done. And the sooner we recognize that, I think, Stuart, the better. We also obviously have to protect our bases in the region and allies' oil and gas infrastructure. We can prioritize those and protect them. And we also need to be at the same time undermining this regime, the CIA and the Mossad, and providing assistance to the Iranian people. And obviously, the byproduct of all of that would be the Straits of Hormuz would be open, because the Iranians will take away the capability for them to interfere with it, not just organizationally, but materially, like they were doing last night when they attacked it. So a reassessment is necessary.
So, General, you're suggesting that we need an all-out attack. That is your suggestion. That's what we need. Are you?
Yeah, but that's dumb, because you can't carry out this all-out attack unless you can assure that Iran's not going to be able to fight back. Unless you can ensure with certainty that Iran cannot attack back and be able to protect all of our allies and all of our assets in the region, then that is a very stupid plan.
Expecting that attack to come in the next couple of days?
I don't know. These are decisions the president has to make. Yes, I am suggesting a return to major combat operations, which is what we were conducting for 38 days prior to the ceasefire. And I would add to that complete destruction of Iran's oil and gas infrastructure. That would take everything economically away from them that they value. I don't see how the regime would be able to go on.
No, I ain't gonna lie though. Some of you guys are a bit delusional when it comes to Trump. I'm not even gonna lie, because I think about it like this. Some guy says, yeah, you have the right to your own opinion. And sorry, Matt, I do got to call you out for this, brother. He's like, you have the right to your own opinion, but do you think you have better sources and intelligence than Trump? All right, well, think about it like this. I pretty much told you guys this war was a bad idea from day one, and it was going to last a lot longer than 4 days to 2 weeks. Trump told you they were going to be knocked off in 4 days to 2 weeks. Who was right? Okay, I was. So when Trump started the blockade, and I said that's not going to do anything to Iran, Iran's still able to go through to get to China through Pakistan, and then they can use the Caspian Sea to get to Russia. And oh yeah, and what did Trump also say? Oh yeah, it was going to destroy their economy in 48 hours to a week. What happened to their economy? Oh yeah, it wasn't destroyed in 48 hours or a week, and they're still going. So who's right on that? Me. So I'm be honest with you. I'm not going to sit here and say I know I got better intel than Trump for sure, but due to the intel that I can gather, I'm able to come out with more realistic outcomes than Trump and his entire administration. And here's the thing. I mean, bro, some people in Trump's administration actually agree with me on how this war was about to work out. Remember? There were people in Trump's administration that was telling them, yo, don't do this. It's not going to work out the way you want to. So let's not sit here and pretend like Trump did not get this analyst already. He just ignored it, and now he's paying for it.
If we do suggested the target list that I just recommended, that I think would clearly put the regime on a path to its collapse. And that's why I'm suggesting that CIA and Mossad get aggressive here in undermining the regime and assisting the Iranian people.
General, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show, and we will look forward to seeing what happens the next couple of days. General Jack Keane, thanks for joining us, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Welcome back to the show, General Jack Keane, Fox News senior strategic analyst. General Keane, it just seems a return to full-fledged combat operations must be.
Bro, there is no way Trump is doing that. He set out my man Sid, though. But ain't no way.
In
really?
the car.
He said we'd be spending $100K for early access to endless stream of AI slop truth social posts. Yeah, no. Trump got it on True Social.
As well as the other fronts.
The only reason why people only go to True Social is for Trump's posts. Let's just keep it real.
That I mentioned, but please tell us what you are thinking, which is more important.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, Larry. I think we truly, really have to step back and reassess the strategy that we've been undertaking. You know, for our audience, just to recall for them, after 38 days of epic fury with a couple of more weeks to go, we went to a ceasefire on April the 7th. We began negotiations on April the 8th because the Iranians were telling us that they would be willing to open up the Straits of Hormuz, which they put in place their interference back on March the 2nd. So here we are.
Well, let's be real. Remember clause 1 of the memorandum of understanding that we would get Israel to pull out of Lebanon. I love how he's conveniently leaving that out and going straight on to the Strait of Hormuz. Because one of the main reasons we didn't keep up the memorandum of understanding is because we couldn't even solve clause 1, which was getting Israel to pull out of Lebanon. Israel was telling us, go F off. We're staying in Lebanon. I mean, we'll stop the military strikes, but we're staying here. It's like, well, goddamn. And because we couldn't get Israel to pretty much get out of Lebanon, we were pretty much trying to open up the southern route of the Oman, of this Strait of Hormuz, which is pretty much the Saudi, let's call it the Omanian route. The southern route is the Omanian route because it's close to the country of Oman. Now, the problem with us opening up that route is that these ships are not, checking in with the Iranians. They're not paying the service fee, so they're getting attacked. And because they were getting attacked and they're pretty much exposing that Iran does control the strait, we decided just to pop back off this war because we can't satisfy clause 1 of the treaty, or my bad, of the memorandum of understanding with Lebanon. And now we can't now we don't really want to deal with the reality. The raw reality that Iran is controlling the strait and charging tax. And we're trying to fix that. And since we can't fix that, we'd rather just go back into full-on war, because just leaving out of the war with that reality in hand would just be the ultimate L.
Almost 4 months now in the negotiation phase. And what do we have to show for it? Are the Straits of Hormuz open? No, they're not. As at the attack last night, was intent to kill Americans, make no mistake about it. Intelligence provided by the Russians going right back at the base where Americans did indeed die before, with their most sophisticated ballistic missiles, were pounding themselves into those targets. And as the president noted, we defeated every single one of them. But when you look at this now, almost 4 months, we don't have the Straits of Hormuz open, which was the initial ploy to stop this, to go to the ceasefire. And secondly, are we any closer to a nuclear deal, which are the two imperatives here? I think not. We have to face it for what it is. These off again, on again negotiations are leading us nowhere. Secondly, in terms of Iran's violence,
I mean, that's true, though. I'll agree with him on that. These off and on negotiations are leading us nowhere. But I mean, the only best option is just to walk away and just stop being militarily involved. That's the sad reality. That's our best option to honestly, damn near save the global economy and for us to stop, effing up our own. So, yeah. Let's just keep it real on that note. And if we want to escalate, well, we got to be okay with throwing away the entire Middle East, causing refugee crisis, and destroying our dollar and our economy with it. I mean, if you're okay with that to take out Iran, then I'm be real with you. I mean, you are a very fringe minority, my friend.
We are going up an escalation ladder. They hit us, we come back and hit them hard. They hit us again, we come back and hit them harder. This escalation is piecemeal. We need to go back to what you said, major combat operations with the Israelis, with the comprehensive target list, where we put maximum pressure on everything at the same time. This is what absolutely puts the regime towards a collapse. What am I talking about? we start certainly an all-out attack on ballistic missiles, drones, IRGC organizations, and leaders. We take down everything to do with energy in terms of economic value to them. Oil and gas, we destroy it. Take it.
Wow, this guy's a fucking idiot. Like, are you serious? Like, are you serious? This is, man, I'm not gonna lie. He is a dumbass. To sit there and keep pressing this as if Iran won't sit there and take out the energy infrastructure and energy plans throughout the Middle East and or the desalination centers, by the way, is asinine. It's like, you're insane. You're trying to pretty much do something that's not going to work. Operation Epic Fury didn't work. These recent strikes didn't work. So why do you keep thinking that escalating it is going to get us to a better place when all it does is just make us look stupid and put us in even worse position, especially militarily with us running low munitions, and interceptor missiles is the main thing we're running low on, by the way. Like, let's just keep it real. If we have to pop this off, dog, we don't even got enough interceptor missiles to protect Israel. And I mean, let's be real, that's not really a problem to me. But it does show that we are running low on missiles when we can't even protect our so-called greatest ally.
Away from them, that alone added to the blockade will force a collapse dealing with this system. The other thing we can do with them is isolate Iran from its neighbors, because they're trading with them. Shut down the rails, shut down the roads in and out of these neighboring countries, shut down the airports as well as the seaports.
So what does that look like? You just gonna start bombing neighboring countries? Like, what does that look like, General? I would have to ask him. I mean, like, bro, yeah, you see where this is kind of going a bit too far, dog? Like, you're kind of yelling to commit war crimes on live national television like it ain't shit. Like, yeah, you're spewing to commit war crimes because this will mainly affect the Iranian people. This will bring suffering upon the Iranian people, not really much the IRGC. So yeah, you're insane. You're low-key insane for even thinking that this is like a reasonable idea. I mean, I wish they would just admit and be like, I'm feeling a little bloodthirsty tonight, Kudlow, and I'm gonna be real with you, man. I'm gonna be on my bloodthirsty rant. Then I could sit here and be like, you know what, this is all excusable. Like, I wouldn't say I would do it, but I'm just be real with you. At least we know where he's coming from, because this is a bloodthirsty rant. Bro just wants to see war.
Isolate Iran, it's a sense of a quarantine on top of them. And then open up the Straits of Hormuz. We know they're not going to open it. We have to forcibly open it. We've already done a lot of work in that end. And then, Larry, I totally agree with you. We need to conduct a combined CIA and Mossad operation to, one, undermine the regime and all of the sub-objectives to do that. And number two, provide assistance to the Iranian people so they can resist. These are within the means of these two extraordinary organizations. Would be working covertly to achieve an objective for the first time, just as our conventional militaries are working. The two most proven militaries in the world today are working together against a common objective and sharing the values that we have.
Bro, Israel's over here sitting on the sideline. It's just us and our lonely satellite. Like, what are you talking about? No, Israel's sitting on the sideline. Now they're talking about getting involved. But while we was over here doing 100, 200 plus strikes on Iran, they were just sitting on the sidelines and being happy about doing so. And then our dumbasses want to sit here and talk about, oh, don't worry, Israel, we'll solve Hezbollah for you, even though you're the ones who pretty much started it. You're the ones who pretty much stormed in there and started bombing Lebanon and displacing about 1 million people. So but we'll go ahead and clean that up for you. Like, are you serious? But I mean, hey man, that's what we're preaching. Well, that's what Fox News is bragging about.
This reassessment, I think, has got to take place now, and let's get on with the details. The team around the president knows what to do here. So the CENTCOM commander and certainly the IDF leaders working for Prime Minister Netanyahu and these two magnificent intelligence organizations, we can really put a clear pathway to finish these guys and put them on the pathway to collapse.
Thank you for that, General Keane. I appreciate it very, very much. And, I just watching this, I don't really want tit for tat. They do, we do, they do, we do. I want the comprehensive plan that you've just outlined, and which we have discussed for many, many months on this show. It's not tit for tat.
Oh, guys, like I said, if you got any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements for me, you can go ahead and super chat it in. I'll be happy to engage with it, especially if you're a disagreeer. Go ahead and put your money where your mouth is, my friend. But all right, though, let's get right back into it. And guys, you know, it's so funny, though. A lot of people take my opinion on this war for me hating Trump. And no, that's not it at all. I actually voted for Trump. The problem is that he should have never got himself into this war, and you wouldn't be facing all these bad results with all these bad options that Trump has. Like, that's the problem here. Don't get mad at me because he got himself into a bad war, and it's not a leftist position to point that out. Like, it's just the facts, sadly.
At the end of the day, it should be unconditional surrender. So it's major military operations, going after the nukes and the missiles and so forth, the economic stuff, the Carg Island stuff, go after their economic power, what's left. And
hey, and shout out AJ for sending 10 joules, and it's with a thumbs up. I appreciate the support, sis.
Presumably there has been a presidential finding that would be highly classified, but with respect to regime change and helping out the dissidents, whoever it is, Reza Pahlavi, I don't know who it is, but there's got to be plenty of people in Iran. We have people on the ground, as you have taught us many times. We can work with them. But I'm just saying, I don't want nicks and knacks. Diplomacy is over. Iran has no interest in diplomacy at all. That's been proven again and again. I didn't even understand. And yesterday,
well, no, actually, neither do we. I mean, we're over here talking about, well, you can't trust Iran inside or outside of a deal. So what's the point? You might just go to strikes. I mean, well, what the hell are you guys saying? You guys are literally out here yelling on TV how we just need to escalate the strike, start committing war crimes. You can't trust Iran inside or outside of a deal. So what's the point? I mean, yeah, the language that you guys are spewing is going to lead to the economic collapse of the entire world. It's kind of crazy. Like, people like these guys should stop being listened to because they don't know what they're talking about. And they're not willing to accept the reality that they were wrong about this war.
President Trump said, we're talking about it, we're making good progress. And then Iran goes and, tries to get us in Jordan. I mean, I don't know who we're talking to that give off these signals.
Hey, and shout out AJ coming in again with the silver star. Hey, appreciate the support, sis. You know, you always come in clutch. All right, guys. Like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and send in a super chat. Or if you just want to support the show, you can go ahead and send in a gift, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going because it's almost over.
Of making progress in diplomacy. They're not there. They don't want that. They never have wanted it. All they at best, it buys time for them, and maybe they can get something out of us. But I didn't understand that. Who are we talking to, for heaven's sakes?
Yeah, well, it's really a pattern of behavior, and negotiators got to understand what is happening here is not new. This has happened in multiple administrations where the negotiating Iranian team always appears reasonable. They know how to talk to us. They know what we want to hear from them. And then they use this narrative. Well, we're working with the hardliners here, but you have to help us, so we can get concessions out of the hardliners. These so-called reasonable negotiations in the hardliners, the negotiators here have to come to the grips with the fact they're one and the same. This is one regime. They've used this pattern of negotiations and behavior for multiple presidents, administrations. That's the reality of it. And so when a striker comes last night with obvious intent to kill Americans, the IRGC did that. We're sorry for that. That was a mistake. There's no mistake here. There's absolutely no mistake here.
I'm crying. No, that is the most crazy logic I've ever heard. It's like, bro, somebody in the chat literally said, well, you're showing your ignorance unless you know and understand the enemy. Dog, he doesn't understand the enemy. Bro, this was the same dumbass that was thinking that we could knock Iran out in 4 days to 2 weeks. How did that work out, bro? Said that we could knock them out before they control the strait, before they could hit our bases. Yeah. This is the same dumbass that couldn't even tell you that, actually, Iran does have hypersonic missiles. No, now he wants to say when they strike our fucking base. It's like, bro, when are you guys going to wake up? Like, these guys do not know what they're talking about. They just want to push this country into war because they just don't want to be wrong. This is an ego trip for them, and they're playing with our lives and our economic future. And y'all need to wake the hell up and understand that.
and they are playing us. They've got almost 4 months out of this now. When we stopped after 38 days and we had 2 weeks to go. Recommendation, let's get back into it. Let's get the 2 weeks done. Let's put them on the pathway to collapse. Yes, let's put the covert operation in full-fledged with the 2 best intelligence agencies.
Oh yeah, guys, I'll be real with you. If you're gonna cry about super chatting in, I mean, you're just gonna get yourself banned. I'm be honest with you. That's all. I mean, you're not gonna do that under other people's lives, which is kind of crazy, especially if you agree with them. You're not gonna do that under your favorite MAGA influencer's live or your favorite leftist liberal. So yeah, don't try that shit here, or just go somewhere else, because you're just gonna get yourself banned.
In the world to do it.
The only thing I forgot to mention, but it's really part of the overall military assault, is the decapitation strategy that the CIA and the Mossad have used in the past. That I just presume that's part of it, but I will toss that in again. You expect to see decisions very soon, General Keane, beginning perhaps tonight?
Well, certainly we're going to hit back. There's no doubt about that. But I would rather it be what you and I are talking about, a pattern of a very comprehensive plan that really goes after all the targets we were suggesting.
Yeah.
And listen.
Oh yeah, Mark, I'm not gonna lie. Mark, you don't understand the global economy then if that's your take. Like, really, dude? You don't understand how important, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, their oil is to the global economy, and how oil is what is it? It's a global commodity, aka it's priced on a global supply. So 20% of it is missing. Then what does that mean? Gas prices are going to skyrocket. And the only way to low-key level out these gas prices is to drain our strategic reserves, which we're actually doing right now, if you didn't know. So no, actually, if anything, I might be severely underestimating the damage of the collapse of the entire Middle East would bring, because almost the entire world hinges on the Middle East success, on them producing energy. Do you not know this? Like, do you know how much energy that Japan, India, China, like across the board, how much they take in from the Middle East? Are you that ignorant? And that's what I'm saying. It's people who don't know nothing about geopolitics that be having the worst takes. Like, you think destroying the energy infrastructure of the Arab states, you think that's going to have no effect on the global market? Yeah, dog. Okay. Yeah, you're lost.
These regimes look formidable.
I can't even take you seriously at this point.
Not. When you put this kind of pressure on that we're talking about, fractures are going to take place, and covert operations. We know how to create more dissent inside these regimes. And when the pressure is really on, we offer the leaders a way out. Tell us where you.
Yeah, bro. When somebody calls out your ignorance, sit there and say, "Oh, well, I guess you didn't. I guess you got an economic degree." Yeah, I actually did take economics. Yes, I did. I took economics in college. Yeah. That's why I know a little bit more than you about this. And honestly, anybody in geopolitics kind of know about how important the Middle East is. If you honestly, it's like damn near economics 101 to just be like, oh yeah, when it comes to the energy infrastructure, the entire world, the Middle East is really important. Sorry you don't understand that, bro. But I'm sorry, but you're just not intelligent enough to be in here, dog. You have a good one.
Want to go and we'll take you. But you gotta give it all up and go back to what you're saying, unconditional surrender. That is a possibility. I mean, people roll their eyes about that. Don't know. That is a real possibility. That can still happen. We don't know for a fact it will, but we sure can put it on a pathway to get pretty close to it.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into CNN and let's see what they're talking about, bro. And I know, right, Dan, it's like, bro, people say the dumbest stuff in the chat, and bro, when they say it, you just know they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Bro just literally said, like, well, you're severely overestimating the damage that it would have on a global economy if the Arab states were to lose their energy infrastructure. You mean the energy infrastructure that a good amount of the world relies on? Are you dumb? Oh, you're talking about, the Arab countries, the one that poured almost trillions of dollars into our weapons and our economy, excluding AI. Those guys, are you retarded? Those very guys. Oh yeah, the same ones that keep up our fucking petrodollar, you fucking retard. That's what also pissed me off when he said that. I'm like, you don't think, how are they going to be able to hold up our petrodollar if their entire fucking economy is destroyed, idiot? Man, Like, bro, that people be really that stupid and think they're saying something smart. It's crazy. It's almost insane. But all right, let's go ahead and get into it.
President Trump is making a new expletive-laden threat against Iran after Iranian forces conducted what CENTCOM called a surprise attack on the U.S. military. CENTCOM didn't specify the location here, but U.S. ally Jordan said it intercepted 5 missiles from Iran. President Trump told Fox this morning, quote, "We are going to beat the effing S word out of them. We'll be hitting them hard. They're going to get a beating." And this threat that you heard from Trump today, he does frequently make threats. This one had more expletives, but he makes threats like this all the time, doesn't always back them up. Do these threats work?
Well, they haven't worked to date. And even if he follows through this time, it's not necessarily clear that the Iranians are going to change their strategy. Their long-term goal is to control the Strait of Hormuz. That gives them leverage over the world economy, over the United States, and allows them to charge tolls for shipping and rebuild their military forces and their economy.
And yeah, over the past 24 hours, all the traffic through the strait has only been going through the Iranian side. Yeah, no side is using the Omanian side of the strait, which is the southern route, to go through, because Iran's pretty much telling that they will attack you until they've reached an agreement with Oman on how to regulate the strait. Hey, everybody got to go through, well, I guess what is now the status quo of going through the Iranian route and paying that tax or the service fee.
And they're not going to give that up lightly. So even if the United States were to return to full-scale combat operations and even expand the targets set, as the president has indicated, to hit infrastructure and bridges, not sure that the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps is going to give in. It appears that it's in this war for the long haul.
For a few days there, we did see relative calm in the region until last night, when the U.S. military said it intercepted this surprise attack. And CENTCOM said that Saudi Arabian forces joined with U.S. forces to strike the Iran-allied PMF group in Iraq. I mean, first off, can you just talk to us about the implication of this joint U.S.-Saudi strike?
Yeah, so 2 different things are going on here. The 2 things are not conflated. The Iraqi militia groups, the Popular Mobilization Forces, some of them launched drone strikes against Saudi oil facilities. And in retaliation, the United States and Saudi Arabia hit targets in Iraq affiliated with the Popular Mobilization Forces. In a different strike, a segment of the Iranian government decided that it wanted to hit a U.S. base in the region, and it targeted a U.S. base in Jordan with 5 missiles, all of which were shot down. This probably was in an attempt to scupper the negotiation.
Now, you know, it's actually crazy, dude. It's kind of funny how somebody left this too. Is like, yeah, bro. So, you know, Iran's missiles were able to hit our bases, right? Making them inhabitable. They were able to hit our bases in Jordan, thus killing some of our men. And that's a highly protected military base. So what makes you think that they can attack, you know, the Arab infrastructure, or pretty much the Gulf states infrastructure throughout the region? And also, like I said, do you not understand that these countries hold up our petrodollar? They hold up our trade throughout the Middle East. Oh, yeah. And they also hold up basically our economy. Why? Because of the trillions of dollars of investing they threw through our military and AI, if you don't know. But I'm sorry, you don't really need a, honestly, you don't really need a, whatchamacallit, economics degree to know that. You kind of just actually have to just look at the news, read business articles. It's actually pretty easy. But you're a bit too lazy to do that. So sorry for suggesting that.
Because there are parts of the Iranian government that don't want to negotiate with the United States. And this, if you don't want to negotiate with the United States, this is the way to make sure the negotiations fail. So these are 2 different things, but having the Saudis involved, at least in protecting their own infrastructure against attacks, is an escalation of this conflict of a sort.
And then just yesterday, Israel's defense minister said that the U.S. had been preventing Israel from striking Iranian energy infrastructure because of economic and energy concerns. Sort of squaring that with what you're hearing from Trump, how do you see the Pentagon threading the needle on its military strategy of striking Iran?
Well, in this latest round of strikes, we've focused on targets near the Strait of Hormuz, targets that are affiliated with Iran's ability to interdict shipping in the strait. If the president...
I think somebody actually proposed a good question. Somebody pretty much says, well, I expect prices to be higher. So, I mean, what's going on? Oh, yeah, we're dumping our strategic reserves, guys. And so is the world. And China drew back about 40% of their oil imports. So basically, they're drawing down their demand on the global market. And that is actually helping out global prices, is our dumping out of our strategic reserves, which we don't have too much of. And of course, the world doing so as well, and China pretty much pulling back on their imports. This is what's keeping prices stabilized, but not so much because the national average is now at like $4.09.
Expands this target set to include roads, bridges, power plants, as he's indicated, then there's really no reason not to allow Israel to pitch in.
Oh, and remember, Donald Trump said this like out loud at a conference he was speaking at. Remember, he said that our strategic oil reserves are at a low and they're about like 4 weeks away. So let's not forget that either. Only reason why these oil prices are staying somewhat stable.
But this has the downside of Iranian retaliation against oil facilities and oil targets in the Gulf region, which would obviously have a major impact on the world economy. So this is, a trade-off that the president is going to have to consider, and one that I think he's wrestling with right now.
How are these renewed U.S. strikes fitting into this overall picture right now? CENTCOM, the Central Command, is not saying it's a full return to war, but what's your take?
So, Wolf, I believe that most of these strikes are still continuing the pattern of taking out Iranian military capabilities, especially those associated with the ability to interdict shipping in the Strait of Hormuz or in the Gulf. And so those are very, very appropriate targets. The problem with it is that it's on and off. And so if you really want to take out these targets, you have to have continuous strikes on them. You have to hit them so they can't rebuild, can't put another system in place and whatever. And we learned in Vietnam, and I'm going back now to the 1960s, when I was a cadet at West Point and a junior officer, that when you're going to do an air campaign, if you start it, you need to finish it. You don't want to end up in a case where you stop it, say, hey, can we have a talk? Can we have a talk? Because they rebuild and take advantage of it. When we did this to the North Vietnam.
I'm not going to lie, though. He has a good point, though, because when during the ceasefire, Iran was able to rebuild a lot of their missiles, honestly, build a lot more missiles, pretty much open up a whole bunch of entrances to their underground facility to fire off more missiles and to retrieve missiles in these underground facilities. So, yeah, these ceasefires do work out to Iran's advantage, and like somewhat ours. I guess we could reposition, but that's not helping out too much.
Enemies in the 1960s, they just thought our air campaign was ineffective. It didn't really change the outcome.
Yeah, bro, so crazy though. This guy did pretty much call out how we literally had like a hit list of countries to destabilize, and we did hit every country on that list but Iran. And I mean, here this guy is supporting the last hit on that country, Iran. And then he started to sit here and be like, oh, that letter was, I don't remember saying that. It's like, dog, you said it in front of an entire crowd. And you have such a good recollection of it. Now you're over here trying to pretend like you ain't never said it. Okay.
We hit a few targets. They say, oh, gee, that's bad. We didn't want to lose that warehouse. But then they make it up. The other thing, Wolf, here is that China and Russia are actively supporting Iran. And so we're not going to make headway in negotiations or in really eliminating their capacities unless we stop that reinforcement coming in. Now, what's public is the 400 Chinese surface-to-air handheld missile launches. But there's a lot more than that coming in, not only targeting information, but drone motors and rocket fuel. And
I mean, duh. And here's the crazy thing is, like I said, it was so ignorant of the U.S. just to sit there and think that we can do a blockade or naval blockade on Iran and think that that was doing anything to them. I mean, of course, that's not stopping, Russia or China from being able to get trade done or sending them over information to strike our bases, and even CIA bases in the region, like in Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Yeah, they struck 2 CIA bases. This is the main reason we came to that conclusion that oh yeah, it must be China and Russia giving them this targeting information. But like the main problem here is that yeah, we can't stop that trade. These guys can go from Pakistan to China and then go from the Caspian Sea either over to Russia or Kazakhstan and then get over into China. There really is no way of stopping the trade between these two, sadly. I mean, you can always go with General what was it? What was it? The general on Fox News, General Keane or Neat? Yeah, General Keane. We can always go with his idea and just do a complete land blockade. But that kind of risks the entire destruction of the Middle East as well, because you think they're just going to let us do that. And then also, we might have to actually start striking in the territory of our allies, which is absolutely wild. But I mean, hey, that's what they're suggesting.
There's no telling what. If you're going to win a campaign like this militarily, you've got to seal the borders of Iran, not just put a blockade around the seashore about oil. It's about military support and hardware. And this also is what happened to us in Vietnam in the 1960s and early 70s. We didn't want to pay the price of talking to Russia and China and being strong. So, we let our troops suffer.
And guys, like I said, I've always did say that this is Russia's ultimate get back. It's like, look, what do you think we're doing over there in Ukraine? Giving them targeting information, giving them missiles to protect themselves. Not anymore, because we don't got any really. But yeah, that's what we were doing. We were fighting a proxy war through Ukraine. Now it looks like Russia's fighting a proxy war with us through Iran, sending them coordinates to fire at our bases, sending them drone components, missile components, whatever they need to keep this war going and to drag this out and making it worse on us.
And in this case, this campaign's dragging on and will continue to drag on until we isolate Iran. You have to isolate the theater of operations.
Egypt now says a drone struck one of its energy facilities yesterday. No party has claimed responsibility for this incident, but do you see this as a potential widening of this conflict with more countries being pulled in? Because the suspicion is Iran launched this drone to target this place in Egypt.
Yeah, and that is a problem, guys. Like the conflict is widening. Like, of course, we got Iran and US involved. We got Israel and Lebanon. We got Saudi Arabia and Yemen. Egypt is now somehow getting dragged in. And of course, you got Pakistan somewhat involved. Oh, yeah, and Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Oman. It's like, yeah, it's getting a bit wild out here.
Yes, and what I was reading online is it probably came from Hezbollah, but the point is that yes.
Oh, shoot, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. Appreciate the support. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, let's get right into it.
Iran is going after horizontal escalation because that's the way they're dealing with the threat of the military strikes. They want to make it so uncomfortable for the neighboring countries that they won't host American forces there. It's a form of pushing us back, keeping us away. And of course, the further our aircraft are based away from Iran, the more difficult it is to maintain continuous air campaign over them. So it's a military strategy. It's also a political strategy.
Would Hezbollah, an Iranian terrorist proxy group, launch a strike against this target in Egypt without getting permission from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran?
Absolutely not. In fact, as we understand it, the IRGC is now in charge of Hezbollah. The Israelis were very effective in taking out a lot of the top leadership, so I think Iran has just put its own officers in there to keep it going. It is an arm of the IRGC now. It has to be looked at as that.
Egypt now pulled into this after this port.
Sorry, we can't just look at it as that because Hezbollah is also one. I mean, it's the strongest militant group stronger than the Lebanese army in Lebanon. So good luck handling that when they got all the military power. And then also, not only that, but they have political power as well. Yeah, members of Hezbollah hold seats in their parliament and cabinet, aka their Congress and Senate has Hezbollah members. So no, you just can't remove them or just handle them like they're just another arm of the IRGC, which they are. Well, no, that is true, but they're more heavily woven inside the society of Lebanon than he understands. It's like they're a whole political group and the strongest military force in Lebanon. That comes with a little bit of power.
Drone attack. Saudi Arabia joined the U.S. for strikes on an Iranian-linked militia group in Iraq. You have the Houthis in Yemen stymieing transit in the Red Sea as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. How big is this getting?
Bigger and bigger, and it's moving almost inexorably toward the west. Think a Western front. We talked about that in World War II. Here it is, the Red Sea, the Suez Canal, owned and operated by Egypt, strikes on Jordan. And
you know what's so funny though? Like, we were mentioning the Suez Canal. One of my homies was like, hold on, bro. So wait, hold on. So we're all tripping about Iran being able to control or, like toll a strait, but Egypt does it with the Suez Canal. And I mean, why can't we count that as international waters as well? So Egypt get the control of Suez Canal, a key trade route, a key water route. But if Iran does it, oh my God, they're oh so wrong. I was like, well, yeah, bro, that's pretty much how it works. Pretty much how it works, depending if you're on our good side or not.
And the Iranians are also threatening NATO partners, saying, whatever you do, NATO partners, don't allow your bases to be used for strikes against us. So we're seeing a kind of inexorable movement to the west here, Brianna, and it's very worrisome. Here's the play. The Iranians are pulling in as many of the Arab states as they can, hoping that they, the Arab states, will turn around, put pressure on the U.S. to pull out. I think it's going to backfire on them. And I'll close with this. I am seeing pretty credible.
I disagree on that one. I think it's actually going to work out for them because it's the Gulf states that are the one knocking on the door of the president, going like, look, we can't take these strikes from Iran, like, and you won't be able to protect us from these strikes from Iran if you go out there and escalate this. Period, point blank. That's the reason why the president stopped. And honestly, like, I don't really see it going in the Gulf states' favor because they're the ones that's at risk. They're the one that cannot protect their assets, and we can't protect their assets either if we pop off these strikes. So the best thing for us to do is literally to back off. Best thing for the entire global economy is for us to back off. Like it or not, and trust me, and I don't like the losing position either, but we should never started this war in the first place.
Reporting that the Saudis are trying to put together a coalition of Arab states in order to push back on this Red Sea challenge they're facing. So I don't think this is going to work for Iran, but that's the game they're playing.
And you also are looking at Iran reiterating the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain closed. You have 14 mostly regional countries backing that maritime defense alliance that's supposed to protect the shipping routes, the global trade. What does the future of global shipping through all of these regional waterways look like in your view?
A battlefield.
You've put your finger on why all this matters beyond the pretty obvious day-to-day impact on the global economy of shutting down a major strait. Why it really matters is, broadly speaking, are we going to preserve freedom of the high seas? Are we going to preserve transit rights?
You know what, Damage? I feel you, brother. Trust me, I feel you on that. But, and I understand the whole premise of finishing the job, but like I said, I don't think Americans understand what finishing the job came with. If I told you, all right, bro, if we finish the job, though, there goes the entire global economy, and there goes our currency, there goes your 401k, there goes the AI bubble is going to pop from no more capital investment coming out of the Middle East mainly. It's like, bro, everything is going to turn upside down. Your entire world is going to turn upside down. Your economics will be fucked. So, do you still want to finish the job?
Through straits around the world. Are we going to protect our Suez Canal, Panama Canal, and other areas of the oceans that are so crucial to trade? So I think, again, you're going to see Iran's efforts here backfire. It'll lead to the coalition that you and I just talked about of Arab states. But what I'm hoping for, Brianna, is the Europeans who, after the United States and perhaps China, have the third most powerful combination of warships. Will the Europeans come into this alongside the U.S. to reopen this strait? I'm hoping that is what happens.
I mean, Europeans are looking at us like this, man. It's like, America, you're the strongest Navy. You have the strongest Navy in the world, strongest military in the world, all that good stuff. I mean, if you can't do it, no one can. And that's how they're looking at it. I know it's childish, but I mean, why would they want to get involved and risk their military assets and their soldiers? Like, why would they want to risk it when we couldn't get it done. It's like, I'm sorry, but it's like what I like to call it man, what was it? A background character logic or background supervillain logic. Like, you see the main supervillain walk up to the hero and he get his ass whooped flawlessly, but for some reason your ass think that you can walk up to that same guy and you wasn't even better than the first guy who got his ass whooped flawlessly, but for some reason you think you can go up there and whoop his ass. Like, that's the logic we're kind of dealing with right now.
That would be, in that case, a real strategic mistake by the Iranians to broaden this conflict.
And speaking of Europe, Iran's foreign minister actually warned two European countries, Cyprus and Bulgaria, against allowing the U.S. military to use their bases. How much ability does Iran have to back up those kind of warnings?
Limited, but not completely benign, meaning if you look at the ranges of their maximalist ballistic missiles, in theory, they could reach all the way to Eastern Europe, Bulgaria, or into the Eastern Mediterranean, where the nation of Cyprus, not a NATO member, by the way, but a European Union.
Hey, what's so crazy, though? You remember that propaganda of, if Iran could reach Europe, they'd do it. They'd strike. As soon as they have the ability to do it, they will strike you guys and kill you all. It's like, okay, well, now they got the ability to do it, and they haven't done it yet. Shoot, apparently they had the ability to do it for a while now, and they haven't done it yet. So what was all that fear-mongering on, once Iran has the capability, they'll do it? Like, what happened to that language? Oh, okay.
Member sits. So again, Iran is pushing at the Arab world to the west. Now we're seeing them push toward the European world even further. Ultimately, I think this will backfire on the mullahs in Tehran. I hope it does.
Today, China's foreign minister dismissed reports from Reuters that Beijing is sending 300 to 400 shoulder-fired air defense missile launchers to Iran. That's according.
You think they're gonna tell your asses the truth? Look, bro, just look on the facts let's look at the facts on the field. They're pulling out Chinese shoulder pad missiles. Okay, that's all you need to see. They was able to hit a CIA installation in both in Iraq and Saudi Arabia. That's all I need to see. Like, they could sit here and deny all the hell they won. That's what they're gonna do. I mean, why would they sit there and own up to it? And the thing is, even if they own up to it, bro, what the fuck we gonna do about it? What we gonna do? What? No, please tell me. What are we gonna do? What, tariffs? So what? They can just withhold the chips again and we just capitulate? Like, no. What can we do? Please tell me. Because I'm sorry, but we're in a vulnerable position when it comes to China, because we know what they can do. They can go ahead and take back in more of their oil imports because they reduced it by 40% and drive up the global price. AKA, China put themselves in a perfect economic position and we gave them great leverage. Yeah, part of the reason why your gas price is not skyrocketing to $5-6 is because China's taking in 40% less imports. So what the fuck can we honestly do to China? Nothing.
To the country's state-run news agency, U.S. intel had indicated that China was preparing to deliver new air defense systems to Iran. So I think that there was this expectation of that. That's what CNN's reporting has been. What kind of concerns does this raise for you? What does this look like?
It's not just the package of potential shoulder-fired missiles, whether that's a good piece of intel or less assured. But what it ought to worry all of us is if China is going to line up alongside Iran to the degree of providing military-grade hardware or even, Brianna, components that go into it, that's extremely worrisome because it gives Tehran a lifeline. It's the phone a friend concept. Tehran worked closely with Russia. If Beijing starts to step in alongside Russia, supporting Tehran, we'll have a bigger problem that could, final thought, bleed over into the Pacific as well.
Your meticulous tracking of the stockpile is something that so many, in journalism, in media, and beyond, has been relying on to really understand the state of affairs. These levels, how depleted the stockpile appears to be. Give me some perspective on this from your view. What does this...
You know what's hilarious? So when Mike Walls pretty much went on Face the Nation and pretty much admitted that, yeah, our stockpiles are looking low, especially when it comes to our interceptor missiles. And of course, military officials are also coming and leaking that information as well. But what our UN ambassador Mike Walls was more of, was more up in arms about was the fact that it was being leaked. He pretty much said that, oh, look, there is a weapons munition problem, but those who leaked it should be tried for treason. And I'm just like, are you serious? So you're not going to address the fact that we are running low on munitions, but we got people, still demanding to push this war. You're just going to harp on the fact that y'all pretty much got exposed by a leak. Crazy, but okay.
Mean for the U.S. military?
Sure. First, I'll say that we went through the numbers very carefully, what was publicly published, and then calculations. So we believe that these
guys, if you want to support the show, send any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements with a super chat or a gift. Appreciate the support, guys. Or double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel. We got about 600 y'all in here. Appreciate the support.
numbers are close enough that decision makers can use them for making decisions. Here with the missile defense inventories, of course, they are greatly depleted, and that's been driven by the Iranian attacks on U.S. bases and our allies and partners in the region. The longer the war goes on, the more of these systems we're going to be using. We also looked at ground attack munitions. Some of those have been...
Yeah, we went from 452 THAAD missiles, estimates, by the way, estimates. Yeah, but from 452 to about 232. And if we commit to this, I mean, what we have 200 more targets with these missiles. Yeah, we're going to be looking a bit low.
Greatly reduced also.
The president was asked about this because it's really become a really central focus in the past week, as the reporting was that there was concern over the stockpile, and that was driving some of his decision making on whether to escalate or not.
Oh, yeah, guys. And this information is coming from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the CSIS. So let's see here. You know what? I can probably go ahead and give you a breakdown of who they are, because they're honestly like a sales team for the Pentagon, because they're supposed to run estimates on our munitions and give those estimates to the Pentagon, and that gives them an idea of what to, what to purchase. So basically, they're like the inventory specialist and the sales team of the Pentagon. They estimate the inventory, they send it to the Pentagon, they be like, this is what you need to buy from who, and this is how long it's also going to take for you to get this. So you might want to go ahead and buy it now.
With the Iran war, the president was asked about the stockpile, and his view was, the way he talked about it with reporters is, he said it was in very good shape. And he told reporters this: we have a lot of the mid-level stuff, but would like to have more of the sophisticated stuff. Is that accurate in that description?
Well, it is accurate in the sense that these are the sophisticated missiles that can handle Iranian missile attacks, or missile attacks by Russia against Ukraine, for example. We do have more of short range and medium range.
To be honest, guys, we have all the offensive missiles in the world. What we don't have is interceptors. Those are running pretty low.
Range munitions, ground attack munitions. The problem with those is that platforms like aircraft have to get much closer to the target. That makes them much more vulnerable. Losses will go up, and that's why we've used so many of the longer range ground attack missiles.
One of the big things, as you're talking about, as the war drags on, then becomes how quickly can these this inventory, especially with these sophisticated defense systems, how quickly they can be replenished and built back up. What's the kind of general understanding of that, and how quickly these stockpiles could get back to their, original levels, if you will?
It's going to take about 3 years for the Patriots to get back at their original level. And of course, many analysts believe that was not high enough, that we needed more for a conflict in the Western Pacific, for example.
They're $1 billion, $900 million per battery, including 128 interceptors, and $35 million to operate and maintain. Total pricing of $935 million for operational costs altogether. God damn, the war's expensive. I mean, but we all been knew that.
Yeah, Pentagon's been putting a lot of money against the...
I mean, can you imagine if this would have went to education or something, like $900 million? It made a huge difference. It made a bigger difference in education than here, as you see. We ain't getting no results in this war.
These requirements that began in the Biden administration, it accelerated with the reconciliation bill under the Trump administration, and will get even larger if the 2027 budget is passed. But it takes time. Right now, the missiles that are being delivered were funded in 23 and 2024. If you bought one today, it would take probably 3 to 4 years for that missile to arrive. So the problem now.
And we need it today, not 3-4 years from now, but we need those missiles today. All right, let's go ahead and get into the next video here.
It hasn't gotten the results the president wanted in terms of a nuclear deal.
Oh, yeah, let me go ahead and put this back a little bit. Whoops. All right, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. If you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. Best way to get to me. And also, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel if you've been watching for at least longer than 10 to 20 minutes. Appreciate it.
And this is what they've done for 47 years. The difference is nobody negotiated like I do. As we count down to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix, this will be like no other race ever.
Jay, we're going.
We're going.
Mr. President, you noted the United States is bombing Iran again. I mean, you've been bombing Iran for months now. Is this just the new normal for the American people?
Well, we're in Vietnam for 19 years. We're here for 4 months. They have a little capability, but they don't have any capability for us. We had a deal with them 2 days ago, and then they said, oh, we can't make that deal. We have to negotiate it further. They're stone cold crazy.
But you
They
said
are
the U.S. will
crazy.
get reimbursed.
And we're not going to put it up. Yeah, I want to be
reimburse the U.S.?
We are going to be reimbursed for protection.
By
We're
who?
protecting by the countries that we're helping.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States has been using force against Iran. It hasn't gotten the results the president wanted in terms of a nuclear deal. Why do you think doing it now will be different?
I feel like we've given them every chance possible.
Is this a forever war?
Not yet, and it's not going to be. I will guarantee you, that this
How
will
do you
not
guarantee that?
be a forever war. I think that at some point in time, the bombing has to stop.
I was called by different people, different countries. The Gulf states are going to invest a tremendous amount of money into the United States, and that was very satisfactory to me.
Hi, Mr. Homan. I know it's hot, but will you take a few questions from us, please?
For you.
Why were the ICE agents not wearing body cameras in Houston or in Maine during
Good
these
question.
two incidents?
When the Democrats shut down the Department of Homeland Security, I was up on the Hill as part of the negotiating team to reopen the government, and they wanted body cameras. Since the big, beautiful bill passed, now the reconciliation bill, the body cameras have been ordered.
What is the state of distribution right now?
That's a question for ICE. I talked to the ICE director last night. There's a schedule for distribution.
But don't you see that to be extremely urgent, given right now
It is
we
urgent.
do not have
They're
video
moving as
of
quickly
these
as possible. As soon as they had
situations
funding, they bombed
beyond
them.
witnesses?
As soon as they had funding, they bombed them. If the Democrats
But it's been
would
2
shut
months
down the
since
government,
April.
it would have been a lot quicker.
Thank you, Mr. Homan.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. One of the biggest L's right there was pretty much not stopping traffic stops until these guys got their body cams situated. Because now when these two ICE officers or these two ICE shootings happens and there's no body cam, it just makes everything just looks a whole lot worse.
This was a huge issue that came up after what happened in Minneapolis. Was a key question about what it is from the perspective of these ICE agents and the need to have these body cameras. After 2 fatal shootings by ICE in the span of 2 weeks, there are key questions still unanswered tonight. Do you know if there is anything else that maybe hasn't become public?
I believe there is footage that's been circulating in the media around several buildings that have cams. That would not be an issue if there were body cams.
In this moment, what is this like for your city?
It's somber. We don't know all the circumstances, but for what seems unnecessary, and we want answers.
I think some people might look at this bombing and say, is this going to work this time?
From Vietnam to Afghanistan, we've seen presidents just continue to double down on disastrous decisions. This is a...
Oh, guys, and stop chimping out. I never said that ICE was a bad thing at all. I just said that, yo, if you guys are going to do these traffic stops and you want to stop the Democrats from doing all this demonization, make sure you have those body cams on. That's it. That's all. It's like, bro, you guys be so quick to try to call somebody a Democrat. Like, Jesus, chill out.
Moment in America where we need to say enough is enough. This president is failing in this endeavor. Every day he persists in this disastrous policy. People all across our country and in that theater are hurting.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
He hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward.
So will
appropriately
charges
from
follow
there.
tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin. You know that.
But if it's
Rachel,
backed up by evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president.
The president is going to be talking about election integrity tonight. There's not a lot of evidence to back up what the president has been arguing for 6 years. How are we doing? We are expecting the president to declassify documents that he plans to talk about in his address tonight related to allegations of foreign meddling. We'll be monitoring what the president says tonight, as we always do, but aren't taking it live, given the president has a well-documented history of saying blatantly false things about elections.
Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness.
As someone who worked at the highest levels of the intelligence community, what's your response?
I think this was a dangerous speech about an incredibly important topic. In a way, Caitlin, it does the work of our adversaries for us. See, they don't have to interfere. They just have to convince us to not trust our democracy.
We're going to be hitting them very hard because it's our turn to hit them. There are very friendly negotiations going on. When the fuel comes down, which it did for a little while, then they didn't behave and I had to go back, and now they're behaving again. You know, it's like playing a banjo.
You are very straightforward with him. You don't get angry.
It's really not about me. When he is insulting me or when he is criticizing me, it's important to put the reminder back on the work, on the question, and on the non-answers that we get.
Virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody. He was extremely hawkish. He never saw a war that he didn't like.
Graham's funeral service is the reason both wartime leaders are in town right now.
Hey, and shout out to Sam for sending hiding for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend.
One thing that stands out here, though, they did not bring reporters into the Oval Office for these meetings.
Hey, guys, like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in, or you can just send a gift to show your support.
Meetings that are typically status symbols. The White House has not put out an official readout or their version of events of that meeting either. Your letter says that Senator McConnell needs to prove his capacity directly and verbally, or you believe he needs to resign.
We don't have any timetable for when he might get back. We're asking the bare minimum. And if he won't do it, it is up to John Thune and the majority in the Senate to make him do it.
Please let us know if you hear from Senator McConnell's office.
You'll be my first call.
Thank you, Governor.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into some more coverage on the war here. Let's go to Trump has no real plan, former U.S. envoy. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Well, let's get into international media and let's see what they're talking about, guys. Oh, yeah, make sure to double tap that screen like the video, guys. We got over 500 of you in here, so make sure to double tap that screen and welcome to the show if you're just tuning in.
Adam Early joins us now, former U.S. ambassador to Bahrain. Ambassador, you're in Washington, D.C. Good to have you back on the program. Donald Trump says that his immediate focus is on trying to get a deal quickly. That's what he wrote in his social media post. He's even suggested that the outline of a deal has been set. But these are all things that we've heard from this president before, and it hasn't worked. So do you see any reason to believe negotiations could be more successful now?
No, not really. I mean, the objectives of the negotiations haven't changed, right? I mean, from the beginning, Trump's and the United States' overriding concern was to reopen the Straits of Hormuz, which everybody should remember before this war was an international waterway, right? Like the Moluccan Straits or any other international maritime passage.
Yeah, now it seems like it's controlled by Iran and maybe split between Iran and Oman, but it doesn't look like Oman wants that responsibility.
And then after the war, Iran unilaterally decided, you know what, we're going to prevent any ship from going through unless you give us what we want. So I guess the question is, what has changed, right? Is Trump going to give them what they want? I don't see Iran, unless Trump makes some significant concessions, I don't see them changing their position, which is, we control the straits. They're critical to our national security unless you can provide us guarantees that you're going to stop attacking us and stop blockading us and stop trying to bring down our regime. We're just going to hold you hostage. And they've got a pretty good strategy, if you ask me. I mean, they're holding everybody hostage. They're extorting as much as they can. And time, frankly, is on their side because they can suffer pain for a lot longer than the rest of the world.
So you're saying the U.S. has tried negotiations and it hasn't worked. You don't see them working much better now than they have in the past. The U.S. has also tried, of course, attacking and escalating attacks against Iran. That also hasn't worked. So given that, in your view...
I mean, bro, we done Operation Epic Fury, didn't work. Naval blockade, didn't work. Well, after the memorandum of understanding fell through, went back to strikes, over 200, didn't work. Now we're here again. It's just like, when are you guys going to understand that these military operations aren't getting us anywhere?
What should the U.S. do?
The United States, I think, should just, they're not going to, any military campaign has to have a political objective, right? I mean, soldiers don't blow up things for the fun of it. They blow up things in order to create an agreement or to create an outcome. What's the outcome you want? The original outcome was a non-nuclear Iran that didn't have missiles and didn't support proxies. Well, that has completely failed. So now I think that the only thing you can do, the only thing that'll work is if you go back to what Obama had before the nuclear deal, which was a very tough sanctions regime on Iran that prevented them from selling oil, prevented them from getting any money, completely cut them off from the international economy. Now, that's what led to the deal, the nuclear deal in 2015, which may or may not be a good deal. But the point is, it pressured Iran. It worked in terms of bringing Iran to the table and making them willing to make concessions. The problem with that strategy is, A, why is Trump going to do something that Obama did? And B, Trump has...
I mean, that's what we already tried to do with the memorandum of understanding, bro. We was going to hit them with sanction relief. We released sanctions temporarily off their oil and petrochemicals. So they was selling their oil at market price for a little bit. So let's not sit here and play stupid. Like, really, the only way to get about this war would be to go ahead and, one, give sanction relief to Iran, and maybe we can get something favorable with the Strait. That'd be our best bet. Or two, just keep the sanctions on them and just, leave them to the Strait. Those are our only options. Escalating the war, yeah, it's not a good option. Sadly, leaving Iran in control of the Strait or working something out through sanction relief is our best options right now.
I mean, the success of those sanctions policy was because the rest of the world worked with us. But meanwhile, Trump has
Hey, shout out AJ for sending sending 2 jewels for 100. Appreciate the support, sis.
alienated the rest of the world, and they see Iran more as the victim than the criminal, which is a grotesque reversal of roles that, frankly, is cause for serious concern.
So if you're saying what the U.S. should do is a course of action that it's unlikely Donald Trump would do a deal similar to Obama's. At least that's what he says publicly.
Right.
So if Donald Trump doesn't do that and you don't see any other outcomes, then what happens?
Well, I see Donald Trump doing what he always does, right? Which is muddling through. In other words, trying a combination of bluster and cajoling and persuasion to get something that he can call a victory. I don't know what that looks like. I'm sure Trump will figure it out. I mean, look, 2 days ago he announced a great deal on Gaza. Right? Disarmament of Hamas, transfer of control to a new technocratic governmental agency. And he said, the Middle East is going to be different from today on. Well, 2 days later, we see it's a bunch of hooey, right? I expect we're going to see the same thing on Iran. In other words, Trump saying that they've reached some kind of agreement, some kind of arrangement that will not withstand long-term scrutiny, but will be enough to get him through another news cycle. But let's remember, Trump lives from one news cycle to the next, whereas the rest of the world lives in a different reality, one that is more grounded in fact than the fantasy of a megalomaniac.
I want to ask. Well, damn. Oh, guys, and also shout out to you guys for the support and getting us to 100 likes. I mean, megalomaniac was a bit wild, but I ain't gonna lie, though. It does seem like Trump is crashing out on ego. I remember I said this a couple lives ago. He's kind of going to Lyndon B. Johnson route when he came to Vietnam. Instead of thinking it through with logic and just backing out, once he's seen that no matter how much he escalated, these guys won't give up. Instead of just backing out and taking the L, as long as it hit to his ego, he kept it pushing. And it looks like Trump is low-key falling or going through the same trap. The ego trap, where you just stop caring about American lives and you really start caring more about his reputation. And that is not a good thing.
About public opinion in the U.S., 2/3 of Americans say that this war has not been worth fighting for. This is from a recent AP NORC poll. The number is 64%. 64% of U.S. adults saying not worth it. In your experience, how much does the political mood at home influence the president's wartime decisions?
Depends on where the president is in both his administration and the electoral cycle. Let's remember, President Trump is now a lame duck president. He can't win re-election, right? So,
hold on now.
And he has said, I don't care about the midterms. Midterms don't matter to me. Maybe he's being honest. I think there's a certain degree of truth there because they don't matter to Trump. They matter to.
He was just talking shit. He was talking shit to basically hint the Iranians that if you think you're gonna, get me to go off trail or pretty much get me to back down over midterms, then no, I'm not. So he just went out there to the media and said, "Yo, I don't care about midterms. The Iranians think they're gonna use that against me. They're not because I don't care," which is basically a lie. Because dog, you're not really gonna have no presidential or executive power if the Dems win the midterms. I hope you know this.
Hello and good morning. I am Gurshin Garland and you're.
Oh yeah, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. Appreciate the support. And if you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, guys, go ahead and super chat it in. Or if you just want to support the show, go ahead and send in a GIF. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
You're watching First Post Live at 10, your straightforward look at the day's top global stories with no clutter and no spin. The headlines first. Donald Trump confirms the United States jointly intervenes with Japan to support the yen, calling the move a signal of friendship. Trump says the intervention benefits the U.S., strengthens the global economy, and reflects.
Now, one of the reasons why, like, I'm pretty sure why we did this move is one, because of the hardship that we are bringing upon their economy through our military action. And yeah, guys, you know how people like to say, oh, China holds America's debt. China holds America's debt. Yeah, actually, no, that's Japan. Yeah, guys, look that up. Japan holds most of our debt. Yeah, they're our biggest debt holders. If Japan was to call in their debt, if they was to try to turn in their bonds, we would be cooked. And if China was too, but our biggest holder of US debt is Japan, not China.
Washington's close ties with Tokyo. Ukrainian attacks on Russia's Belgorod region kill at least 9 people, including a 13-year-old girl. Russia retaliates with strikes across Ukraine, leaving at least 5 people dead. A Sudanese army drone strike hits a traditional court in North Darfur, killing at least 35 people, according to a rights group.
And the effed up part about it is that it's the UAE who supports this group that's literally terrorizing the Sudanese people, or basically committing a genocide there. And guess who supports the UAE? We do. That's why we don't really do anything or say anything about it, because it's the UAE who's doing this.
Which is under RSF control as the brutal civil war between the army and paramilitary forces continues. Argentine President Javier Milei renews his attacks on Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, calling him a thief. The remarks deepen a diplomatic rift after Milei backed Lula's political rivals during a visit to Brazil.
Oh my god! And shout out to shout out to Spain for winning over Argentina, and shout out to AJ for setting in 2 jewels for 100. Appreciate the support.
And pop star Ariana Grande will step away from public life after her Eternal Sunshine World Tour ends. The Grammy-winning singer is taking a break from the spotlight to prioritize her well-being amid growing public scrutiny.
Yeah. Because the girl looked crazy. I ain't gonna lie. It looks like she still look good. Ariana Grande still look good. It's just that I ain't gonna lie. It sounds like she be off some crazy medication. Like whatever medication they got her on to stable out her mood, bro, it got her sounding ditzy and all airy-fairy as hell. Got her crying in interviews and all this wild stuff. I'm like, bro, whatever medication you put this young lady on, yeah, it needs to stop. But whenever she's done with her touring, yeah, go ahead. Get you a break, girl. And also take a break from whatever medication they got you. Or also whatever drugs you might be partaking in.
6 months into the West Asia war, the only thing that has remained constant is the unpredictability. Just hours after threatening Iran with what Donald Trump called the most destructive military campaign since World War II, the American president changed course. And the reason? Urgent diplomatic pressure from West Asia and renewed hope for negotiations, which is set to begin today. After weeks of escalating military tensions, the American president faced a critical decision over the weekend. Speaking on Sunday from Air Force One, Trump explained why he chose diplomacy over military action.
I was asked to by Saudi Arabia, by UAE, and by Qatar, and by Iran. We were all set to go just about at this time right now, and it would have been a massive attack. We're all set to go, but when the allies ask to call it off, you got to sort of say, well, let's see.
Yeah, when Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE called in and said, yeah, Trump, I ain't gonna lie. If you do this, dog, our entire economy is going to get decimated because we have no way to defend ourselves from the missiles and drones that's going to be heading towards our infrastructure. You know, the ones that we need to keep this country going, the very ones that we need to maintain the petrodollar that y'all need as well. You know, those things. Hopefully those are still important to you, Mr. Trump. But yeah, please hold off on these strikes and let's try to go the diplomatic route. And that's pretty much what Saudi Arabia was pitching to Trump.
And the reason they asked is I think there's a deal. There's a deal on Hormuz, and then there will be a deal on the nuclear, or you might call it the denuclearization of Iran. I call it the denuclearization of Iran.
The announcement had immediate ripple effects on global energy markets. Oil prices fell sharply as Asian trading opened on Monday. Then Trump went a step further, claiming the appeals did not come from Gulf allies alone. He said Tehran also reached out and argued that fear of a major attack created an opening for diplomacy.
But We're asked by the three primary groups.
No, sadly, the only people who are in fear are the Gulf states of literally losing their entire country, for their water desalinations being destroyed, all of their energy infrastructure being destroyed, and of course, the entire global economy going with it.
We're also asked by Iran, very strongly, actually. They said, we'd like to make a deal. Now, I don't know what they say, because a lot of times they'll say that to me, and then they'll go out and say, we don't know what he's talking about. Obviously, they don't want to be attacked. And they knew the extent of the attack because they saw it forming.
Tehran has since denied Trump's assertion, insisting it never asked Washington to hold off on fresh strikes. Meanwhile, Trump continues to signal that diplomacy, not military action, remains his end game. Listen in.
And the deal is imminent, having to do with the Hormuz Strait and also ultimately the denuclearization of it. So when I hear that, I say, well, do we want to go and be this? Now, there's a group of people that would like me to just do it. And there's another group of people that does not want me to do it.
On the Iranian side, officials say they are near
listen to the people that's telling you to not do it, because if you do it, you're pretty much going to destroy the economy and all of your, I want to make the economy great again. I want to make affordability better for Americans, even though you really wasn't focusing on that much. But yeah, all that's going to be cooked if you commit to that. To those strikes right there, yeah, the whole MAGA agenda is going to be cooked. Even on the immigration side. I mean, where do you think all these refugees are going?
Agreement with Oman over a new shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said this route would respect the sovereign interests of both nations, though he was clear from the start that itself would not return to its pre-war status. An Iranian lawmaker indicated that mediators are attempting to revive an agreement reached in June, which could serve as a stepping stone towards broader negotiations. But dig deeper into the Gulf capitals, and a different picture emerges, one of a sharp disagreement over how to proceed. While Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Oman have pushed for negotiations, the United Arab Emirates has taken a different stand. The UAE has reportedly urged Trump to adopt a tougher approach, arguing that Iran's Revolutionary Guard would only compromise under greater pressure. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister has held talks with neighboring countries, including Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Tehran has warned it will respond forcefully to any US or Israeli military action. Iranian officials say their response would not be limited to the Persian Gulf. They warn any retaliation would target what they call the sources of aggression. The shift towards diplomacy comes after a week of brinkmanship. The days leading up to it were marked by strikes, counter-strikes, and competing claims from both sides. Earlier in the week, the US said it launched a heavy wave of strikes as a retaliatory response to Iran's attempted attack on US military positions. US officials are weighing a major military response even as Iran faced continued strikes on its military and strategic infrastructure. At the same time, Washington officially put the cost of the war at $34.5 billion.
Bro, that is, I ain't gonna lie, that is such cap. Like cap.
Stop the cap.
Like, come on now. It's literally over $100 billion. Let's just keep it real. But I mean, I guess $35 billion is all they're willing to report.
Highlighting the growing financial burden of the conflict. For the Arab states, watching this escalation resulted in the stakes becoming unbearable, because Saudi Arabia was being squeezed from three directions in the widening US-Iran war. Iraq to its northeast, Yemen to its southwest, and Iran to its east. So for now, diplomacy has replaced the drumbeat of war, but the Strait of Hormuz remains unresolved. The Gulf remains divided, and Iran continues to warn of retaliation. And even though the talks may begin today, but whether they can prevent the next escalation remains the biggest question. The unrest triggered by a situation in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir are no longer limited to the region itself. The unrest has now reached the heart of Pakistan, with protests spreading to Islamabad and Rawalpindi. Police detained several protesters during a rally outside the Lahore Press Club. The demonstration was organized by progressive groups, student unions, and labor organizations to condemn the brutal crackdown in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
All right, now let's get into some independent media reaction, guys. Oh, and make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, make sure to super chat it in, or you can send in a gift just to show some support, or if you just want to see my man Dancing Kim again. But all right, let's get right into it.
So the Iran war was going to go easy, and that's what I was told by a bunch of right-wing influencers. Oh, Trump knows what he's doing. He's going to get in and get out. This is not going to be a prolonged war in the Middle East. It's not going to affect prices at all.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Yo, I'm not even gonna lie though. They were saying all that and more, dog. When they were wrong on it, hey, some of them were man enough to admit it, but most of them are still crashing out about it. And it is kind of crazy how I was even telling some of my homies who were also in support of this war, you know, outside of my channel, bro. They were literally trying to tell me how, S.E.T, you don't know about our military capability, man. Of course, bro. Look how we did Venezuela. We can take them out in 4 days. Man, I bet you we could do it in 2. I'm like, okay, guys, I guess, I mean, we ain't doing it yet, and God forbid we don't do it, but I mean, guys, if we do this, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, it's not gonna go the way y'all thinking. And, you know, one of my homies like, man, look, bro, you know, I'm military, so, you know, of course you don't know about our military capabilities and yada, 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 yada. So it's just like, well, brother, as much as I respect your military service, I mean, who was right on this one, you or me? With no military service, I happen to predict this more honestly, more better than you could. Actually, I predicted the military outcome better than you could as well. So, I mean, I guess that don't mean too much anymore. I know, right? So it's a little tough when people hit you with all the BS in the world, and then just like, yeah, so now that all that was wrong, what do you have to say? And it's usually nothing, or they just double down. I'm be real with you, people would usually refuse to be wrong and don't take accountability, so they just double down.
It did? What are we going to do now? So here comes more MAGA civil war, because even some of the most enthusiastic cheerleaders for Donald Trump's war are starting to put their pom-poms away and take off their skirts. Sharon, tell us all about it.
Well, they are changing their outfits and more. When the Iran war first started, Cenk, it was met with a flurry, as you said, support from MAGA diehards. But as the war drags on, polling increasingly shows its unpopularity. Those same cheerleaders now seem considerably more hesitant. As Media Matters for America reports, although the war has created some fractures in right-wing media, at the outset of the conflict, it had no shortage of boosters, either Iran hawks or MAGA hacks. Now, as the Iranian government has survived months of bombing and operationalized its previously unrealized control of the Strait of Hormuz, some of those pundits are scaling back their ambitions. And to demonstrate what's going on here, let's watch 2 clips from Benny Johnson. The first is from the early days in the war. The second.
Oh, I'm be real with you. Yeah, like a lot of the people who were just, like I said, 100% in support of this war, their support's waning, and as it should, because no results have been, like, honestly completed. And I commend them. Honestly, I really do. It's like I can't even get mad at them for supporting it in the beginning, because at least they're willing to be here and be like, all right, look, we ain't getting no goals. We're 5 months in. Trump said it's going to be done to 4 days to 2 weeks. So, I mean, if you're a reasonable person, you're just going to be, well, what else argument can I give you? And there really is none. I just got to concede that Trump may not know what the F he's doing. And I mean, shout out to Monty for that one.
Is from this past weekend.
We're going to start with this. Here's from yesterday. Why not? We're just going to have a couple laughs. We've been having some dark shows, like, some bombing, war, death, Straits of Hormuz. Can we rename the Straits of Hormuz the Straits of America, please? Are we there yet?
So there we go. United States and Iran both want to return to an interim ceasefire agreement, and negotiators are discussing a compromise that would see Iran oversee vessel transit through the Strait of Hormuz with fewer restrictions on shipping, the Associated Press said, citing regional official involved in the mediation efforts. I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Let me say it again. I don't care. I don't care. Just keep the boats moving through the Strait of Hormuz. I didn't care before the war. I don't care now. I want peace. I don't want economic collapse. I don't want political collapse in my country. If Iran oversees the boats in the Strait of Hormuz, that doesn't bother me one bit. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Okay, so Johnson is far.
Damn, bro, literally said, bro, F it, man. Just let them get their way already so we can just get back to, the world not looking at an economic collapse. Can we just get back to normalcy on this one? Like, even Benny Johnson, the most vociferous Trump supporter, is even saying, like, all right, bro, I'm damn near getting okay with just walking away from this. Just let him have it. I don't care. Like, bro, like most people didn't even know what a Strait of Hormuz effing was until this war popped off. So at this point, people are getting to that nonchalant attitude about it. I don't care if Iran control it or not. Just end this war. I don't want to be facing economic collapse because of a strait that I just now found out about this year. Me, of course, I always been knew about it, but a lot of people aren't privy on geopolitics or on global economics.
From the only one who's changing his tune. Back in April, Newsmax Carl Higbee defended the Trump administration as they refused to explain the goals of the Iran war.
You know what? The Pentagon and Trump and the state, they owe us no explanation on what they plan to do. Why? Because that also tells the enemy. I mean, let's not just tell the world our plan. How about that? Enough, because Trump announced what's going to happen in vague terms Tuesday by 8 p.m.
Okay, but now you need to fast forward to last week. Higbee appears to have also had a change of heart. Listen.
You want close to totaling, I think it's like 80 something to $100 billion. Man, look, I will pay my taxes twice this year to help with.
Thank you, bro. Because everybody's like, oh, it only spent $35 billion, bro. That's fucking cap. They spend over $100 billion, or probably almost at $200 billion at this point. So what? But I mean, like I said, man, you guys have not been getting the truth about this war if you've been watching conservative media. And the only people that are really telling you the truth is, well, a very few. A lot of people are actually starting to now break away and either have this, oh, I don't care, just get out of it attitude, or they're just going like, yo, whoa, we've been lied to about this entire thing. And yo, I need a rush to tell you. And I mean, that is a lot of conservative media right now, even though I was trying to tell these guys that, hey, yo, you guys shouldn't be pushing this war because it's not going to end well.
That nut, if you tell Congress that this is what we want to do and this is how we're going to achieve it, like the first mission in Iran, Midnight Hammer, there was objective, there was plan, there was action and completion. And then you go get Congress to buy in and they declare war and you bury that entire country under a blanket of American-induced dust. I will support my people going in there and snatching bodies in the middle of the night and taking their oil fields and turning every single power plant, civilian or military, into a parking lot. Pete, I will support you no matter how many war crimes the international community thinks we would be committing, but do it right, which I know you want to do, man. You have said it, and I know you, and I know because you were in that 20-year fight, that endless war in Iraq and Afghanistan right next to me. Give NATO the finger, and critics know where to hide. For God's sakes, give those families on the tarmac today.
You know what? I'm fucking crying, bro. Oh, bro, the bloodthirsty nature of the conservative party is low-key peeping these days, man. It's peaking. It's definitely peaking. Oh, man, that man literally said, look, man, I don't care about any of the war crimes, none of the humanitarian crisis that we might set off, bro. Just do what you need to do to support this war, bro. I'll pay double, triple, quadruple my taxes, dog. Just make sure you decimate Iran. Woo, man, that boy wildin'. I respect the passion, though, but yeah, I heavily disagree. Like, yo, you are like, dog, that is going to lead to the economic destruction of the American people. I mean, dog, you won't be able to pay your taxes like quadruple the amount if that happens.
Reason their children died.
We'll end with the Daily Wire host, Michael Knowles. Take a look at what he sounded like in March versus what he sounds like now.
Panicans destroyed again. For now. Of course, it's a live situation. As I've said from the beginning of the Iran war, very, very high stakes for President Trump. But as of now, all the Panicans predictions have been wrong. Like all of them.
When?
The most recent prediction, based on oil prices spiking a couple days ago, was that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be closed. Oil was going to go up, not just to $115.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly what the F we told you. What are you talking about? That's why you guys weren't making any sense, because you were telling us that we were wrong while telling us that we were right. Like, y'all was making no sense.
a barrel, but to $150 a barrel maybe. And this was going to plunge the world into a global recession, and it was all over. It's just an indication. It's a leading indicator that.
And the only reason that didn't happen is why? Because Trump hit the ceasefire. Remember, gas prices went up, inflation went up. I mean, food prices went up because fertilizer also goes through the strait as well. I mean, bro, yeah, we were right, and you guys were refusing to acknowledge that you guys are wrong, and that's fine. But at least you guys are understanding it now.
The appetite for this war is waning, not just with the broader public, but even among the legislators. So I agree in principle. It would be good to wrap up the war, but this is the problem with war: is as we now repeat almost every day on the show from Machiavelli, a war begins at any man's will; it does not end at any man's will.
Oh,
so somebody tell your boss, right? Somebody tell his boss. In any event, this shifting rhetoric shows the delicate balancing act right-wing media are engaged in.
Yep.
The hawks, they want to escalate. The hacks want to continue.
No, I ain't gonna lie. That is what was killing me, though. It was some of the fence sitting that they were doing to not fully outright call out the administration or anything. It's like, dog, they lied us into this war. They lied to us about the results. We haven't got anything. Like, call them out. Instead of sitting here fence sitting, going like, well, they are terrorists, and 47 years, and none of that matters. It's like, bro, let's talk about today with them closing the effing strait and holding up the global market. Let's talk about that.
To ingratiate themselves with the administration, while even Trump voters are growing more opposed to another forever war. So now what this means for Republicans on a broader scale, especially going into the midterms, is still to be determined. Doesn't look good. Still, watching the defining political movement that has dominated U.S. politics over a decade fracture over this, I think we all have to agree it's a fascinating watch, gang.
Yeah. So this goes deeper than earlier rounds of the MAGA Civil War. So I'm going to explain why in a second. But first,
like I said, guys, I'm heavy in the conservative space. And the thing is, though, is like I said, I've been telling my guys on X, telling my guys in these YouTube streets that is like, yo, you guys should not be supporting this war because it is not going to work out. And you guys should be telling your audience, but some of these guys are like literally audience captured. And they didn't want to bet their livelihood on it. So it is what it is for them. But hey, man, I did not give a fuck. And I turned out to be right. Even though I did lose a lot of support over it, it is what it is. Hey, man, I'm not going to lie to you for money now.
You just have to have some fun with all those comments there. Higbee was like, we don't need no stinking plan. If you tell a plan, then the enemy knows. You don't want the enemy to know. Now he's like, well, you got to tell us what you're doing. I mean, if we don't know what you're doing, what are we spending all this money for? Oh, I thought we didn't need to know the plan. I thought Haig said then Trump had this thing figured out. What happened, Carl? Okay, he's one of like the worst people in media. And even at this late date, when he's like, what's happening? I got to know what's happening. He's still like, well, we got to turn them into nuclear dust and we have to crush their bones and kill all the civilians, right?
Yeah, he said, I don't care if we got to turn it into a parking lot. I'm like, bro, why? Like, I'm sorry, where is this like homicidal mentality coming from out of you guys? I thought y'all were Christians. Y'all talking about nuking countries and causing mass devastation, like on innocent civilians, by the way. It's mainly going to affect the civilians. I mean, can y'all get back that Christian spirit? Because y'all replace it with something. It ain't the Holy Spirit, I'll tell you that.
You're a sick, disgusting person who brings shame to our country. And so I don't want anybody outside of America thinking that guy's normal. He's radical and not like most decent moral Americans.
It's like, guys, I consider myself like a conservative, center-leaning conservative, and I'm mainly that way based on my geopolitics. That's the only reason they like to push me over to the center. But yeah, no, I would not, dog. It is not that serious. I do not believe in just taking out an entire country for what? Like, and I would have to ask them, bro, what do you get out of that? Like, really? Well, what did we get? Oh, we didn't lose the war. Yeah, but now the entire Middle East is destabilized. Like, what? We lost our overall war if that's the case.
Okay, and then Michael knows with the panic hands. You guys are all panicking. And all of your predictions have been wrong. Oh my God, their predictions were right. I'm panicking. We got to get out of this war. I'm going to tell you why in a second. But I'm loving this. And then Benny Johnson, like, yeah, man, let's go.
Man, I hate it, Cenk. I really do hate it, but I'm somewhat enjoying it too. I am. I'm not gonna lie.
The war, it's gonna be fun. Trump told me to tell you that it's awesome, and Israel told me to tell you it's awesome.
Now he's like, I don't care. We have to leave right away. You know what? Iran charging a toll. I'm okay.
Literally,
Iran didn't control the Strait of Hormuz before the war, so he's now okay with the position that.
What kills me about a lot of the bigger influencers, like, if you guys would have spoke out sooner about this war, we probably could have avoided this. But instead, you was gassing Donald Trump up in the administration. They was going ahead and carrying this out through y'all vociferous support. I mean, what, you don't think the people have an effect on Trump's ear? Y'all fell for the Iraq war propaganda. I mean, they didn't even switch it up. Use the same shit and y'all ate it up. So you fell for that. And now here we are. And this, you know what this does? It risks putting the Dems in power. So yeah, I don't know how y'all about to reconcile with that. But good luck though. Good luck. At least y'all were warned.
Is worse off than when we started. We've accomplished absolutely nothing in Iran, and he's saying let's leave without accomplishing anything, without worrying about their nuclear program, and let them charge a toll in the Strait of Hormuz. Is he a panic can? It's starting to sound like that's beyond my position. Okay, now do you want to know why? Because of what Benny said there. They're worried about economic collapse, which we're all worried about, and they know it as well as we do. The only people not telling you about it are the people in the media, and they're like, "Oh yeah, well, the war is not going well," blah 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 blah, right? But they're not telling you, hey, if this war for Israel continues, then oil is going to go past 100, and it's going to go to 120, and inflation is already rising. So
man, who wants to crash out the entire economy for Israel? Like, that's ridiculous. Or war with Iran, that is retarded.
That we just got the inflation numbers, they're bad. The Federal Reserve didn't raise interest rates, so that's going to keep inflation going up. If the war continues or goes to another level, oh boy, it is going to be a disaster. But that's not what they care about. They screw over the American people all the time, right? No, he's worried about the second collapse, the political collapse that he mentioned, because this is now way deeper than the original rebellion. The original rebellion was by people that were generally independents and some portion of MAGA that still had an open mind. And as we told you, they were not in a cult, and all of those guys already rebelled and left, right?
Yep.
So they're now.
Yeah, and I'm one of them. Like, as I said, I am conservative. I did vote for Trump. I was a part of the MAGA coalition. Now I'm gone because the MAGA coalition said, yo, F you and your anti-war stance. We want to go to war with Iran. And I'm like, okay, then you got it. Well, I'm telling you, it's not going to go well, but you got it. And now they're coming back going like, well, you're right, but fuck you for being right. And I'm like, well, okay then.
Polling for Trump with independents is at -51. Wow, I've never seen a number like that. Okay, so some people said, oh no, if they voted for Trump, they're never going to abandon Trump. Well, I said they would, and now it's at -51. Okay, you could make whatever you want of that, but the bottom line is good. Those guys are not supporting Trump or the war or Israel or any of that stuff anymore. Now there's still about 2/3 of MAGA left, which is remarkable. I'm not even talking about independents or others that voted for Trump. We're talking about core MAGA. And 1/3 of them have already left. There's only 2/3 left. And that's why Trump's all the way down at 32%. And so 2/3 of MAGA is still like, I know I'm paying more for gas and I can't afford anything, but my love for Trump is greater than my love for myself or my family. Okay, whatever, dude. But now these guys, Knowles, Benny Johnson, Carl Higbee, et cetera, are propagandists. They're not supposed to break at all. Their job is to do propaganda for Donald Trump. So why are they breaking? Because what's happening, Sharon, is that the numbers that they're seeing for the Republican Party in the midterms are devastating. So what these guys are super panicked.
I ain't gonna lie though, Trump's approval was a golding stamp, or I guess his endorsement was like a golding stamp into a seat. But here's the thing though, I mean, that golden stamp could quickly turn into a scarlet letter. And that's what it's going to look like in the midterms. Like, those Republicans who are endorsed by Trump may lose their seats, or pretty much may just lose their the midterms. It is what it is. And since the Republican Party is controlled by Donald Trump, it is looking cooked.
About is
we got some outliers, but not a lot.
That they're going to get wiped out and then they're going to lose power. And they use that power not just on behalf of Israel, but on behalf of oil companies. They get $35 billion in subsidies, big pharma. All of the corrupt donors that these guys represent are going to get harmed if Trump and the Republicans get slaughtered in elections. And that's why it's gone as deep as the paid propagandists that you just saw. Also Laura Ingraham on Fox News. Also Mike Johnson starting to say maybe we should inch out of the room. And Israel is his #1 lifetime donor. So this is as deep as it gets. And I think it's because they're realizing this is might cause the collapse of the entire Republican Party. Because at this point, even their own voters, even their most loyal voters realize they're giant liars and they got us into a disastrous war on behalf of another country.
So wait,
I mean, that's just the brutal reality of it. And those who waking up is just like, can't support this no more. You know, that's why there's people out there like Fuentes and Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones' son, Rex Jones, who are just pretty much like, oh, we need to punish the Republicans by voting for the Dems, but I'm not going to sit here and just tell you to vote for Dems. It's like, bruh, if you don't pick a goddamn position. But all right, though, let's get into this debate here. We're going to go ahead and get into debate night, guys. It's going to be a fun one. So make sure you double tap that screen and like the video. It's going to be Destiny versus Dinesh D'Souza on pro-Trump, pro and cons. I'm going to be real with you. You know, Destiny might actually eat up on this one. It's going to be a shame to lose to Destiny. But I'm going to be real with you, though. Both these two aren't the best debaters.
Can't point to any court documents, any filings, anything that demonstrates the truthfulness of anything. It's why the only guys that defend this idea are the crazy MyPillow dude who sells pillows for $14.88 on his website, Mike Lindell. Yeah. Do you think that there's a possibility that he might make himself endearing to you and your family because he knows that you'll go out and you'll make good propaganda pieces for him? Did that ever cross your mind?
Well, by that logic, he should be nice to you also. This is our second time debating, and what frustrates me in debating you is that I think you have the wrong self-conception that you are somehow presenting facts, and you will use terms.
Basically, every single thing you're saying is just not true.
Not true.
But I mean,
this is like Vogue magazine saying Michelle Obama is the most beautiful woman in America, right? Everybody knows it's false.
What do we elect Trump for to drain the swamp then? If you're going to tell me at the end of the day, none of this stuff can be found or prosecuted or charged or anything.
Have you seen any caravans since Trump took office?
Nobody wants to come to the United States since Trump took office.
Thank you.
Apparently that's what we wanted.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Maine First Project, fighting to put Mainers. So if you signed up for the emblem page, this would have been, if you got an early ticket, we'll give those out during the meet and greet tonight. So that's at about 6, guys. If you can hold it about an inch from your mouth, that's what's giving us the best audio.
Thank you very much. Delighted to be here. Looking forward to this debate. Let's talk about Trump, because I want to make the argument that Trump is the pulverizer, he's the transformer, he's the bull in the china shop. His great function has been to expose the rotted interior of American politics. A rotted interior aimed at ripping off the taxpayer to the benefit of a small, privileged elite. We have created a system in this country. It is of fairly ancient pedigree. It goes back to the progressive movement that started in the early 20th century. Its great villains are Woodrow Wilson, FDR, LBJ, Obama, Biden. And essentially what progressivism is, it's progress, in quote marks, away from the founding. And modern progressivism has essentially built itself around targeting the white, heterosexual, Christian male. That is the enemy, and the whole system is based upon demonizing that guy, destroying him, blaming him for all the sins of the world, and constructing a rip-off scheme around that to benefit people who don't fit that description, like my opponent here, Destiny. Now, Trump, in some ways, conscious of this and in some ways not, strides into this rotted system and breaks all the rules. He speaks like no other president, and his function has been ultimately to blow open the doors on what is really going on, expose the crooks in politics, by the way, many times in both parties, mainly on the left, but also
no deep state arrest, bro. No deep state arrest. Let's not forget that.
Some on the right, expose the media, expose the high-tech platforms, which have become platforms of censorship and would be now if it wasn't for Trump. And Trump has done this at great personal expense, great personal risk. He has ultimately put his freedom on the line.
Not anymore. I'm be real with you. Trump made a whole lot of money this administration. So what risk?
He has risked his entire empire and prosperity, and more than once he has risked his life. I mean, what more can you ask of a guy? Now, on the foreign policy front, Trump has pulverized two of our terrible enemies, Iran, which is a global menace, and Venezuela, which was an outpost for Iran. Trump has done this cautiously. He's done it in his traditional Trumpian style. Basically, it's the style of the Western hero who goes into the bar, pistol whips a few of the bad guys, and walks out. And his message is as a new sheriff in town. So even if Trump were to quit and exit Iran now, which, by the way, I think he should, he will have left that country in an institutional shambles, which will benefit us long term. So on foreign policy, Trump has done more, and he does it almost.
Bro, if we leave right now, they control the strait. And most likely you're going to be getting like reparations from the Gulf country. Like they already promised to be paid them $300 billion. So, well, what do you mean? Like, no, if we leave right now, I wish we'd leave Iran in shambles, but no, we leave Iran as basically a regional power, damn near emerging as a world power in that region.
Backhandedly. He's like the teacher who just kind of flicks his hand and you kind of take it on the face and you never recover. Now, on the domestic front, Trump's goal has been economic as well as cultural. Cultural, Trump has done a lot to revive patriotism, a genuine love of the founding, a genuine love of America. He has, and he's not doing this single-handedly. Let's remember, Trump is part of a movement that he represents. And that movement is to expose radical feminism and the perversion it's inflicted on the family. That movement has done a lot to expose the kind of way in which a lot of these corporate CEOs, many of them Republicans, by the way.
Hey, you want to know what else was a part of that movement? You know, exposing how wars in the Middle East or what is it, Middle East intervention never worked out for us. And all it did was, what was it, make us lose American lives and billions of dollars? Like, that was also part of the movement as well, an anti-war position, especially when it came to the Middle East. And more specifically, Iran.
Basically whores. And they will go along with the system if you offer them money. And the leftists figured that out. And so a lot of the hypocrisy of the left is basically, we'll pay you off if you come over to our side. And that explains the behavior of Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and all these sort of professional whores on the American political scene. And if it wasn't for Trump, not only would these people not be exposed, they would still be at it. They would still be squeezing you by the throat, squeezing you by the neck. This debate couldn't occur on social media platforms just a few years ago. You just got to remember the COVID scheme that the left set up in the Biden era. That's where they want to go. The reason that they loved it is they kind of had their foot on your throat and mine. And this gave them a great deal of pleasure. Trump has put a stop to all this. So do we still have a long way to go? Is there going to need to be a MAGA movement post-Trump? Yes. And quite honestly, my son-in-law, Brandon Gill, who represents the district next to here, I spent most of yesterday with those guys, charting out a little bit of where this needs to go. But Trump, I think, is
look, dog, we're trying to take the Republican Party into an America first domestic policy and America first foreign policy. And you don't want to do that, bro. You want to have an Israel first foreign policy and think that you can have an American first domestic policy. And it just don't work like that, bro.
And Maggie Haberman said this yesterday, I think, on television, an immensely consequential figure, perhaps the most consequential figure of the 21st century. This is a guy who...
Yeah, guys, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in, guys. Appreciate the support.
Who's had a major impact, and mostly for the good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that opening. All right, we're ready for you, Stephen, for your opening as well. I've got the timer set for you.
See, we're pretty far apart in realities, me and Dinesh, and I'm sure we'll go through that in this debate. I thought a little bit about, do I think Trump is a good president or a bad president? And I actually do think that in some regards, Trump is a pretty good president, just not for the United States of America. If I was a conservative and I was looking at things to get fixed in this country, on the domestic front, I could look at the budget. One of the things that conservatives talk about over and over and over again is that they like to balance the budget. Trump took a shot at that and he failed worse than George Bush did. We had Doge come in and they found essentially nothing. Doge has been all but...
Oh, no, they found something. It's just they never got it codified by Congress. So let's just be honest there. But it was a half-assed attempt to try to balance the budget. That's exactly what Doge was. As much as we appreciated the effort, I mean, there was really no follow-through. And of course, on his last... What was his last point?
Conservatives talk about over and over and over again is that they like to balance the budget. Trump took...
Oh yeah, balancing the budget as well. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was a fail. Like, come on now, 38 trillion walking in, 40 trillion currently as sitting president, and I'm talking about our national debt.
Took a shot at that and he failed worse than George Bush did. We had Doge come in and they found essentially nothing. Doge has been all but disbanded at this point. Nobody even mentions it anymore. Elon initially came in promising to save $2 trillion, which is more than we even spend on our discretionary budget. And in the end, he ended up saving virtually nothing. I guess save for whatever he was talking about on Twitter, the stuff that had already been found by the prior governments. We have our massive illegal immigration problem, where supposedly 20, 30, $40 million illegal immigrants came in, or 20, 30, 40 million illegal immigrants came into the country. And so far we have maybe 3 million deported, if you believe the administration's numbers. We have an ICE that is more unpopular than it has been since its inception. We have massive funding going to an organization that is not showing results for all of the money that they're getting. And now you have an American populace that is more ready to defund and disband ICE than they have been at any point in American history. You have historic unpopularity of the United States across the world. On the foreign front, we have handled the Iran situation disastrously. Iran is poised to become to emerge as the strongest power in the Middle East, which is in some ways tragically and hilariously unfathomable just a few years ago. You had a Donald Trump who was criticizing us sending some amount of money to Iran in the form of the JCPOA in exchange for them not getting nuclear weapons, to a Donald Trump today who is poised to allow Iran to earn more money in a day than they would have earned throughout the entirety of Obama's nuclear deal that he had set up with that country. You have, you've got Russia and Ukraine, where absolutely no progress has been made. You've got allies all across Europe that no longer have faith in the United States as an empire, as a trading partner, as just a beacon of rationality and democracy anymore. I'm not entirely sure if you're looking at the actual factual accounting of things, what you can see in the United States where you feel like Donald Trump has actually served any end that you care about. I do think that if you are an enemy to the United States, if you're China, I think that you like the way that Donald Trump has approached world politics, because it gives you, you can laugh about it, but they're looking at Taiwan. They're looking at Taiwan over there, and they see how Donald Trump has treated Ukraine. They see how Donald Trump has treated now, I guess, Israel. It looks like he's not too fond of them, and I'm sure that they're gearing up to do whatever it is they want to do in Taiwan, maybe repeat what they did in Hong Kong. You look at Russia and I'm
be real with you. What Destiny's pretty much getting into is how, well, our own military assessment is playing out to be that we pretty much sacrificed war with Iran for pretty much being able to help out Ukraine with Russia. And if China ever wanted to make a move on Taiwan, we honestly wouldn't be able to stop them. And we've honestly canceled all weapon shipments to Taiwan. So they don't even have interceptor missiles, to be real with you. So if China really wanted to make a move on Taiwan, it would be the best time, because we kind of drained ourselves for a war with Iran, which was a war that we should never got into in the first place.
See that Donald Trump has all but abandoned Europe, and the support to Ukraine has been lackluster at best, and it has given Putin a lot of room to navigate and maneuver through his European, I guess, like friends, as he's traded with them, and Donald Trump has stood by and basically done nothing. I guess we'll hash it out on the factual level here, but I think that Donald Trump has failed to come through on basically every single thing he promised the Republican Party, other than, I guess, posting like an insane grandpa on social media. And I think that he's weakened the United States' position around the world and probably made our adversaries feel more comfortable in their constant belligerence of us and our allies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that opening as well. We'll jump into the 80 minutes of dialogue.
I don't know about the positioning on ICE. Like I said, the Democrats pretty much demonize ICE and pretty much forcing and I don't know why, but inspiring Democrats to think that it's okay to obstruct ICE. And this is where getting people hurt. Like, let's just keep it real. If it wasn't the Democrats' attitude towards ICE and just letting them do their job, then we wouldn't have cases like Renee Good and Alex Preddy, God rest her soul. And then, of course, well, what was his last point on that one? Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
And I think that he's weakened the United States' position around the world and probably made our.
And you know what? I would say this: through this war, he weakened our position in the world stage, but not through his tariffs. I would say his tariffs actually did help us at least stabilize some of these trades with a lot of these countries. So I'll give him that one.
Our adversaries feel more comfortable in their constant belligerence of us and our allies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that opening as well. We'll jump into the 80 minutes of dialogue. And then just a friendly reminder, everybody here, is we want to both let the debaters do the debating and also want to show them respect, as we do appreciate them being here. With that, gentlemen, the floor is all yours for open dialogue.
I guess we can start with the Iran thing. Man, what a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, that's the weakest topic for the Trump supporters right now is the Iran.
By what measure?
Well, we started a war of annihilation that we weren't ready or able to follow through on. And Iran is poised to have more control over the Strait of Hormuz and more, I guess, like foreign money flowing into that country than they had at any point in the last 50 years.
Didn't Iran have control over the Strait of Hormuz before?
No, not in the way that it does
Who controlled
now.
the Strait of Hormuz?
It was an open route that anybody could ship oil through.
Well, anyone could pass through, but who controlled it?
Nobody.
It was an open.
It was open. It was controlled by Iran from the beginning. It's controlled by Iran now. The real issue is this. There are 3 or 4 major powers in the Middle East.
I'm so weak. You know what? I mean, I kind of hear his point, but that is crazy to hear a MAGA supporter say that. It's just, yeah, Iran being controlled. In a way, he's kind of right, because if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, it does pretty much consist of Iran and Omanian waters. So, yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is part of Iran, like it or not. That is the fact of the matter.
When you say controlled by,
well,
basically what the Nest is saying, that the only reason why we was getting through the Strait of Hormuz for free was because of Iran's good grace.
Interrupting me. Let me say my
controlled
piece.
by. What do you mean by controlled by?
Well, what I'm saying is you have a narrow strait that is basically sitting in the backyard of Iran. So as a practical matter, the country that happens to have that proximity is going to exercise a large degree of control. That's a simple fact. Now, if you annoy Iran, you blow up its facilities, you destroy its navy, you pulverize its air force, you reduce it to rubble, they're going to cling to the Strait of Hormuz and go, yeah, we got a hold of this. So I understand that Iran is grabbing a hold of the Strait of Hormuz and it's panic because that's all they have left. But you're making it sound like they're somehow stronger than they were before. I'm saying that the opposite is true. Egypt and Saudi.
Well, actually, they kind of already have a stronger hold on the strait. It's like they're now able to control who goes through it and how much they pay. I mean, before they weren't doing that, even if your premise is, well, they owned it before. I mean, still, they were letting people through for the free ski. Now they're doing it on a toll or a service fee.
Arabia and Jordan. Look at a little country like UAE, which was essentially a kind of fly compared to Iran. UAE is stronger than Iran right now. Iran doesn't dare attack the United Arab Emirates. UAE can pulverize Iran. So the truth of it is the combined force of the United States and Israel has leveled Iran to the ground. Now, in a country of 90 million that's rather large, it's not easy to overthrow the regime without going in there, going door to door, grabbing every mullah and pulling him out. The Iranian people, frankly, have to do that. And I hope they do. I would encourage them to do it. I would give money to send a million rifles into Iran to arm the Iranian people against the government. But I support the Reagan.
Yeah, and you'll get their ass killed. But I mean, I respect it, though. I respect it. Not a lot of people will say that, but you be getting their ass killed. And because we really don't know how much people are willing to go against that government. I mean, considering that 61 million people registered to vote in an election controlled by, said regime.
Doctrine, which is that people should fight for their own freedom. It's not our job to liberate Iran. It's our job to protect our own interests, America first, and Trump is doing that.
In what way do you think Iran is controlling the strait now is it in the same way they had before, or do you think that it's more than it had before?
No, I'm saying it's in the same way that they have before, but they are
So you think that people have always been afraid to sail tankers through that strait, the Strait of Hormuz, and that they were going to get bombed by Iran for doing so? That's always been a fear.
No, that's not what control means. If I control my backyard, I might allow people to pass through, but they're passing through at my behest, at my say-so. I can charge them money if I want to go through. I still have the same degree of control. Now, I may not exercise it.
You can modify the statement then, and that Iran is now exercising.
That is a wild position you got there, Dinesh, bro. Dinesh be taking the most wild positions that you don't see coming. I'll give it to him. I just do not see his positions coming. His position was literally, well, what do you mean Iran controls the strait? They always controlled the strait. Before this war, I was like, so Iran was just letting everybody through for the free? And you were supposed to be painting them as this evil Islamist regime that wants to take over the world? It's like, all right, well, why didn't this evil Islamist regime, put tolls on the strait before? Why are they doing it now?
Deadly, I guess, restraint over the Strait of Hormuz than they were before. Regardless, their control of the strait has changed in character in a way that it never had before.
Yes, I agree with that.
And that's due to the United States attacking Iran for reasons of which I still don't even fully understand. And the only way for us to alleviate that situation is to give Iran a deal that leaves it a stronger nation than it was before we entered this conflict.
The entire terror network, not only of the Middle East, I'm not just talking about.
Hey guys, before you assume my position, you can always super chat in the question. I will go ahead and get into my response, of course. But please go ahead and super chat it in and respect the stream. But all right, man. Oh yeah, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get right back into it.
About Hamas and Hezbollah. I'm not just talking about Boko Haram in the north part of Africa, but extending through Venezuela, Hezbollah in South America. Iran was the malefactor. Iran was the hub. They were doing it from their base. And so clobbering the base is what Trump set out to do. Now, you may not think that's a good idea. You may like the terror network. You may think that, as Tucker Carlson says, Hamas is a political movement. It's like the Labour Party. It's a force for good. The Muslims are up to doing great stuff in America and Australia and Canada. We need more of them. We need more mosques in Dallas. If you take that view, then you're going to think that Trump's bad. But if you agree that there is an Islamic project that began in the 7th century, long before Israel, the Muslims conquered the Holy Land. They're the original colonizers. They have just realized that there are dupes like you who will buy into the rhetoric.
Hold on now. Before the Muslims was colonizing, it was the Byzantine Empire that was like the strongest colonizers. Damn near enslaving everybody they conquered. So actually the original, it's really hard to tell who the original colonizers is because it's been happening since like really ancient civilization. So you can't really call them the original colonizers. That's like intellectually dishonest, historically dishonest as well.
Of anti-colonialism, and so they.
Who was the Byzantine Empire? Oh yeah, Catholics.
Mouth that rhetoric, the Ilhan Omars of the world, but they are the original colonialists. The Muslim view is colonialism is great when we do it, and it's not good if anybody else does it. And the reason they don't like Israel is really simple, because Israel is a force that is stopping them from colonizing the entire Middle East. That's why Israel is the little Satan.
And yet Israel is the country that is the most opposed to the deals that Trump is trying to cut now with Iran.
Well, here's the thing. I don't like when other people call out other countries' colonization history, because we've all kind of benefited from a little bit of colonization. I mean, I'll be real with you. We've all benefited. So let's call it even, and let's promise not to do any more. Israel. Yeah. Israel. Talking to you guys.
Why? The reason why is because Israel is opposed to those very same terror networks that you claim that we've somehow magically defunded by attacking Iran, but we haven't. Israel understands that Hezbollah is poised to become more funded and more powerful and more capable than ever, because Iran is now going to be taxing the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has shown the entire world that it can withstand attacks from the United States and Israel combined, something that used to be done only in theory or in rumor before, and now has been demonstrated in actuality. And Iran is going to have relationships with the rest of the world, and sanctions relief that Donald Trump was floating the idea. I don't know where we're at in any terms of deal with them. Donald Trump famously can never seem to finalize any deal. But now Iran is actually poised to be free of sanctions for the first time in my lifetime. And to try to sell this as some massive win, when conservatives have been changing the definition of what a win would be. Initially, we were going to be there for 2 weeks. Then it was just going to be a month. Then it was going to be before Congress could do a declaration of war. Then it was going to be, I guess, shortly after that, that we were going to have like some ceasefire. We've had like 30 ceasefires with Iran and with Hamas and everybody else. And I'm just so curious, if Iran is set up to be such a failed state after our attacks on them, why is Israel so opposed to the types of deals that Trump is trying to cut with Iran?
Because Israel's interests in America sometimes diverge. Israel feels existentially threatened in the region, as we are not. Israel has
yeah, let that be their problem, not ours. It's kind of crazy how they try to drag us in and make it our problem.
Goal of, and I think they set in their minds after October 7th, we are going to completely remake the map of the Middle East, and this requires the Iranian regime to fall. So Israel is committed to the decimation of the regime or regime change. Trump, I think, is wisely chastened by the fact that in Venezuela, as in Iran, there are some risks of quagmire, getting stuck over there, of risking a large number of American lives. So I think Trump is recovered the wisdom of the Reagan doctrine, which is that people need to fight for their own freedom. They fight, we help.
What was the goal of us attacking Iran then?
The goal of us attacking Iran is the goal of taking the #1 global.
The goal of attacking Iran was to pretty much, I ain't gonna lie, it was low-key for regime change, but it was honestly to bend Iran to our will. It was to make them to, one, damn near give up the regime, give up their nuclear capability, give up their missiles, and stop funding their proxies. That was the goal of bombing Iran, to break their will into submission and pretty much allow us to do whatever they want with them. And as you see, they resisted.
Global menace. And let's remember that the menace of Iran is not the same as, say, the menace of Russia. Russia is basically a Machiavellian great power. They want to increase their scope of influence. Everybody does. China does, Russia does, India does, Brazil does. But Iran has this added factor, and it is a certain ideological messianism, a fanaticism. They say things like, we love death more than we love life. They couldn't be more clear about the fact that we are their main opponent. That's why in the Iranian parliament, they burned the American flag. I mean, how stupid are we not to see that they have identified us as their main enemy? So you can't pretend.
I mean, yeah, but here's the thing. Why do they do that? Why do they step on our flag and say death to America and death to Israel? Do you understand why? I mean, Dinesh, 1953 Operation Ajax, where we overthrew a Democratic elected leader and put into Shah basically an American puppet, and he pretty much sold out the Iranian people's resources to America and Britain. You're like, yeah, you think they were going to accept that? Well, they didn't. They overthrew them. We got pissed off. Now the Ayatollah's in power. And here's the crazy thing. Like a year or two in, we pretty much convinced Saddam, yep, and we send them money and back them along with the Gulf countries to go invade Iran and get them involved in a war that cost them over 500,000 people. And they know that we did that. You know that, right? It's like these people don't forget. It's like, yeah, and they know that we also, our CIA gave Saddam the precursor for the chemical weapons that he hit him with. Yeah, they know every bit about that. I mean, as much as I know about it, they know about it. So that is why they have that stance. It's because of our reckless intervention in the Middle East. That's affected them. And I mean, if a country did that to you, well, I mean, what would you be saying about that country? Exactly.
Like they're not an adversary, they are. And so in politics, it's a really good idea, if you can, to walk over to a place and clobber your adversary and put him on the ground where he can't get up. Now, true, you may decide, once I've done that, I'm going to sign a deal where we don't fight anymore, basically because you don't have your arms and you don't have your legs and you can't really hurt me anymore.
Except they're still maximally exercising control over the Strait of Hormuz in a way that has left the entire world laughing at the United States for the inability to actually enforce maritime trade, which was one of the biggest benefits that we had of having the largest and strongest navy in the world, such that Trump was literally begging and crying and screaming for his NATO partners to show up, the people that he'd thrown under the bus for the past 10 years, wondering why they're not showing up in the Strait to help him. But the reality is, there is no help there. Donald.
Oh, guys, like I said, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and send it in. Like, go ahead and put your money where your mouth is, especially if you disagree. Because a lot of you don't understand my position, but it is what it is.
Trump can tell us
I know, here come the Muslim haters, but it is what it is, guys. Trust me, you'll understand my position by the end of this debate, most likely.
every single day, which they have for weeks, that we've blown up every boat in the Iranian Navy. I was unaware that the Iranian Navy was a huge threat to the United States. I haven't heard of any of massive Iranian ships sailing around that was blowing up the United States at all in the past several years. But I do see all the drones flying through the Strait of Hormuz. I see tankers getting hit and struck. I see that the amount of oil that's going through there has basically collapsed. And nothing the United States has done has made that trade route any safer. It's been only bad for global trade, and it's been only bad for U.S. power over the past however many months we've been now stuck down in Iran in a war that I asked you, what was the point of going to war over there? It sounded like you were saying regime change, but then earlier you said the regime change has to come from the people, and I don't know what the United States has to do with regime change in Iran anyway. I'm old enough to remember that we've tried regime change in the Middle East a few times, and generally it was considered an unpopular thing, but I guess in this case...
I mean, due to our regime change is why we're dealing with the Ayatollah today.
It would be under a Democratic president, of course, it would be unpopular. But for some reason, Donald Trump gets a free pass. If I were to try to find any reason for why we're attacking Iran now, maybe we could point to them going after nuclear weapons. But that's equally confusing to me because Trump promised me and the American people that their ability to acquire nuclear weapons was completely destroyed when we bombed them several months ago. But apparently that wasn't true, I guess. Or maybe they were able to rebuild really quickly, or maybe they found the nuclear dust, or maybe Donald Trump was just lying like he always does. But we're not supposed to take him literally, or we're just supposed to take him seriously, whatever that means. Maybe we're still attacking him now because we feel like Iran can still pursue a nuclear weapon, in which case I wonder why we ever pulled out of that JCPOA in the first place. I don't remember there being a nuclear weapon on the table when Obama was in office, despite the fact that Netanyahu and Israel are always crying that they're a few weeks away from a nuclear weapon. It seems like that threat didn't become real until Trump came in again. When I look at the state of the Middle East, I think a more reasonable story of what happened is Donald Trump found that he was able to go into Venezuela, he could bully a smaller country, he could abduct a world leader, and for the most part, he got away with it. And he looked at Iran and he foolishly thought that he could do the exact same thing. He tried it, he failed.
I mean, sadly, that is true. He thought he could do the exact same thing with a country that's, well, twice the size, twice the population, and I'll say triple the military capability. Because I mean, like, oh yeah, and I'd probably say double the I'll say the logistical advantage. So yeah, getting into war with Iran was a bad idea. It was a bad idea under Bush, Obama, Biden, Trump first term, Biden and first term, and still it's a bad idea today. So yeah, guys, this war was never a good idea, and it was preached through multiple generations, how not generation, but multiple presidencies, how this was never going to end well for the United States. But for some reason, people thought that it was going to end well because of Trump. And then, you know, there's some people who's radicalized by the hate of Islam, thinking that, oh, no, we're saving the Middle East by taking on the Islamic terrorists. It's like, okay, bro, okay. I mean, they tricked y'all with that in Iraq, but apparently y'all didn't learn y'all lesson, huh?
Miserably. And now we've shown Iran, and Iran has shown the entire world, that they can actually apply an immense amount of pain to the entire world global oil economy with very, very, very cheap weapons. And because the United States doesn't have any diplomatic response on the table, because Donald Trump is not a man that can do diplomacy, and because we don't have a good military response on the table, because we didn't have clear goals set out at the beginning of this, and because we didn't even help or participate in the war between Ukraine and Russia, so we don't even know how to do drone warfare, we're left using Patriot interceptors, you know, for $5 million a piece to try to intercept $50,000 Shahid drones, while all these tankers are just parked at the beginning of the strait, wondering if they're ever going to be able to come out or not.
Number one, I'm a little older than you are, and if we put a little bit of perspective on all of this, we see that by and large, regime change in the world has a great and glorious history. Most of the time, it works out for the better. We've had, just to take the span of my own lifetime, we saw regime change in massively deadly adversaries like Germany and Japan, Italy. Regime change in Italy, by the way, was done by the Italians. They grabbed Mussolini, strung him up in the piazza in Milan, and the outcome was better. In the Cold War, there was regime change in about 30 countries, all of it to the good. Regime change, not just in the Soviet Union, where they abolished the communist system, but regime change in places like Poland, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, the list goes on. All these countries liberated at the end of the Cold War, regime change, and it all turned out for the better.
Yeah, but you know where it never turns out for the better? In the Middle East. So, I mean, if we want to go by your formula of consistency, I'm like, all right, yeah, consistently regime change works outside of the Middle East, because every time we tried in the Middle East, it turns out terribly. So, yeah, we want to go with your line of consistency. Yeah, regime change works outside of the Middle East.
I hope we see regime change in Venezuela. Now, having said all this, regime change is, I think, a goal, but in foreign policy, you always have to measure the means that are used to achieve the goal. Can we get regime change in Iran? Yeah, but we may not be willing to pay the price. Now, if you look at this Iran war, and we got to try to be a...
And wow, like I said, guys, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, guys, please go ahead and super chat that in instead of trying to assume my position or assume what I know. Especially for those of you who just tuned in. Ain't that hilarious?
About all this. If you get into a war and you have clear objectives, the simple truth of it is, if you then turn around and say, well, yes, we've lost 7 men, or Iran fired a missile and it got through to Israel and killed 2 dogs, you're talking about a really powerful country. If you had to specify in advance, you would expect that there would be enormous casualties in Middle Eastern countries, in Israel, that Iran would be hitting American targets on a daily basis. This is a war. So what I'm suggesting here is that what Destiny is doing here is setting up an absurd calculus. Iran has endured. Well, what alternative do they have? A guy getting his ass kicked in an MMA fight is enduring, but that doesn't mean he's winning. Similarly, Iran is able to lash out here and lash out there, which we would fully expect. They're grabbing onto their own backyard, no surprise. They're unable to maintain even control over their old network. So we've disrupted the whole Iranian system. So when you talk about places like Russia and China, they're like, Trump actually is willing to use force. He's willing to do it prudently, but he is willing to kick ass. And this was what makes him different from, for example, an absolute mindless Joe Biden, a giggling, idiotic Kamala Harris. So again, when you're measuring Trump, you have to measure him against the absolutely impermissible alternative. Can you imagine what America would have been like had the Democrats won? Can you imagine the world we'd be living in? The rottenness of the system would continue. The censorship would be accelerated. The surveillance would be going on. There would be political targeting to a degree that we probably never imagined. Trump would probably be serving a life sentence. So this is who these people are. This is what they do. And Trump has liberated us from that.
Basically, every single thing you're saying is just not true.
Not true?
But I mean, I guess so.
Well,
here's where the metal meets the road. Or the rubber meets the road, I guess. What do you think a successful end state for Iran looks like? What do you think it's going to look like for the United States to leave that conflict to emerge feeling like we were victorious? Because I will tell you that when Obama was in office, supposedly inept president who didn't know what he was doing when it came to foreign policy, we had a deal on the table with inspectors in the country, and we had a pathway to some kind of normalization with Iran where there was still intense pressure on that country. When Trump came into the first term, he tore up the JCPOA with nothing to replace it with. He set off the Abraham Accords and claimed peace in the Middle East without dealing with the Palestinian issue. Biden comes in, and lo and behold, what happens every time the Palestinians are ignored? They rise up and they do an attack. It happened with the first Intifada, it happened with the second Intifada, and it happened with October 7th. Go figure. Big surprise.
Fair.
Trump comes in the next time after achieving peace in the Middle East, and then he comes in and he does peace in the Middle East again by attacking Iran.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't want to admit that the only way to really get peace in the Middle East is to solve the Palestinian question of either a one-state or a two-state solution. And a two-state solution is looking like our best bet because a one-state solution will pretty much mean the destruction of the Jewish state, which Iran actually wants, by the way. Yeah, I know, right? If you actually hear these guys in Iran, they don't really want the absolute like waste. They don't want Israel to be a wasteland. They want a one-state solution for the Palestinians. So they're like Israeli citizens, share one passport, all that good stuff. They pretty much take over in numbers, and there goes the Jewish state of Israel. Yeah, I know, right? Tough.
And then he's done peace in the Middle East again by getting us in a war with Iran. What does the end state here look like? Because all I see is Trump making bad decisions, the bad decisions playing out in literally the most obvious manner possible, and then not knowing how we're going to come out of the bad position better than we were before, and conservatives somehow trying to pretend like it was a win every single step of the way. So I'll ask, what is a positive resolution where you would look at our exit from Iran and go, that was a really good idea that we attacked that?
You know, this is our second time debating, and what frustrates me in debating you is that I think you have the wrong self-conception that you are somehow presenting facts, and you will use terms like this is positive, or this is progress, or for example, you start off with an almost devotional premise, which is that Obama was trying to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. My premise.
Oh, yeah. And guys, you got to remember this. Your position on the Palestinians being a people or not doesn't really matter. I mean, to the Muslim countries, to the Arab countries, yeah, they're people. So your opinion really doesn't matter. And you're not going to be able to convince them that the Palestinians aren't people. So you might as well just go ahead and kick that opinion to the side and understand that if you actually want peace in the Middle East, you got to recognize them as a people and get them their own state. Sorry, it's just the way it is. But if you don't care about peace in the Middle East, I mean, you could ignore that.
Is the opposite. Obama was trying to help Iran to get a nuclear weapon while publicly professing the opposite to his domestic political audience.
Why couldn't they do that in 8 years then?
That was Obama's goal.
Why didn't they do that in 8 years then? That's super simple. We have history. We can just look. Why didn't it happen in 8 years then when Obama was president?
Because Iran is on a pathway to getting a nuclear weapon, and they were much closer. Basically, to get a nuclear weapon, you need a certain number of things. First of all, you need the knowledge. They've got it. Second of all, you need the resources.
You said that Obama was helping them get a nuclear weapon. He was in office for 8 years. Where's their nuclear weapon when he was in office?
Well,
come on.
The
it
argument,
was just not true. I agree with what you said earlier.
The argument has always been that Iran, like North Korea, is on an inexorable path to get nuclear weapons. Do you deny that the Iranians have the desire to get nuclear weapons?
They absolutely did after Trump tore up the JCPOA. Yeah.
No, but you're saying under Obama was so charming and persuasive that these radical mullahs who burn the American flag and say debt to America have the option of getting a nuclear weapon. But because Obama signed a document and gave them pallets of cash, the Iranians decided we will forego this ambition. We're not going.
Well, yeah, actually 20 years ago, their Ayatollah pretty much said that getting a nuclear weapon is a sin against God. So there's that. Then there's the deal that they got with under Obama to keep their enrichment at 3.6%. Then there's that. And you guys ain't like that either. So here's the problem. They don't trust the Iranians inside or outside of a deal about, when it comes to nuclear capabilities. But here's the thing. They can't point to a nuclear program or a nuclear weapon that the Iranians have, or of even them progressing towards 90% enrichment. So no evidence at all, but all the fear mongering in the world.
Going to do it even if we can because we love Obama. Is that your position?
My position is that you can do the goofy conservative, well, what would happen if a Democrat was in office? But the problem you have here is you have to actually contend with the history of what happened. And the history of what happened was Obama was in office for 8 years, and Iran did not have a nuclear weapon. And they were making no progress towards said nuclear weapon. The entire International Atomic Agency, everybody else agrees with that. It wasn't until Trump came into office the first time and then tore up the JCPOA, and then on his second time felt that it was so essential that we had to go and bomb Iran.
And here's the wild part, though. When he tore up the JCPOA and put the sanctions back on them, all from this went from 2018 to 2020. 2018, he pulls out JCPOA, put the sanctions on. 2019, I believe he makes the IRGC a terrorist group, and by 2020, he kills General Qasem Soleimani. And by 2021, Iran is now at 60% enriched uranium. So do you see the pattern here? The more aggression we've shown towards Iran, the further that pushed them towards a nuke. And for some insane reason, we think that, oh no, if we just go harder on them, that's going to pull them away. When history's shown, no, that's only pushing them towards it.
And then we had to start an existential war against them. What happened? How is it that, I ask one more time, if you have no answer, that's fine. Obama was in office for 8 years. Why wasn't Iran able to get a nuclear weapon if Obama was so friendly and warm towards them acquiring a nuclear weapon in that time frame?
Because they hadn't gotten there yet. They obviously were in pursuit. And a nuclear weapon is a huge escalation.
And they saw the Syrian civil war that Obama supposedly had some hand in funding FSA fighters' weapons with, and they thought that was a signal from the Obama State Department that Hillary Clinton was going to be really friendly towards an Iranian nuclear regime. They saw the death of Gaddafi, the fall of Libya. They thought that was a warm signal from the Obama administration that they were friendly towards an Iranian regime. They saw a constant denial to Israel of their request to constantly go in and start wars with any of their surrounding neighbors that they felt like were giving them problems. This was a positive signal to the Iranian regime. There has been one president that came in and with no mind or thought for what's going on in the Middle East decided to believe Netanyahu when he showed up at DC and said, you really got to go after Iran. They're a big problem now. I don't understand how you can look at the historical facts. If this was 2010,
I'm telling you, this is where the Republicans' arguments fall apart every time. It's like, all right, well, where's your proof that they're going towards nuclear weapons? They have nothing to say. Like, where's your proof that Iran was going towards nuclear weapons? Well, they were, and you're an idiot if you think they weren't. Okay, so all you got is ad hominems and no facts or nothing, no source, no nothing is ad hominems. Yeah, I thought so.
We can have this discussion, but history has already played out and it didn't happen. What you're claiming would happen didn't happen.
You're offering the Neville Chamberlain view of foreign policy, which is that Hitler's not a threat because he hasn't yet invaded Poland. Hitler's obviously planning to invade Poland. He's militarizing Germany. He's increasing German strength. And Chamberlain is like, hey, Link, things must be going amazing because it hasn't happened yet until.
But here's the thing, though. If that's the case, then here's a problem. Why did Iran stop enriching after 2021? If Iran was just on this progress, remember, and a lot of people don't know this, but they was at 60% enrichment since 2021, guys, since under Biden. But since there were no aggressive actions taken at Iran, they've paused it. Now here we are under Trump with the same 60% that they've low-key started like edging on. And the problem is that, well, and be real with you, one, we have no way to get it away from them. And two, it's used as a deterrent. You can't sit there and say, oh, no, that's proof that they're going towards a nuclear weapon. No, that's good. That's proof that they're actually using enriched uranium as a deterrent. That's all it is. There is no proof that Iran actually isn't going towards a nuclear weapon, not even now. And here's the thing. I wouldn't even be shocked if they were doing it now.
It happens. And then, of course, the whole calculus changes. Obama was promoting as best as he could radical Islam in the Middle East. The best case in point has to do with Egypt. Obama put pressure on America's own ally, Mubarak, got him out of power. This was all under the great guise of the Arab Spring. And then internally, Obama pushed for the Muslim Brotherhood. Think of it, Mohammed Morsi, a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, takes over Egypt. So an American ally is now turned into an American adversary with Obama's deliberate conniving and participation. So this was an utterly bad guy trying to take America down a notch and trying to help Iran and other American adversaries. By the way, not
Egypt
because I'm saying
when he came into power, the first thing he did was he sent a letter to the Israeli prime minister telling him that he was going to respect. Wow. Again, you can laugh, but history has demonstrated that your position is wrong. Egypt is still and remained a strong ally.
History doesn't speak.
Egypt was a strong ally to the United. Oh, I'm sorry. What were the Egyptian attacks on Israel or the United States since 2011? Exactly.
Well,
no, history has demonstrated that you're incorrect. We have continued to remain strong partners with Egypt. Israel is still a partner with Egypt. The idea that the Muslim Brotherhood came in and started some huge uprising to destroy U.S. interests or things, we still have control of the Suez Canal. You know how earlier you said, well, Iran's always controlled the Strait of Hormuz, even though you knew you were being disingenuous. Notice how Egypt didn't shut down the Suez and we could still do open trade and everything through there. So you're trying to do like a counterfactual, but the history is already there.
Yeah, the history is already there.
History's proven you incorrect.
History has not proven me incorrect. Mohammed Morsi was deposed by the Egyptian military, which took over the country and has ruled it ever since and restored the American alliance. So that's the fact. What Obama tried to do was undone, but not by us. It was undone by the Egyptians themselves. They realized that Obama was taking them down the Muslim Brotherhood path. They got rid of Morsi, and the situation was reversed. You obviously don't know that.
It sounds to me like a government that was
now.
Sounds like a government was just functioning as a government does. Sometimes leaders come in that we don't like, and then other times leaders come in we do like. But regardless of anything that you're fantasizing Obama did, the Egypt.
Hey, shout out AJ for sending a thumbs up for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very interested in this. I'm very like locked in on this back and forth. Because also there's really no argument they can even hit with when it comes to Obama's JCPOA, because now it's just looking like Obama's JCPOA was the better deal. It's better than no deal at all. And sadly, when Donald Trump got us up out the JCPOA, that's what led us on track to war with Iran. But they don't want to admit that. And it is what it is. Oh yeah, guys, like I said, man, if you can go ahead and super chat in if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or if you can just cry in the chat. You know, hey, don't get mad at me because you're broke. That's your fault, not mine. But you can always enjoy the video still and double tap the screen and like the video. Like, come on now.
Egyptian alliance, or the Egyptian partnership with the United States and with Israel, remained as it was. Nothing bad happened. Iran didn't get any crazy nuclear weapons under Obama, despite everybody saying it would happen. Nothing bad happened. Egypt didn't stop working with the United States or with Israel. Nothing bad happened. Yet Donald Trump comes in, and now I'm to be told, after we've lost more soldiers now in this, whatever war we're in with Iran than we ever did in the Biden-Afghanistan pullout, another horrible deal that was negotiated by Donald Trump, by the way. For some reason, I'm being told that this is a good war because they were going to get nuclear weapons under a Democrat, even though it wasn't happening under the Democrats ever. Like, the history just does not support your set of facts here. Which is why I will ask a final time, what is a good solution at the end of the Iranian conflict, whatever you want to call this? What is a win to you? Because right now I see it to where Iran is going to emerge from this conflict more powerful than they ever were, because they're going to have more sanctions relief than they could have ever gotten in the past. And because they might even have some amount of like toll control over the oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. These are things that Iran would have fantasized about prior to Trump coming into office a second time. But so I'm curious, what do you think is a successful emergence of that conflict where we feel like we've won?
Well, I think the success is already here now, and that is a massive redistribution of power
to Iran.
You remind me of the scene in The Republic where Socrates is making arguments and Thrasymachus starts laughing, and Socrates is like, laughing, Thrasymachus? Is this a new form of argumentation I'm not familiar with? Well, what's going on here is that, by and large, Trump has the view, right or wrong, that there are sort of good Muslim regimes and bad ones. The good Muslim regimes, by and large, want to build up. They want to be on the frontier of technology. They want coffee shops. They maybe want a Trump hotel. They want commerce. They want AI. They want robotics. And this is Saudi Arabia. This is UAE. This is Jordan. And Trump's idea is, I'm going to mobilize the good Muslims against the bad ones. Who are the bad ones? Iran, Al-Qaeda.
Mobilized.
So hold on.
The U.S. is fighting this alone. You think Saudi Arabian fighter planes are helping us control the Strait of Hormuz? You think we're getting out of Dubai? We're getting ships and drone defense systems? Why? Maybe we should have worked with Ukraine. I don't know. Maybe they could have actually helped us.
Well,
but you know,
first of all,
we did mobilize. Trump did help mobilize Saudi Arabia against Yemen, but how did that go for 3 or 4 years? Nothing came positively from that.
Give a chance to finish.
In politics, and by and large, this is the difference between someone who's just talking about it and somebody who's doing it. In politics, you got to ask, what do I want out of Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is sitting on almost infinite oil reserves. Do we really need...
Guys, we got almost 800 y'all in here, man. Welcome to the show. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way, and subscribe to the channel, especially if you've been watching over 10 minutes. And make sure to super chat in any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, guys. Let's get right into it.
Bedouins from the desert in white robes to go attack Iran. No, we actually want a Saudi commitment to go into the frontier of technology, to invest giant amounts of money in the United States. If Trump gets that out of Saudi Arabia, he's gotten what he could get out of Saudi Arabia. Now, Egypt doesn't have a bunch of oil. But what Trump wants to do is basically create a pro-American, pro-Western regime or system in the Middle East. That's what he's doing. And the way you do it, again, coming back to the Western film, is you go into the bar. There are a lot of good guys in the bar who just want to drink. And there are a lot of bad guys in the bar who are part of this, gang. You want to pistol whip the bad guys. And then someone goes, well, how is the bar any better off? Well, it's better off because the people who are drinking are actually smiling and the bad guys are all on the floor or their bodies are being carried out of the bar. Things are better. So to then say, well, they're still alive. Well, you didn't set out to kill them all. What you set out is to knock them on their back, and that's been accomplished. So yes, is there a need to get out? Is there a need for Trump to focus on the midterm? I agree completely. I said in my podcast 6 weeks ago, I do think it's time to start packing it up, declare victory, get out.
So the reason why there's no specific answer there is because you
I
can
just
give
gave
no
you
answer.
a specific answer.
The bad guys at the bar
is a
aren't dead?
redistribution of the fundamental architecture of
Fundamental
power
yes,
in the
because
in the
Saudi
Middle East.
Arabia and the Gulf states, famously and historically known for hating the United States, these are already our trading partners and our allies. If these people were so adversarial against us, what do we?
Yeah, that makes no sense. I mean, this whole the anti-Muslim perspective, it falls apart when you point out the Gulf countries and how these are Muslim countries who are literally holding up our petrodollar. By the way, they're also holding up our economy, yeah, with trillions of dollars in investment, especially when it comes to AI, by the way. And I mean, bro, they also help us negotiate with the more adversarial nations in the region, like Qatar. So it's like, what are you guys even talking about? Like, this whole anti-Islam like bullshit low-key falls apart when you look at the Gulf. I mean, if they want to take over so much, why are they helping us prop up our dollar when they can just pull that from under us whenever they want? But here they are helping us out.
Even talking about when Bush talks about the axis of evil of Syria, Iraq, and Iran, like, do you think that the whole Middle East is just poised against the United States, but somehow the petrodollar exists and we all trade with each other and we benefit from the oil markets and everything? Like nothing you're saying makes any sense.
You're not listening.
The reality
to me.
is, I am listening, but I don't know what bar fights have to do with the fact that history has demonstrated that your position is incorrect over and over again, and the fact that Iran is poised to emerge a leader now in the Middle East in a way that they never were before, which is why Israel, the people who kind of goaded Trump into attacking Iran in the first place, are the ones that are most against any type of deal that we're trying to make with them. Because Israel recognizes that a stronger Iran means a stronger Hezbollah, it means a stronger Houthis, and it means a stronger Hamas. And that's what we're poised to see, because that's what Trump has given us, because he had no plan coming into this in the first place.
Your favorite word is poised. And by poised, what you mean is something is about to happen that hasn't happened that you want to pretend is real. So Iran is poised to become stronger than it ever was. Ridiculous statement. What I'm talking about here in a redistribution of power is relative. In North America, the United States has power relative to Canada, relative to Mexico. If Iran is weakened, that relatively strengthens Jordan and UAE and Egypt and Saudi Arabia. It relatively strengthens the Abrahamic alliance. This is the inevitable consequence of bringing one elevator down, the other side of the seesaw is going to go up. So I'm not saying that Saudi Arabia was unfriendly before and is friendly now. I'm saying that Saudi Arabia and Egypt, all these countries were nervously looking at Iran. Why do you think they're cheering the American action? Why do you think openly Muslim countries that would have a basis for solidarity with a fellow Muslim country, think of how pissed they have to be at Iran for them to cheer the United States and cheer Israel? This is not easy for them to
do. But also think about how realistic they're being when they got to go to Donald Trump and beg him to not fire off on Iran, or else they're going to put their energy infrastructure, their water desalination plants at risk. So you can't sit there and say they're cheerleading this on while they're also stopping us from progressing. I mean, the Saudis and the rest of the Gulf country leaders came to us and was like, don't do this because we have no way of defending our key assets in the region, which is our energy plants, water desalination centers, like aluminum factories. Yeah, we can't protect those, and Lord knows that you can't protect us. I mean, we're running low on interceptors, guys. So we're not in the strongest position in the Middle East, honestly.
And the fact that they're doing it shows that they have had it with Iran, and we are on the right side, and Trump is in the process of remaking the Middle East just as he set out to do.
We could continue on foreign policy, but it might be a good chance, given that it's almost a half hour that we've covered this. We could also transition into the economy, but I do want to give, if Stephen, if you feel like you have.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are clear. I think history has not favored whatever weird version of Iranian favoritism you believe the Democrats are showing, and I think that the future will show that Iran is going to emerge from this much stronger than they were before. I mean, insofar as I guess like economic stuff, it's still kind of foreign policy-ish, but like the trade agreements that I remember we argued about this last time. We were supposed to have 100 deals in 100 days, and I said we had 0 deals. And I think now we're technically at -1 deals because now Iran is trying to attack the USMCA, which was the only trade deal he could even maybe take credit for because he's trying to destroy our trading relationship now with Canada and Mexico. But I'm sure you're going to tell me how actually we've.
No, that was crazy. Like, you remember the left hated Muslims because of that plane? Yeah, they was so critical of Qatar. Like, is Qatar influencing the president? I mean, maybe, but it's kind of crazy how MAGA don't call that out. I'm like, the Muslim takeover, I'm like, Qatar just gave our president a plane, right? For the administration, of course, so other presidents will be able to use it. But let's not pretend that the Qataris didn't, give Donald Trump a plane, of course, for the government. And then also pump millions of dollars into his crypto coin that he rug pulled later.
We've somehow magically gotten trade deals with all these other countries around the world, but when we haven't. So yeah, go for it.
Let me focus, if I may, shifting the.
And shout out to my man Jeff for being a member for 4 months, bro. Appreciate the support. Hey, appreciate the support, brother. And what was I about to say? Oh yeah, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, make sure you super chat it in. I'll be happy to engage with it. All right, let's get right back into it. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Around a little bit here, just because I want to stay on the fundamental issue. It seems to me, okay, Iran is the fundamental issue on the foreign policy front. Seems to me the fundamental issue domestically is immigration. And here, Trump has a giant accomplishment that, not surprisingly, has gone unmentioned, and at least on your side, and that is he has sealed the border. This is a huge deal because when you have millions, if not tens of millions of people pouring in, when you have Democrats with a straight face telling us nothing can be done, even though we have immigration laws, even though this is illegal, nothing can be done about this. Either you agree to comprehensive immigration reform, which is massive amnesty and legalization, otherwise nothing can be done. And Trump is like, watch me. And basically in 3 weeks, the border is secure. So that was done. And that remains an accomplishment because, again, what's the alternative? What would have been happening had Kamala Harris come in? You'd have the Biden policy continue. You'd have the same lies surrounding the whole thing. Now,
how many illegal immigrants does Trump say came in under the Biden term?
Well, the number is debated, but it's somewhere between 5 and 8 million. It could easily be higher.
So is Trump lying every time he says 30 or 40 million?
Well, Trump is, I think, talking about the overall number. In other words, there are probably 30 to 40 million illegal immigrants in the country.
He says 40 million illegals came in under the Biden admin. So do you agree that Trump is lying when he said 30 or 40 million came in?
Well, I agree that Trump is a fabulist and says outrageous things and trolls people and
we call those
jokes.
Lies in the adult world. That's a lie. So he lied then about the 30 or 40 million, right?
Yes, but he did lie, but he lied about it in an atmosphere where the media has been lying to our face. The New York Times has been lying to us. CNN has been lying to us. So we are.
So it justifies Trump lying, even though he's supposed to drain the swamp. He just became the swamp.
No, the thing about Trump is he's a manifest over-the-top exaggerator. Even his own ego is so gargantuan, so Brobdingnagian, so huge that there's an element of self-parody to it. Trump in person is not like that, by the way. Trump in person is actually a very sweet man. He's very curious about people. He's not a narcissist at all. He shows an interest in you rather than himself. He met my daughter for the first time. My daughter was 21 years old, and he's basically asking her about Dartmouth and what it was like and what she majored in and what she wants to do with her life. And she was really quite stunned because he was, at the time, the president of the United States. So Trump is a little bit like Muhammad Ali. I just saw an interview a few years ago with Ali. They were showing him videos of his old self. I'm the greatest. And Ali was like, yeah, I was really something. And I realized for the first time that Ali knew that he was putting on an act. Ali was putting on the I am the greatest, the thriller in Manila. I'm going to kill the gorilla in Manila. This was all his shtick. And it's Trump's shtick. He does the same thing.
Do you think that there's a possibility that he might make himself endearing to you and your family because he knows that you'll go out and you'll make good propaganda pieces for him? Did that ever cross your mind?
Well, by that logic, he should be nice to you also.
I mean, if I was nice to him, I'm sure he would be.
I mean, if all it took, if all it took was Trump having dinner with Maggie Haberman and she'd write a favorable book about him, then that would be a rather easy way to solve our political division.
You mean kind of like the meals that he's had with Bill Maher, where Bill Maher has come out and said amazing things about him?
Probably because Bill Maher saw him up close for the first time and realized this is actually a pretty nice guy.
Or maybe because Donald Trump is a con artist who's made all of his money in...
Or I don't know, he learned to separate the man from the politics. I mean, you could like a person personally, you can hate his politics. It's like that's what I was meant with my Lindsey Graham post. Like, yo, I low-key hated Lindsey Graham's politics, but as a person, I don't hate him at all. It is what it is. So yeah, you can separate a man from his politics, and it's foolish if you don't, because at a certain point, you're just looking for a reason to hate him.
Reality TV and not.
Look.
I mean, if all it took was Trump having dinner with Maggie Haberman and she'd write a favorable book about him, then that would be a rather easy way to solve our political divisions.
You mean kind of like the meals that he's had with Bill Maher? Will Bill Maher has come out and said amazing things about him?
Probably because Bill Maher saw him up close for the first time and realized this is actually a pretty nice guy.
Or maybe because Donald Trump is a con artist who's made all of his money in reality TV and not real estate, and he makes a living by making strong impersonations on people like you and Bill Maher to get them to say nice things about him. I don't really care about Trump interpersonally, as a human being. I don't know why anybody would. We should care about him in his capacity as the president of the United States of America. If you're telling me that interpersonally he's this nice, humble man, but as the president, he's prone to exaggeration and falsehood, why would I care about how nice he is when you're playing bingo or cards? I care about him when he's speaking in his capacity as president of the United States.
The falsehood we're talking about is exaggeration, trolling, bombast. And
I don't really care about, how Trump is as a person. I care about how he is as the leader of the free world, as the leader of the United States, the president. It's like, that's all I really care about.
Trump is so manifestly doing this
He's
that I think
qualified to be president, I guess.
Well, I mean, look, here's what Trump will say. Trump will say something like, if the 2020 election hadn't been stolen, I could probably have won California. This is
maybe that, but
manifestly
like
untrue.
10 times slower, I guess.
Trump actually knows it's untrue. But Trump is doing it because he knows the triggering effect it will have for him to say it. And that's why he says it. And that's why I support him saying it.
So it's okay to lie as long as you trigger people hard enough? Is that the rule that we're supposed to take?
No.
That's
Again,
essentially what you said, because you're saying he's just triggering people. He triggered his own side into a massive riot at the Capitol on January 6th. So I don't know what you mean when you say...
This is like Vogue magazine saying.
Now, it's actually crazy. I love how he kind of he kind of didn't say it was an insurrection anymore. I love how some people are now conceding that argument, because I remember he got completely destroyed by Andrew Wilson on was January 6th an insurrection. He completely got cooked on it. So now you see he's kind of watered his whole, I guess his opinion on January 6th. It's like, what you mean? Yeah, he incited a riot. Yeah, back in the day, Destiny would have said it was an insurrection, but now it's just a riot. And that's fair.
Michelle Obama is the most beautiful woman in America, right? Everybody knows it's false. Everybody knows it's a lie. Or Dylan McVaney is actually a gorgeous woman. This kind of...
Is this the same lie that Donald Trump tells us when he says he loves his beautiful wife?
Nah, facts though. Shout out to my man Jay. He said Destiny gonna lose if they leave the Iran topic. No, literally, because that's probably the best topic he got, to be quite honest with you. But we'll see what else. But no, I do believe that as well. He's gonna keep him on this Iran topic for a while, just cause it's like, bro, it's hard for anybody on the right to defend. And if they try to, I guess they tend to get insulting. Shout out to Dinesh Kazuza though, not so much. But people in the chat, they be losing their shit. But shout out to my man Jay. I think I misspoke. Hold on now. Did I say that Andrew Wilson destroyed by Andrew Wilson? No. Yeah. Destiny got destroyed by Andrew Wilson on the definition of insurrection. Let's just be real.
When he was fucking a porn star, when she was at home taking care of their newborn child? I mean, what do you mean? We could, come on. Donald Trump is not a beacon of morality.
No one says that Trump hasn't been a playboy in his earlier days, but
such a playboy that he had to pay her for sex? Yikes.
Well, we can. A lot of this stuff is claims and counterclaims, and we also live in a system, unfortunately, where even juries have become untrustworthy in a polarized environment. Yeah. A case in point is the January 6th defendants. Most of those guys went before absolutely one-sided juries. 11 out of 12 Democrats, not a jury of their peers. Again, should they have broken into the Capitol? No. But were they over-prosecuted, over-punished? People actually took their lives over this incident, committed suicide.
Guys, you got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements? Please super chat it in. If you want to try to rage bait me in the chat, I'm just going to, ban you from the stream. It is what it is. Or really from the chat. So you can just sit there and watch.
Biden administration did that to them. And it did that to them, really, why? Because many of those people were white, male, Christian and conservative.
I think it was probably because they were
That's
riding
why
at
they
the
were treated
Capitol.
that way.
I think it was probably because they were riding at the Capitol with an attempt to overturn the results of the last election. I think it's probably more likely what was going on there.
How were they going to overturn those results? Tell me.
By preventing the certification of the vote.
Couldn't they meet tomorrow and do it?
I don't know how long they could have prevented it for.
Are you actually suggesting that these guys who went to the Capitol would occupy the Capitol, and then when the police showed up and the military showed up, they would nevertheless hold the Capitol and prevent the transition of power? I mean, what you're telling me just sounds like another one of
fanciful
cocoon of subverting the government, overthrowing the election. The thing is, you repeat this bullshit to yourself for years, and then you come to believe it. Those people who went there were screaming at their representatives to do something to investigate the facts of the matter, which they never did.
Yeah, the facts of the matter were investigated.
They were
Donald
not.
Trump and Sidney Powell and
rubbish.
Giuliani, I agree, were rubbish. They lost every single court case they brought.
Not a single court case looked at them. Name one court case that looked at the merits.
What do you mean?
Did a single court case actually investigate the factual question?
First of all,
No.
over half of them did. Yes, number one. Number two, if you can't make standing on a case, why should somebody even hear the merits?
There you go. So I'll tell you why. Because what the courts did, and courts are understandably...
Can you explain what is
let
standing?
me answer.
Explain what standing is and what merits are for the
Certainly.
audience, I guess. Tell us.
Standing means you have to have a legitimate position to bring a case.
So
right?
how
Hold
do you
on.
have a case with the merits
can I
and no
answer?
standing?
Well, just to be
You
sure,
asked me a question.
Yeah, I'm curious. How do you have a case that has merits and nobody with standing can bring the
Just
case?
to be sure,
Oh, okay.
just to be sure, do you feel like you got enough time to answer that one?
Well, let me just spell. Here's the thing about standing. The truth about standing is every citizen has a stake in the election. And so you would think that any citizen who brought a case on this matter, you'd be like, okay, let's look at it. Right? There were a lot of, by the way, suggestive reasons. It's not as if this just came out of nowhere. The windows boarded up, stopping 5 places, stopped the count within a few seconds of each other. Think about this. Supposedly each state is conducting their own count. And yet they all stop the count at the same time. And to this day, you don't know, and I don't know, and he doesn't know who gave the order.
That's not true. None of this even happened.
Who gave the order?
The idea that all the states stopped counting at the same
They
time.
all
is not
stopped
even
counting
true.
within a few seconds of each other.
No, they literally not.
Okay.
Literally
so
at
why
different
is it
time
the
zones
case
for
then that
polls
Trump was
close at
meeting?
different dates? None of this is true, but okay. There's a reason why you guys can't point to any court documents, any filings, anything that demonstrates the truthfulness of anything. It's why the only guys that defend this idea are the crazy My Pillow dude who sells pillows for $14.88 on his.
I mean, that's fair. I'm not even going to lie, though. There isn't enough proof to make any substantial claim that the 2020 election was stolen. Even when Trump came out and said, oh, we got all this proof, and here it is. China stole the election, but we can't even give you a paper trail on how they did it.
Website, Mike Lindell. Yeah, we can watch the video. We can watch. There's hours of footage of Sidney Powell lying to people, lying to these committees that are listening to them talk about all the fake votes. We can see the State Farm Arena footage where she says, we don't know where the boxes came from. They were literally counting them. They put them under the table and then they brought them back out. The full video footage exists. There's a reason why they can't even make standing on these cases. You are right. There were a lot of people that would have had standing to bring these types of cases, but none of the cases had good merits. And the judges knew that people like you who had nice interactions with Trump would be doing propaganda for him. Even the ones that were thrown out on standing, the judges addressed the merits of those cases. If you'd read a single one of those decisions, you would have actually seen that. They had the ability to make all of this evidence public. Sidney Powell, Giuliani, where is it? Where is all of the investigation? Where's all of the public evidence for all of the Tina Peters people they had digging through these machines in the background? Notice that there is not a scintilla of positive evidence that there was a single vote that was actually changed or rigged or anything improper happened anywhere. Why did they lose on every single court case, even when there were judges that were looking over this that were Trump nominated, Trump appointed judges?
Yeah. So the judges were scared to get into it because a judge, by and large, is in the judicial lane and they don't want to second guess an election process. It's too complicated. They've never done it before.
Remember Bush v. Gore?
Let me
What
finish.
about Bush
Hold
v.
on.
Gore?
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Let me give you the big picture here that I think will convince reasonable people that something fishy happened in a big way. I'm not talking about 10 guys from a nursing home. So Obama got 65 million votes in 2008. He got between 65 and 68 million votes in 2008 and 2012, his 2 elections. Hillary got about the same number of votes, about 65 million votes. Kamala Harris years later, with a demographic shift in the country, got close to 75 million votes. Now, Joe Biden in the middle, Joe Biden, what's my middle name, Biden, gets 81 million votes, which means that 15 million more votes than Obama mysteriously showed up for Biden, and promptly 6 million of them at a minimum vanished even after the 2020 election. So Biden, the guy who can't raise $100 to build his library because everybody basically considers him to be a vegetable and a pawn. This Biden is evidently the most popular figure in U.S. history, surpassing Obama and every other Democrat.
How many votes did Trump get in that election?
Which election?
The one that Biden got the most votes.
Trump got about 65 million.
Okay, how is it the case that under Donald Trump's presidency, where he is in control of everything, somehow he is able to rig it so that Biden gets more votes, or Biden's able to rig it while Trump is president?
Yeah.
But then when Biden is in office, how is it that he's not able to rig it so that Kamala Harris, his vice president, wins the next election?
Well, I'll give you two answers to that question. The first one, you already know, but you're pretending not to remember. COVID gave the Democrats a chance to change.
Who was the president during COVID?
But it doesn't matter
who was the president during COVID.
Who makes the rules of elections? The states do. Where was all the rigging?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. Yeah, it's Iran and the 2020 election. That's a losing debate for Republicans. Let's be real, because there really is no substantial proof. Like, dog, I hear you. The ballot stuffing on camera. Yeah, no substantial proof that actually made it. It actually was counted. That's the problem. Like, there is no substantial proof that the 2020 election was stolen, as much as, we sit there and we like to believe it. But I mean, unless they want to really give a real argument besides, oh, China did it, but it did it so slick, slow, smooth that you can't trace it, then I'm sorry. There really is no argument here.
All occurred in Fulton County. It occurred in Phoenix, Arizona.
And they couldn't rig it again in 2024?
Philadelphia. So my point is, this is where the rigging occurred.
No, with no evidence, no proof, and it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean no evidence?
You know it's ridiculous, right? So the Democrats were able to rig it under a Republican president, but the Republicans can't rig it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then, not to mention the fact that the crazy story that you're telling, there's no facts or there's no proof for literally any of it. Despite all of this, despite the fact that Donald Trump has, by the way, he said every single election since like 2008 has been rigged.
Guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, man. We got over 600 y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way, and subscribe to the channel, especially if you've been watching over 10 minutes. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, please super chat it in, guys. Appreciate the support.
In 2016, and he put together a committee to try to find all the rigging. He found absolutely nothing. He's come in recently and he tried to find evidence of all the rigging, and he's found absolutely nothing, despite him sending his weirdo FBI agents and Tulsi Gabbard to Fulton County and all these other places to try to seize ballot boxes or try to seize voter rolls. We still have absolutely no proof whatsoever that the 2020 election was rigged, despite all of you guys repeating it over and over and over again. And I hear this crying about standing and crying about they didn't look at the merits. The reality is there's just no good evidence. And you know how we know that more than anything else? We know that because, one, every single anchor at Fox News knew that all of the vote rigging claims were bullshit. We saw that leak in the Dominion lawsuit. And we know that because we haven't seen any of the evidence publicly. We saw the same 3 videos played over and over again that were debunked literally 12 hours after they came out, and nothing new has come out since then.
Well, you're stating as fact things that are not fact. What the judges basically said is this: if you brought the case before the election, they go, well, the election hasn't happened, and so it's premature to bring the case. If you brought the case after the election, they go, oh, it's moot. The election's already occurred. So in either case, they denied standing.
No, that's
they denied
not
standing.
true.
It is true.
That,
they denied
clear,
standing
no.
beforehand because it's premature, and they denied standing after because it's already done. It's a done deal.
The reason why they were denying it is because Republicans were trying to say that they didn't like the rule changes only in the states after they lost the elections. For you to contest for you to contest a rule change after you lose obviously makes it look like you didn't really care much about the rule change. All you cared about was the fact that you lost the election. The proper time to challenge those rule changes would have been through your state parliaments prior to the actual election itself. You can't wait till the election happens, say you don't like the rules because you don't like the results, and then the only remedy that you offer the court is to throw out the results of that election. That's absolutely insane.
It's not insane. If a rule has been changed that is unconstitutional according to the state law, the election should be thrown out. That is actually the law.
Then they should have challenged it.
Hold on.
Before then.
They did challenge it. The law says this. look, I mean, I made a movie about this. I know.
Yeah, and I don't think you know how the governments work. all their parliaments have to, or all their state assemblies or their state legislatures have to do is change the rule or the law. Then that's all they have to do.
Right,
It's not that
but
hard.
the state assemblies in Philadelphia and in controlled by the Democrats. The state assembly in Wisconsin is controlled by the Democrats.
It's all controlled by the Democrats.
Yeah,
then
that's why
then-
they
then-
rigged the procedures where they could rig them.
If it's all controlled by the Democrats, then it sounds like they had exactly the rules they wanted. So how can you say that the rules themselves were bad?
Because the rules were made under COVID to make it easy to cheat. So, for example,
With no
why would
proof.
you be counting ballots after election day? Answer, it gives you more chance to cheat. In fact, it gives you more chance to know what the margin is and how many cheating votes need to be supplied. That is a very suspicious rule to make. Why would Democrats oppose cleaning up voter rolls? Because they know the voter rolls are completely padded with fake names. If you today, let's say you live in Texas and you move to Louisiana tomorrow, every government agency will know about it. The DMV will know, the tax authorities will know, the people in the new state will know. They'll be sending you bills. The one person who will not know are the voter rolls. Your name will remain on the voter rolls here. It will be added to the voter rolls there. You are now living in, think about it, in your lifetime, how many states you've lived in. There's a very good chance your name is on 7 or 8 voter rolls. And if the states try to clean them up, Democrats will file lawsuit after lawsuit to block it. Why? Because they're the party of cheating. Therefore, every time I read an article, there are 7 ways to fix our elections. It's very hard to fix our elections when one party has a vested interest. Recently, a leading Democrat, I think Elisa Slotkin, said, if you have voter ID, Democrats will never win another election. What does that tell you?
I hope that.
I mean, that's your theory, and I mean, trust me, we would love for have election integrity. We'd love for the SAVE Act to pass, but sadly, we just don't got the votes. So maybe we should just move on with other things like housing affordability, like that, instead of trying to fuse in the SAVE Act, which is holding things up. But trust me, I want election integrity, but the Dems are kind of fighting us on it. I know, I get it. Set. They want to cheat. And, well, be real with you, you're low-key right, but they're fighting us on it. Apparently, they don't want to have one standard for voting.
One day conservatives can come back to reality. These are all really wonderful stories, but again, like history just disagrees with you. Like you can spin all the stories you want, but the reality is that Donald Trump controls the government more than he ever has before. Where is the voter fraud evidence? It's nowhere. Donald Trump was president for 4 years when he claimed that there was rigging in the election, even that he said that he won because he lost the popular vote by 3 million votes. He claimed that there were millions of people that voted illegally. There are not tens of thousands, not even 100,000, but millions of illegal votes. And somehow, through all the Trump-appointed judges, through the Trump-friendly, some legislatures, through Trump-friendly politicians, through Trump-biased prosecutors, none of that evidence ever found its way in front of the American people. All the pieces of evidence that found their way in front of the American people, all of them were lies that were all debunked within 12 hours, many of which he repeated on January 6th in front of his audience. So
You're
I hope
adopting
that
the
someday we
Wikipedia
have,
strategy where something is debunked if, like, Salon says it is.
I consider it debunked when a prosecutor tries to bring it before a judge and the judge says, sorry, you have absolutely nothing here. That's what I consider debunked. Now,
Right,
I
and
know in
that-
your eyes it's not debunked until it shows up on whitehouse.gov and Donald Trump says that it's not true. But for the rest of us that are following the actual process and procedure, I think that the process and procedure is pretty important.
I agree. And I'm not saying that Joe Biden, I mean, this was an election legally stolen. Okay. And so Trump exited the White House because he realized that the theft was successful.
Even that phrase, if it was legally stolen, then why would you challenge it in court?
Because judges, look, it is an
If it
open.
was legally
hold on.
stolen, why
it
would
is
you
an
challenge it in
open.
court?
I'll tell you why.
None of this story makes
It
sense.
is an open secret of our elections. Let's take a judge, okay? And let's say the judge is now aware that large numbers of ballots went to homeless shelters, okay? Somebody else, not the homeless people, filled out all those ballots, voting for all the homeless people in exchange for $10 or a glass or a thing of beer. This happens all the time. This is, for example, an industry in San Francisco. But the judge is like, it would take me 2 years to bring these homeless people in. I would have to conduct a fact-finding investigation on my own. I am reluctant to meddle in an election process that belongs in the legislature.
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man, Jed. He says, I'm sorry, but if people are going to lie about what gender they are, nothing but lies all around, so there's no horror system for mail-in voting, like, to work nowadays, it's like, yeah, that is crazy. I'll give you that one. It's like, that is wild. Oh, and shout out to my man, Jed. Whoop. But I'm gonna be real with you. No, in some states you're right. There really is no honor system into like honestly, our election. If you're telling me that honestly, you can get a dog on the voting roll, or you can lie about your gender, all this crazy stuff. It's like honestly, we do just need to go ahead, look, show some identification, show us you're an actual U.S. citizen. That may be, you may have to bring in yours. What was it, ID? Well, it's gonna have to be more than ID. You might have to bring in that social security, passport, birth certificate, something that proves that you're a U.S. citizen. Or maybe we can do some type of thing online, but I know how people feel about putting their personal information online. Yeah, I feel you.
Legislative branch. This is why judges pretend to look at the evidence while in fact looking for a way to kick the case out, even if they know the election is stolen.
It's not a judge's job.
It's a jurisdictional issue.
It's not a judge's job to go out and look for evidence. That's the prosecutor's
I'm not saying they have to look for evidence.
That's the civil plaintiff's job, is to go out and find evidence. You know this because you tried to find evidence with your film 2000
And I
Mules.
did find evidence.
You didn't. I watched it all. You failed.
You watched it all. Yeah,
Yes,
really.
I
That's
did, and you
because
didn't
you were
find
on the
anything.
side that was doing the cheating. You're like, I don't see any evidence right here. As a member of the Bank Robbers USA,
I actually did watch the D'Souza's video where he's just exposing the ballot stuffing, how poor people were being taken advantage of, getting paid to stuff the ballots into these voting boxes. And that's pretty much what D'Souza proved, that they already produced ballot stuffing. The problem is, though, could he prove that stole the election? That's the main thing. You proved that there were ballot stuffing, but there were those ballots, legit enough to get passed, and it actually helped Joe Biden secure the election. I know some of you are saying, of course it did. Well, not really. It just suggested it, not definitively prove it.
I don't see the guy coming into the back door of the bank. That's probably a faked video.
It's not a fake video. I watched the video. You found people with suspicious routes, and you didn't show a single person that had been engaged in the fraud that you said that they were suspicious of being engaged in.
The thrust of the evidence had to do
Hold
with.
on now, he actually did interview an old lady who said she was being paid to stuff ballots. I mean, you can actually go watch the documentary for yourself.
Electronic geo-tracking. Cell phone geo-tracking is one of the most reliable ways that people are convicted in this country today. It was used in the Koberger trial. It's used every day by law enforcement. We were able to place thousands of mules at 10 or more drop boxes. 10 or more, not 2, not 3. Even if you're dropping off votes to your family member, you have no reason to go to 10 drop boxes.
These drop boxes are along commonly traveled routes. These drop boxes are sometimes next to post stations. You could have been tracking USPS workers for all you know. That's why, despite the fact that you have these thousands of geo-tracked cell phones, you couldn't find a single one of these people that were dropping off ballots at multiple boxes. Just a couple of these people would have made that 100 times more explosive, but you couldn't even find one.
First of all, that's not true. I don't necessarily want to go down this road.
You did find a couple. They sued you and they won.
No, they didn't sue me and they haven't
won. Aside from the people that sued you and won over you claiming they were
you're just
ballot
making
harvesting.
up stuff now. There's one case that is in litigation. So yes, I am being sued over it, but the case hasn't been resolved. So for that reason, I'm reluctant to go into specifics. It's just the nature of litigation. But I can talk about the geo-tracking evidence. In geo-tracking, by the way, you can create a map where if a cell phone is moving and it goes past a drop box, that's completely different from a cell phone pausing at a drop box and then moving on to the next drop box. Not all drop boxes are in public locations. A lot of them were placed on side streets. You had to get off the highway, go to the box. So the canard that, hey, I'm a regular jogger and I happen to go by these 10 drop boxes, that's not what's going on here. And we're not talking about one guy doing it. If one guy goes, listen, I've got a weird habit. I like to, whenever I see a drop box, I like to have a cigarette. We're talking about 2,000 mules.
2,000 mules.
And
Where
this
is
is
the
not
video
convincing.
footage? Where's the
evidence.
video footage of them? Where's the video footage of the same person moving to multiple drop boxes then? Just a couple.
Right. First of all, I do have the same person have more than one drop box.
Why weren't they in the film?
They are in the film.
They aren't.
They are in the film. I have the same guy in different outfits
going to the
on
same
different
Dropbox.
occasions.
The same Dropbox. And that one guy was from an old person's home because that's one of the people that sued you guys. That's why the film got removed from the publishing website that it was originally on. I'm familiar with the case. Yes.
You're misrepresenting the case. We never claimed that guy. That's a different situation with that guy. I'm saying we have film of the same guy on more than one occasion. So if someone has seen, first of all, let's back up for a moment. Most of these states, most of the Democratic
the same
states,
guy going to multiple boxes is not in the film. You can watch the film.
most of the Democratic states did not do surveillance because they
the
realized
state doesn't have to. You can have a gas station with a camera set up. You can have a bank with cameras set up outside. There's a million different.
the election
Democrats
rules
banned
say
all
that you
video
should have
surveillance.
24. The election rules say you should have 24-hour surveillance of the drop boxes. That is in the election guidelines, but guidelines are rules.
I'll be real with you. In that movie or that documentary, he showed about maybe like 5 mules, not 2,000. He showed 5 and they were admitting to being paid and all that good stuff, but not no 2,000 though. You do got to like single the amount if you're saying that, oh no, there's 2,000 mules interfering in this election.
A lot of the states did have drop boxes. Some of them turned off the camera on the drop box. Some of them deliberately pointed the camera not at the drop
now
box.
the Epstein guy was in charge of the cameras for the Dropbox.
I'm not saying it's an Epstein
We have
guy.
no evidence of any of this. This would have been a good argument to make in the film, but you didn't make any of these arguments in the film. The cameras were turned on and off.
We use footage when the camera is pointed at the Dropbox. But if a camera is pointed at a tree, it doesn't work in a film because all you see is the tree and you can't actually see the Dropbox. So I'm just telling you the factual infrastructure around all this. The Democrats, by the way, if you ask them, can you give us the surveillance footage for the states? They will bill you thousands of dollars. They will take months to provide it. And why? If it was all on the up and up, it's all transparent, why don't you put all the surveillance footage online? Why don't you let the American people see what happened actually in real time at all these? What is the reason for concealing all this evidence if it's all according to you on the up and up?
I want to, if Stephen,
why would you?
If you want to give a pithy response, I can give you a chance because I know it didn't estimate a number of points there, but I also do want to because we only have about 27 minutes left.
Sure, I can think of a million reasons why you wouldn't want every single publicly recorded camera to have all of that footage placed online because people probably wouldn't want to feel like you're being tracked or stalked by people that are looking to try to find them in public cameras.
But we have public cameras now, and what I'm saying is voting is a public act. In
some ways, it's a very private act. Nobody should know what your vote is.
It's a private act if it's behind a curtain at a voting facility. The whole point of having, all the safeguards of voting.
You're trying to, hold on, I want to follow that, but you realize like halfway through that was a ridiculous comparison, right? The idea of the closed curtain is the same thing as writing in your mail-in ballot. It's a private vote. Nobody has a right to know.
It's not true. Let me put it this way. Let me prove to you why what you're saying is idiotic.
Okay.
If I go to vote at let's say the post office, so if I go to a school where they're conducting votes, right, and they hand me my ballot, and I go inside the little cubicle, and then I come rushing out, and I tell the people, hey, listen, guys, I just remembered I've got something really important to do. I want to take my ballot with me. I'll fill it out. I'll come back and drop it off later. Would they allow it? No. They'd be like, we can't trust you. You can't leave this facility. Who knows what's going to happen the moment you step out of here? That's basically mail-in balloting.
Then why hasn't Trump made it illegal yet?
Trump can't make it illegal.
Why has Trump himself voted with mail-in ballots?
Trump does not have.
Why hasn't Trump found any of the voter fraud that he claims? If they're states' rules, then it's a states' rights issue. Then leave it to the states to figure it out. If you don't like how they do it, Texas v. Pennsylvania, they lost that case there. You don't have a right to tell another state how to do their vote. Sometimes I notice that states' rights are very important to conservatives. Other times they seem not to care. But
go deeper on this.
I mean, I'll be real with you. I hear that point all the time. It's like, what about state rights? And I'm like, yeah, I hear you on state rights, but if we can't trust some of these states to have election integrity, then maybe we do need to make it one national standard system or a national code to elections, so we can just nip this all in the butt. But apparently, you got some argument of state rights when it benefits you, so it is what it is. And I'll give it to you. I mean, all right, state rights, you got it.
But confusing, I'll just finish my point. You're confusing what states have the power to do or the right to do with the vulnerabilities in our system, regardless of who does it. Mail-in balloting is less safe than voting in person. That's a fact. You want to camouflage that fact, so you're now changing it to a jurisdictional issue of who has the power. I agree states have the power, but I think states should limit mail-in balloting to people who are sick, people who are traveling out of the country. There should be the possibility of doing it.
Sure, let's limit it to
not.
The sick people are traveling. How do you prove that you're sick? Do I have to send in a positive
How do you think we
COVID
did
test?
absentee balloting in this country for the last 100 years?
You request a ballot and they send it to you. You think you have to send him a doctor's note along with your ballot that the guy has to check out and then call your principal to make sure that you're actually sick and you weren't just playing hooky?
The system was based on a certain degree of public trust, but the truth of it was this. The truth of it was that mail-in balloting or absentee voting was a tiny percentage, 3 or 4% of the overall vote. When it becomes 30 or 40%, think of the rampant opportunities for cheating.
It was that way during COVID because people were afraid of getting sick.
Correct. And it was exploited. That's why Jane Fonda said COVID was God's gift to the left. And what she meant by it is it gave us the chance to steal the election.
What do you think? I'm just curious.
I hate to do it just because we've covered the topic so deeply. Is a couple of example questions. These are optional. You don't have to take these questions. But in terms of covering other topics, one would be executive power. Has Trump used presidential authority legitimately to overcome an unaccountable bureaucracy or dangerously weakened?
Yo, and shout out to my man Jed. He's like, I just have a hard time believing the same party that wanted lockdowns and forced lockdowns on people got 81 million plus votes for Biden in that same year. I mean, yeah, that's actually a pretty damn good point. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, look, I got my questions about the election too, but I'm gonna be real with you until they just put up some real proof. Hey, it is what it is. Because remember what Trump did. Trump low-key BS'd us when he says, oh, don't worry, I got groundbreaking proof about the election. Came out, said that China's been interfering in it, but they're doing it so slick, so smooth that we just can't trace it. So a huge nothing burger. So like I said, it's until they give us something concrete. I mean, what can I say? There's no proof that the 2020 election got stolen. I mean, we got some leads. We got some leads, but nothing concrete.
Checks and balance.
Oh, shout out to my man Jack. You know what? I'll even be fair and say no proof that's been accepted by a court. Let's just say that. No proof that's been accepted by a court. Because, I mean, look, for all you know, we could probably show these guys them directly doing it, and they'll sit there and be like, not enough. Not enough for me. And you know what? I kind of hear them out when they say, you know, you only showed us about 5 to maybe 10 mules, which is bad, but it's not 2,000, and this wouldn't be enough to overthrow the election. But I mean, hey, that'll be their argument.
Or we could cover the economy, namely whether or not ordinary Americans are better off today compared to when Trump took office.
I did.
I'll take both very quickly, and then you can go after me. So I'll start with the first one. Just remember what the Democrats and the left said about Trump, and still say about Trump. He's a fascist. He has no sense of the limits of power.
And trust me, I did investigate it, especially when it came to the mail-in voting angle, the mule angle, the tapping into the voter machine angle, and all of it is just, well, it's all speculation. I mean, there's something there, but nothing is concrete, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I went down every avenue and nothing definitively proves that election was stolen. There's things to make you believe it, but nothing concrete, though. It's like make you suspicious, but not like, okay, no, this is for sure. And suspicion, isn't proof.
He will run roughshod over the judges. He will do whatever he wants. He will go after his political opponents. Now, here's the fact. There have been numerous judicial rulings that have gone against Trump. There have been MAGA conservatives who have urged Trump, ignore the ruling. Just go ahead and do what you want. The judges are wrong. They don't have the power to do it. Every single ruling that has been made against Trump, the Trump administration has complied with. So you got to stop this, stop it. You got to bring this criminal illegal back, bring him back. In every case, Trump has shown himself hedged in by the rule of law. So has he exceeded his power? No. He's used his power, his executive power, the same way Biden did, the same way Obama did. Yes, he has made executive decisions, but when those decisions have been struck down by courts, Trump is basically, he might appeal it, but that is called following the system. Now, are you better off than you were under Biden?
Well, can we do these? Let's do these. Can we do them one at a time?
Okay, yeah, go for it.
I got to try the strategy of just making stuff up all the time. I guess it seems like an effective way.
Name one court decision that Trump has flouted.
The tariff one. He said that he was going to do tariffs and other means possible. He listed like 12 other laws by which he could do tariffs.
Because Trump has other forms of authority to do
I'm
tariffs.
Just saying, I just named one and I'm doing it.
The tariff power
has no
is
respect for the rule of law.
legislative.
Donald Trump is constantly attacking our judicial system.
You mean rhetorically?
It's enough to get you to say that all the election results were fake, despite all the.
I'm not saying it because of Trump. I've looked at it myself.
Not just rhetorically. We can look at the fact that we're still at war with Iran.
In fact, I don't
the fact that we
make.
didn't get a vote on it. We can look at the fact that he tried to sneak the Alien Enemies Act in on a Friday night so that he could fly people out of the country. And he did that just trying to escape any kind of judicial review on it. We can see with how they refuse to appoint real attorneys. Lindsay Halligan has gotten thrown out of her appointed position over and over and over again because they refuse to appoint or actually get a Senate confirmation on a new prosecutor there. And they're trying to say that the 90-day limit can actually be reset every single time you appoint a new person. I mean, we can look at example after example after example of Donald Trump abusing the powers of the White House, of him ignoring the executive agencies that exist under him. We went to war with Iran while the head of our intelligence community, Tulsi Gabbard, says that the White House all but didn't consult basically essentially at all the intelligence committee on whether or not they should have actually gone to war there. I mean, we can see the amount of political prosecution that's happening. We've got the crazy indictments on Comey. We've got a DOJ that is just completely and totally out of control. We've got a dismissal on things that all of us should agree as Americans we don't want here, like Russian propaganda through the form of Tenet Media. We see that Donald Trump dismisses all of these things that are in favor of helping his allies, and we see him attacking his adversaries. I mean, geez, what equivalent past president on the Democratic side or the Republican side has gone onto a social media account and said, here's the prosecutor I want, Lindsay Halligan. Here are the 3 people that I want indicted. I think it was Bolton, Comey, and Letitia James, and then seeing the actual DOJ follow through on that. When has that ever happened in U.S. history before?
Yeah, well, I know it's happened in U.S. history before because it happened to me under Obama.
Yeah, that's
I make a film about Obama.
No.
And 5 weeks later, the FBI is banging on my door.
On week though, he's like, we all know OJ did it, but not enough proof. I ain't gonna lie, unpopular opinion. I think his son did it, bro. I think that's why the glove couldn't fit because the son actually did it. That's why the glove couldn't fit because the glove was actually his son's. And I think that he showed up to the scene to pretty much cover up for his son because he knew that, all right, well, I didn't do it. They're not gonna be able to trace the evidence back to me, nor is it gonna be able to trace his glove, but I'll go ahead and take the hit because you see how willingly he just went along with everything. And it's like, I don't know, that's just my wild conspiracy on the matter. I honestly think it was O.J. Simpson's son that killed his wife because he always had mental problems, anger problems. Like, look him up. It's kind of wild. But yeah, that's my personal opinion.
I am aware that there was direct communication from the Holder justice to Bar Mitzvah, where Holder described himself as Obama's wingman. How do I know Obama was pissed off about my film? Because he was attacking me daily on his website, otherwise called BarackObama.com. So the truth of it is I upset him. And I upset him not just because I criticized Obamacare. I'm not saying any of that. I went into his world. I showed.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to my man, Jed. Appreciate his support. All right, though, back to it.
His crazy family. I interviewed his brother in the slums of Nairobi. I juxtaposed this guy living in third world slumdog millionaire conditions with Obama claiming that we are our brother's keeper. I basically exposed his hypocrisy, his narcissism. And so I ticked him off. And he was like, get this guy, find something on him. And so I was prosecuted for an offense that no American has ever been prosecuted for in this country's history for doing what I did. So there you go.
What was the offense?
What the offense was donating $20,000 of my own money to a longtime college friend of mine running in an election in which she had no chance because I was guilty that I couldn't do more to help her campaign. I felt bad. Now, the campaign finance laws exist for a reason, usually to punish quid pro quo. Had I given her the money and said, if you're elected, I want to be a judge, or I have a business and I'm courting a tax break, people have been prosecuted rightly for that. But no American in the country's history, a first-time offender, for giving 20 grand of their own money. Think about it. People like Soros give millions through PACs. So normally it's you get a fine, you get a warning. But the government, I sat down across from the lawyers of the SDNY. If they could have put me in jail for 20 years for doing what I did, they would have done it. They were talking about the fact that if you don't plead to this, we will hit you with mail fraud. And this is what they mean by mail fraud, putting a check in the mail. We'll hit you with bank fraud. And here's what they mean by bank fraud, taking my own 20 grand out of my own bank account. That's the bank fraud.
Was that really the bank fraud, or was it the fact that you were trying to conceal the extra $10,000 you donated by passing it through to family friends?
No,
You
I
passed it through to two
wasn't
other people.
concealing
The
it.
reason why it was going to be a mail fraud or wire fraud is because you were sending them checks. You were lying about what the checks were for because you knew that you were breaking the law, and you had another couple donate $10,000 on your behalf.
Right. Well, I had two people that I knew. I told them openly. I go, "Do you
They
like
were helping
Wendy
you
Long?"
break the law. You knew that, but why didn't you just donate the $20,000 yourself?
Because there was right. So I
because you knew it was illegal. Yes.
No,
that's why you prosecuted you for
thought it. No, I thought it was a clever way to get around the campaign finance
Yes,
limit.
that's called breaking the law.
I admit
That's
it.
like if I go to Walmart, if I put a Kit Kat bar in my pocket, that's a
Okay.
clever way of getting candy bars without paying for it. Yes.
Right. And do you think that somebody who takes candy bars without paying for it now, the person who takes candy bars without paying,
Bro, I'm so weak. It's like, well, he got you there, but yeah. And
for it is taking somebody else's money. We're talking about giving my own money, right? So we're now talking about me giving away too much of my own money. I mean, you should have seen when I went to the confinement center with hardened criminals. They're like, "What'd you do, man?" I'm like, "I gave away too much of my own money." They were like, "You're shitting me," right? They're like, "What'd you get?" I'm like, "I got 5 years of probation." This guy goes, "Well, I'm a drug smuggler. I got 2 years of probation." In other words,
he should have waited to do it until Trump was in office, and then Trump could have just pardoned him, like he seems to do with all of his criminal friends. Regardless, you can sit here and make
Well,
jokes
what I'm
about it. If you
saying
don't
is,
like
do
the
you-
law, that's fine. But there was a campaign finance law
Yes.
that limits you to $5,000 for an individual contribution, $10,000 for couples.
Correct.
And you tried to get around that law. Now, as for a quid pro quo, you don't necessarily have to allege that. But the allegation was that the group of friends that you were hanging out in, you mentioned that film about Obama. One of the people that was hanging out in that group of friends that was friends with the politician running that you had managed to illegally donate through a roundabout way, an extra $10,000 to, that person that was in that group of people was one of the primary funders of that film that you made about Obama. Now, I'm not saying that
That's
Obama went
because
after
Wendy
you
and
because
I
of the
have friends
primary
in common.
funding of the
We're-
film or
we
whatever.
come out of
I'm saying you very
darkness
clearly and
together.
openly broke a law that you knew was a law. You saying here that you were trying to cleverly
I'm
get
not
around
saying-
it demonstrates the mens rea, the criminal intent to get around a law that you knew existed, and you knew this because you'd served on, like, I think it was it was like the campaign finance board or whatever for that, either that same friend or a prior election, so you knew what these laws were. So I mean, you could try to pretend that
right.
like it was a whatever thing. But
I'm
I mean,
not
like, you knew you were
saying-
breaking the law. You got prosecuted for it.
I knew I was trying to get around the law, and I was willing to take any punishment.
hey, yo, I mean, hey, at least he being real about it, but he was trying to, beat around the bush. Yeah, and shout out to my man Cyrus for sending a hiding for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, my friend.
See, with justice, it's not just a matter of did you do it.
Oh yeah, guys, if you just want to support the show and you ain't have too much to say, you can always send a gift. I appreciate those, and make sure to double tap the screen and like the video, guys. Also appreciate the likes as well, and make sure to subscribe to the channel.
If you were speeding, you knew you were speeding. True. But the issue is, A, is the punishment proportionate to the offense? And B, the other people who do the same thing get roughly the same penalty. My whole case was based on selective prosecution, political targeting, and excessive punishment. The same with January 6th. I know a guy who was in the Capitol for 10 minutes. He didn't touch one thing. He stayed within the ropes, and they were trying to go after him on a terrorism charge, and the guy hanged himself. Now, is that considered a proportionate penalty?
What's the guy's name so we can look it up to see if that's all he did afterwards?
His name is Matt. Do you guys remember his name?
No.
His
every single time you guys give one of
his
these
name
people-
is Matthew Parna. Look him up.
Okay, well, look him up, because every time you guys give one of these people, he was there for 10 minutes, he didn't do anything. I look him up, and they're like the most deranged people that were
No.
at the Capitol. They're hanging
Look
from
him
the
up.
rafters, they're running
Look him
around
up right now.
screaming, they're attacking people. Yeah, we'll look him up.
Yeah, look him up.
Now, there's only one wild one that I've seen where somebody got pretty much charged with assaulting a police when he was pretty much like pushed into the police, bumped him, kind of pushed himself off him, and the police like yoked him on the ground. He got hit with a charge of assaulting an officer. And I'm like, well, damn, that's tough. But yeah, bro was literally just pushed into the police, and now he's like, what, getting hit with all these charges?
And then if we go back to Trump's executive use of power,
It's the only one I've ever seen.
anything else you guys want to cover on that topic? Otherwise, we could go to that last question on ordinary Americans.
I mean, Trump seems to not understand the function and the role of government. It seems like he doesn't even use all of his executive agencies. He just runs everything out of the White House. So, I mean, we've never seen a president operate so free from his Congress and free from his own executive agencies before. But
I'm kind of inclined, if you want to respond to Dinesh, we can. Otherwise, we might move into that question of whether or not ordinary Americans are better off compared to when Trump took office.
Yeah, why don't you go first, and I'll go after you.
yeah, I mean, the economy has been, I think, largely buoyed by a lot of the AI and tech stuff, at least insofar as like our 401ks are concerned. So if you have any investment there, you see that number go up. But in terms of the affordability for things around the United States, I don't think Trump has done much to help us at all. I think the whole Iranian war thing has led to an increase in what energy prices would be otherwise. I think that even for this AI tech industry, the White House has shown that it's woefully incompetent when it comes to actually regulating or giving guidelines to that environment for how they should work. We just recently saw this huge turmoil where they're selectively.
No, I'm not gonna lie though. Like the way they kind of like rolled out the data centers, like without having the data centers create their own energy, so they're not drawing on the grid of the American people, thus raising our energy prices and water supply as well. It's like, and here's the thing: they're just now thinking about, oh yeah, more I would say eco-friendly or advanced ways to actually run these data centers. I'm like, yeah, you guys should have did that beforehand, before they became a problem and was raising like cost of living on the American people. Like y'all should have did that first. So I'm not gonna lie, yeah, the rollout was terrible.
Telling certain companies that they can't publish new models or not. Obviously, our relationships with our foreign trading partners, everything are completely in shambles. So, all of the increase in the cost of lumber and everything else has led to an increase in housing prices. We've had to do bailouts for our farmers because of the stupid game we're playing with soybeans and everything between us and Venezuela and China. I mean, it's been a disaster in almost every single measurable way, but I'm sure you're about to tell me why all of that is not true, and there's a good Trump economy right around the corner.
Well, I mean, it's striking to me that when the question is very direct and personal, like, are you better off? This was the Reagan question. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? It is peculiar to answer that question by saying things like, well, our trade deals are out of whack. It's more reasonable to answer this way. Under Biden and Harris, I didn't really have normal free speech rights, which means that on the normal platforms where you get to speak, you would be crushed. And it's not just me. Any ordinary American, millions of people were deplatformed, and the deplatforming was the start of it. Once they deplatform you, left.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I disagree with how, yeah, you're right. The Dems were coercing social media companies to shut down right-wing voices and any type of judgment about the COVID vax. But then, I mean, now you got the Republicans out here trying to push on what? Anti-Semitism laws, or how they pretty much took control of TikTok, and now you can't say anything about Israel without getting on your account taking. I mean, you guys are doing the same damn thing, just on different platforms. I mean, shoot, same thing with X.
This sedition hunters and other people would call your employer and try to get you fired. They would try to ruin you in public. They would try to destroy your reputation in your neighborhood. And your crime was something like, I'm representing Trump, or I posted something on Twitter. And this was enough. So this gives you an idea of the deranged people that were in our government and allied with our government who are doing this to us. If you go down just a simple, basic list of the Bill of Rights, you didn't have the right to free speech. You didn't have the right to free assembly. Your vote was being canceled out or diluted by illegals and cheaters.
I'm gonna be real with you. It's like we really never had free speech, especially with the rising of social media and them pretty much dominating what we would call free speech. And, you know, us being able to get our eyes out there into the public atmosphere. Yeah, it's controlled speech. So if they agree with your speech, great. But if they don't agree with your speech, then they'll either take you off their platform or kill your engagement. So due to these social media platforms, speech is now being controlled, and it's no longer free. It is what it is. But I mean, hey, some people, hey, look, you agree with it when it's to your benefit. I mean, when you don't agree with it, then you call it out. I know, right? The privilege is blind, are they not? And shout out to my man Jet. He's like, it's so retarded that the left wants EV mandates and stop oil. The right wants data centers, which are old ass infrastructure, can't handle either one of them. I know, right? It seems like it'd have been easier if we had spent more time building up our infrastructure and our manufacturing than getting into an Iran war, right? Like, I know, bro, Jet. I'm telling you, it's like and it's crazy how they don't see the light. It's like, bro, we could have just took billions from this, since this is pretty much a waste of time. We're not getting anything out of it. And let's actually go give it to the farmers. Let's give it to the energy companies so they can build better infrastructure that's more sustainable and more, I guess, efficient. So we can start paying lower on gas, on energy price altogether, and gas as well. But hey, apparently war with Iran is more important than the American people.
Voting on your behalf. Essentially, you didn't have a right to freedom of religion because your church was shut down under COVID, and while bars and other places were left open. So by and large, what I'm saying is, even in terms of your ordinary life, you were living in an environment where you were under scrutiny with the chance that the state would crush you. This is George Orwell, a boot stamping on your face. And we felt it. And we don't have it now. So in this decisive respect, we're better off than we were before. And this is not something that is abstract about Iran, about trade deals. This affects your everyday life, your basic freedoms, and mine.
And once again, shout out to my man Jet. Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to engage it. Just send in a super chat. Appreciate the support, guys. And make sure to double tap that screen like the video and subscribe to the channel as well. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
I didn't hear anything about Trump making us better off there. I missed the part. I might have missed it. Were the Trump made us better off, or?
We are better off economically. I mean,
Hey, shout out AJ for sending a thumbs up for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
You think that a system in which you
get a shout out too. You definitely been throwing in your support. Appreciate the support, honestly. All right, guys. Like I said, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreement, super chat it in, or if you just want to send some support, go ahead and send a GIF.
let in millions of illegals. Not only do you let them, it's bad enough to let them in. And by the way, the letting them in was deliberate. The Biden administration had put the word out. I know this from Venezuela in particular. Biden wants you to come. If you come to America, they will have a job for you. They will have home subsidies for you. You'll get a car. All of this may not be true, but they were putting the word out. How do you think those caravans were coming thousands of miles and showing up at our border? You think people know how to start off in Honduras and travel? How do they get healthcare? Who gives them food? Who gives them maps? Who shows them how to go through other countries? The left had set up a facilitating network for all these people to come. You don't think these people, when they come here,
how
are
hard to go north? Get in a car or walk? What do you mean? How hard is it to go
in another
south
country? How do you
to
go
north?
through? Mexico doesn't allow you normally to come into their country. But Mexico was moving these people through because Mexico realized they're not here to come to Mexico.
Man, I really look forward to the criminal prosecutions. Notice how like all of these horrible things are happening all the time. And
You deny they were happening?
We never.
You do-
Where are the
how do you
criminal
think-
prosecutions?
how
There
do
was
you
a coordinated effort between the United States and all these other countries to shuffle caravans of immigrants to there. Yes, I deny that was happening. Yes.
You deny?
Yes. And if it's not, show me the charge.
Okay, let me ask you
Just
this.
like all the corruption charges that we never saw, just like the Hunter Biden Burisma charges that we never saw, just like the voting fraud thing that we never saw. We have all these grand stories that conservatives give, and they never, ever, ever amount to anything. And when it finally comes time to cash out any of these things in any measurable way, the conservatives always have pie on their face. Doge was a total and complete failure. The immigration, mass deportation stuff never happened. Americans hate ICE. They run around, they kill U.S. citizens, and then they have to be whisked away by federal officers before any accountability. We give them $90 billion, more than most militaries on the planet have to actually spend, and we've got nothing to show for it. They said 40 million illegals were here. You claim that was a lie. They said that 3 million have been deported. I bet you don't claim that's a lie. Like, what am I supposed to believe at the end of the day when I have story after story after story, and history disagrees with every point you make, and I have no charges in front of me to actually show for any of the claims that you're making?
All right. You saw with your own eyes, as I did.
Oh my God.
A large caravans of hundreds, if not thousands of people moving together. How do you create a caravan, by the way? How do you create these caravans? They're moving over vast land distances. In fact, you can see them coming from 100 or even 1,000 miles away. You've seen this on social media videos. The videos exist. Number two, you notice that there are UN organizations, Catholic charities, innumerable NGOs facilitating these organizations because it's money making for them. When they come here, every illegal is then they build the government. Schools love it because they get students. My wife, who taught bilingual, says that there's common practice, for example, to take Mexican American kids who speak English and pretend like they can't speak English to put them into bilingual programs so they get bilingual funding. This is what I talked about at the beginning. Our country is being ripped off at a massive scale. Now, the Europeans are in on it. The international organizations are in on it. The NGOs benefit from it. His only response is, I see the caravans. They're all outside the country. Who are you really going to prosecute? It's People are funding these people and giving them maps because they know that there's a system to be scammed at the border. And then the Biden administration tells the border control guys, you have to let them in. Just give them a court date, even if it's 2 years from now. Let them in the country where we can't find them ever again. They may or may not show up for the court date. All of this is going on openly with U.S. government collaboration. And now he's like, where are the charges? If I don't see a charge, it didn't happen. Really? That's not how these rackets work. These rackets work where...
Why do we elect Trump for? To drain the swamp then? If you're going to tell me at the end of the day, none of this stuff can be found or prosecuted or charged or anything.
Have you seen any caravans since Trump took office?
Nobody wants to come to the United States since Trump took office.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he did shut down the border. So there's, net zero immigration coming in. So we cannot be mad about that.
Anything else you'd like to cover? Otherwise, another prompt might be presidential character. Should voters separate Trump's policy accomplishments from his rhetoric, personal behavior, and leadership style? We covered some of that in terms of the rhetoric.
Yeah, let me say something about Trump the man. I mean, you've got a guy who has...
There's got to be another question. I don't know if I can survive another glaze fest of one of the most deplorable people.
No normal person would take on what Trump has done.
Yo, this man Destiny ain't got no chill. He's like, no, please, I don't glaze Trump anymore. I can't do it. I'm low-key melting inside. It's like, all right, bro, chill.
Because when you're a billionaire,
you're okay.
You have a kind of life that is almost unimaginable in front of you. If you've been to the White House and you've been to Mar-a-Lago, the White House is like an outhouse compared to Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago is beautiful. And Trump could live out the playboy life that he wants, but he doesn't do it. And the reason he doesn't do it is he's a patriot. And he has believed since the 1970s, his fundamental vision is the same. The United States is being screwed over. I don't even think he knew the extent of it. That's why in his first term, Trump was somewhat accommodationist. He didn't realize the amount of backstabbers and Republicans who stand to gain from this. My son-in-law represents the district next door, Brandon Gill. So Brandon tells me that among the Republicans, 250 of them roughly in the House, there are about 40 who would substantially cut government spending if they could. The other 200 won't. Why? Because they too want to be reelected. They benefit from increased government spending. They want to bribe their voters no less than the Democrats. So Trump is up against it. He's about the only guy who doesn't need the money. Notice that all these politicians like Obama, they're dead broke. Obama never held a real job. The guy was a community organizer, i.e. essentially a professional bum. But once he gets into the White House, he starts cashing in left and right. He's a multi-millionaire. He gets Netflix contracts, even though the guy's never made a film, doesn't even know what to do. But Netflix will put money on him. Book publishers will give him $10 or $20 million because the money's coming from some donor. All these people have learned to play the system. And by the way, again,
I mean, yeah, everybody makes all money when they're in office. So when people point it out for Trump, I'm just like, look, I don't agree that it should be happening. But some of y'all did kind of stay hushed up when other people did it. So, it's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black there. But I agree. Trust me, it shouldn't be happening. But maybe we start calling this out sooner or just start holding true to the standard across the board. I mean, either one will do.
It's not just Ilhan Omar. It's also Marjorie Taylor Greene. It occurs on both sides of the fence. The only guy who lost money from being president, well, you'd have to go back to people like Jimmy Carter in the 70s. But in the modern era, the only guy whose net worth was less in 2020 than was in 2016 is Trump.
But he up now, though.
So we have the wonderful stories, but the numbers.
I don't know, man. Like I said, it's hard to feel bad for that money lost when there's been so much money gained, and I ain't hating. I'm just saying, you can't say you're sacrificing when you're making that money.
Disagree. So my question would be, how do you square all of what you just said away with the fact that in the first year and a half of Trump's presidency, he enriched himself by more than the growth of every single person in Congress's all of their portfolios combined?
How do you do that?
with crypto scams and by cutting deals with people in other countries by abusing his office as the presidency.
Okay, so okay, let's go through those one by
For
one.
instance, yeah, the crypto.
So a
Don't you
crypto
think it's kind
scam.
of
Hold
weird?
on.
Don't you
hold
think it's
on.
weird that a person can anonymously basically send a ton of money to the president and there's no way for us to even know who that is? Isn't that kind of a weird thing? Maybe not good.
Hold on. Let me talk about
I mean, now that was so slick, so smooth what Donald Trump did. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was wild. So he pretty much got Saudi and a bunch of Saudi monarchs to dump millions of dollars and his own supporters to dump millions of dollars into his crypto coin. Then he rug pulled it and made 600 million. While all of the investors lost 600 million. I know. And every time I think about that, I think of this.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
Don't even deny it. That's cool.
Nigga, I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
And then let's talk about the foreign government. So crypto, in my opinion, most of it is a scam. Not Bitcoin, but a lot of crypto. Trump, I don't even know if he fully understands crypto, because from what I've heard him say, when he speaks at the Bitcoin conference, Trump will say things like, I hear it keeps going up. Who the hell knows? So that is by and large the mind of a guy but Trump basically knows that
Why would he sell his own crypto coin if he doesn't understand it? How is that anything but definitionally a scam?
Because Trump sees that there is a crypto craze and people are issuing their own memes. People are selling NFTs. They're selling stupid electronic art. And
So he
Trump is
decides
like,
to scam
hold on.
his-
It's not a scam. He's capitalizing on his brand. He has the biggest brand.
Bro, that I ain't gonna lie, that was a scam. He capitalized on his brand just like Logan Paul did, got millions of people to put in millions of dollars into his little crypto coin and then pulled it and earned millions of dollars themselves while leaving their investors broke. Like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that is a scam, dog.
And in the world. And he has a private company. I mean,
Why is his brand so big?
The reason Trump's brand was
Because he's the president.
Trump's brand was
being a
bigger
reality
than-
TV star.
Trump's brand was
He's
the
profiting
biggest.
from the office of the
When Trump ran
presidency.
against Hillary, he was as well known as Hillary at that time. So that was before he ran for president for the first time. He was already as big as Hillary. So the presidency didn't create his brand. The presidency created Obama's brand. Obama was a nobody until he ran.
Obama didn't sell a crypto coin.
No, Obama's basically just selling this monstrosity of a library, which I think is by and large a reflection of his inner soul. If you take a good hard
As
look at
opposed to
it.
the 400.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, bro did capitalize the hell out of being the first black president. Let's just keep it a buck. Like, bro, that was his selling point. Like, he wrote a book and sold millions just off being the first black president, millions of dollars of merchandise and all that good stuff. So honestly, him just being the first black president, he was able to capitalize off that alone.
$1 million Qatari jet that's going to be. How would we have felt about Biden or any of the Clintons or any of the Obamas flying around in a $500 million Qatari jet?
Is the Qatari jet the property of Trump or the U.S. government?
It's debated, I guess, where that goes to.
No,
after
it's not debated.
After where it goes to after, in terms of Trump's presidential library, of course, that's debated right now. And it doesn't matter who it goes to afterwards. You guys would have collectively lost your minds if Hillary or if Bill or if any Democrat was flying around in a $500 million Qatari jet that they got in exchange for letting them build a base to practice in Idaho or Montana or whatever. You guys would have lost your minds over it. Of course you would have. I don't understand why ignorance can be an excuse here for Donald Trump creating a crypto coin that's lost like 98% of its value since its inception that allows him to anonymously take money from people that we don't know who they are. It doesn't bother you that the president of the United States could get a $5 million crypto buy from some dude and you wouldn't know who it is or that it's even happened?
Look, I support.
There's legislation underway.
There's legislation out there now.
Would it bother?
That the Republicans are pushing that will prevent public officials from issuing their own coins. I think Trump got out early in this whole thing. Frankly, I don't even think it was Trump. It is true there are a lot of hucksters around Trump, and some of them are actually extended members of his own family. I agree. Trump is not the first guy, by the way, to have a son or a nephew who's trying to make money off of the presidency. The real issue in these situations is very often, what are you selling for it? So, for example, what was Biden doing? What the Biden people were doing were collecting money in return for something really specific, which is letting Burisma off the hook in Ukraine. That's why Biden wanted to get that prosecutor fired, because he was being paid to make that happen.
Where are the charges for that?
Well, I mean, Trump tried to charge him and got impeached for it.
So nothing came out from this. And the guy that even started that rumor, that myth of that pay for play, ended up admitting that he lied to the FBI over all of it. So none of that is true,
Biden
which
is on
nice.
tape
That's why they
saying,
spent
"I
so
wanted
long
to get the
investigating Hunter Biden and they
SOB
found nothing."
fired.
But secondly, I want to ask that question again. Does it bother you that somebody could anonymously give the president of the United States millions of dollars and you'd have no way of knowing about it?
It doesn't bother me if a guy has a private company that he had before. Let's say Trump. If I go to a Trump hotel in Scotland and I play golf and I give him $10,000 for a week's vacation over there, this is not a problem. I'm not bribing Trump by doing that. First of all, it's not easy to bribe a billionaire.
I'm gonna be real with you though. I don't know if we could take your word, since you basically just admitted to, basically committing some type of wire fraud. You kind of basically admitted that you tried to, talk yourself out of, getting caught for a crime. So you pretty much trying to explain, oh, no, this is Trump just making money, a bit underhandedly, but it's legal. I mean, it is, but it's very underhanded.
Part of what these people don't get is that, and they say the same thing with me. Oh, you got $7,000 for Israel for making a post. I mean, I have donated $300,000 to biblical archaeology in Israel over the past 3 years. You think I can be bought with a $7,000 post? I mean,
you do it for free, brother.
I mean, given that this guy sells literally every single thing.
Now, I'm not gonna lie though, he do it for free. I truly believe the Nest Kazuza does this for free. Why? Because think about it. He went up here and debated Andrew Wilson on why the U.S. has a biblical obligation, a moral duty to, protect Israel and support it. I'm just like, hey, yo, to even come up with that type of topic and think it's defendable, you really got to be a true believer. So no, he truly believes that we should be supporting Israel and we have a biblical moral right to, or duty to, which is absolutely insane, but it is what it is.
He gets his hands on. There's Trump Bibles. There's Trump pieces of suits that he's worn when he's gotten shot at. There's Trump trading cards. There's Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if there are Trump toupees by now. But so just to be clear, if the next Democratic president comes into office and this guy has a business and that business starts dramatically outperforming what it was doing before as a result of him being the president, you're not going to complain about that. You're going, no, well, just like how Trump had a crypto coin and he was making a ton of money, I have no problem with a Democrat doing the same.
I want to give it a next chance, and then we have to go into the Q&A.
Yeah. I mean, I just said that I agree with you on the crypto. I don't think that Trump should have issued the crypto coin. I think
why
it was
did
stupid.
you defend it? Why not just say that at the beginning? Yeah, he shouldn't have done that.
Well, I told you why he did it. I told you
to scam people. I know why he did it. I'm not an idiot. He made $1 billion off of it. Of course, I know why he did it.
Trump, look, there's a lot of Trumpsters who will buy Trump merchandise. I mean, I bought some Trump merchandise. I went to Trump's place and there you go. Bro. I went to Trump's place in Bedford.
What the fuck?
I saw some really cool golf shirts. I bought a couple of them.
Nigga, what are you saying?
But it doesn't necessarily mean people like the idea of being associated with Trump. Trump is in a weird position where even though he's the representative of a movement, he also has this kind of larger than life personal brand.
We call that in the business, we call that a conflict of interest.
It's a conflict of interest, but it's an unavoidable conflict of interest.
It's super avoidable. You could just divest from your companies and not work hand in hand with your son-in-law or your children when you're doing foreign policy or when you're doing engagements with other parts of the world.
Trump in fact does have nothing to do with those companies which are being run by Eric Trump. It was Donald Trump Jr. and some of the other guys who went into the crypto lane. And Donald Trump Jr. has always kind of been he's always been looking for ways to create businesses related. So yes, am I comfortable with all that? No, that's a whole different issue. But what I'm saying is this has nothing to Trump. Trump is a little too busy to sit around monitoring his crypto performance.
But that's not true because Witkov is literally a huge part of the Global Liberty Financial or whatever, and he sends him to other countries to go negotiate stuff.
I hate to do it just because it's been a great conversation. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to go into the Q&A. So, folks, if you can line up in the center column on the left side, and a huge thank you to our sponsors, Uncensored America, Roar, The Main First Project, Apologetics Arc, and Yoga Uni International Cuisine.
Or to any kind of like national level.
For us, that you respect the speak. Do me a favor, questioner.
For example, what is about rhetoric and absolutes. For example, one side might say the 2020 election was 100% stolen, and the other side would say non-citizens never vote in elections. Both are easily disproven, and they're both absolutes, and they fall apart with just one example. So what I'd like for you to do is look at your own side, not the other side. Give an example of where your own side is making something that you know is not 100% true, and how that's harming the credibility of your own side. Dusty, do you mind to start?
I don't know. This is kind of along those lines. I think voter ID is fine. Other countries do it. I think that I think the Democrats should bite the bullet on it. It takes away an easy talking point from conservatives. You just pair that with the idea that it should be like nationally funded. So as long as there's a way to get like easy access to a voter ID, I don't necessarily, or to any kind of like national level ID, I don't think there's a huge problem with that. Would be a thing.
That's crazy. I agree.
I think.
I mean, I'm surprised. I actually agree. It's like, yeah, I'm okay. He literally said it. Yeah, I'm okay with a voter ID and having it be like a national code to make sure you got a voter ID to be able to vote. So we make sure that it is citizens who are voting. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And like I said, I have the same stance. I'll call it the shut the Republicans the fuck up forever bill, where when you pass that, they can never talk about election integrity again. And they would be delighted to accept that.
That very often on our side, there is a conspiratorial mindset. Obama's born in Kenya. Frankly, even if Obama were born in Kenya, which he wasn't, but if he was, his mom's an American. His mom is an American citizen. So, but the reason people say that is because they smell something foreign or anti-American about Obama. That's why they say, that's where the conspiracy originates. So it's mistaken. It puts people down the wrong path. I wrote a whole book and made a film on Obama to say, no, it's not that he was born outside America. He just doesn't like America, or at least traditional America. I would say more recently, even on voter fraud, I mean, the reason my film, 2000 Mules, didn't come out for 2 years is because I found all the claims of voter fraud that I had heard in 2020 unsatisfactory. I couldn't prove any of them. And so I was like, these are like troubling indications and suspicious, but that suspicion doesn't equal fraud. You actually need some mechanism to track it. That's why I became excited when I met True the Vote, the geo-tracking, etc. But what I'm getting at, it's important for our side. And we see it now, for example, there's a lot of conspiratorial claims around Israel. I mean, Candace Owens is a whole different matter. I mean, she's running her own essentially online midget.
I mean, Israel did drag us into this, and they are oh so vociferous about us staying in this. So let's be real here. I mean, there is some crazy Israeli support when it comes to this war, or my bad, not support, but influence. And the support for it from Israel is crazy because it's like they don't want us to get out and they want us to keep getting more dragged in. And now they want us to get involved in Lebanon as well, you know, a conflict that they popped off.
Bowling performance. And it's very entertaining. So I know why people are, but not a single fact that she uncovers is true. So, and she has this amazing ability to say something as if it's true. Charlie was killed with an exploding microphone. 4 weeks later, she just drops it and starts discussing like, where's the bullet? Did it go through his head or not? And suddenly she's got all her supporters focused on.
Well, hold on now. That's not really a pivot because remember, to prove the exploding mic theory, you have to disprove the original theory of, oh, he was shot with the 30-06. So no, she's pretty consistent about that. The problem is people just don't follow the investigation, so they don't get it. It's like they tune in, they walk in like halfway into to this investigation of hers, and like, oh, okay, I know everything. Like, no, bro, there's a whole lot of information you don't know. You don't even know what she's actually building on. And people like say there's no continuity or there's no consistency. Actually, the consistency is Charlie and everything that happened and the people who are around Charlie on that day. That's it. That's all. And a lot of people kind of are failing to understand that.
The bullet. Wait, I didn't think a bullet had anything to do with it. I don't think you said a bullet never even hit Charlie. It was an exploding microphone.
Oh, just a preface. I don't believe that, I don't believe the exploding mic theory. I do think it's interesting, but I definitely do not believe the theory of, him being shot by a 30-06. Not at all.
So all this kind of like bullshit, we have to deal with it on our side, and we have to correct it on our own side. And we do have a responsibility to do that.
Friendly reminder, if you guys are chatting, do a favor. Please do step out of the room just so nobody is distracted during the Q&A. So gentlemen standing near the door. Hey guys standing near the door. If you're chatting, we need to just keep it down. If you can do a favor, just step outside the room and chat. Go ahead.
My name is Zach. This is for Destiny. You said that Trump didn't sign any trade deals, but he signed a ton of them.
Oh, trade deals.
Yeah, you said he had signed. So why did you lie about that?
I'm not familiar with any trade deals the United States.
You don't remember Japan or UK or Argentina, Guatemala, Indonesia, Vietnam, South Korea.
Yeah. So when somebody
Southeast Asia.
Yeah. So no. So a trade deal is like a comprehensive, like market-wide thing where you have an agreement on how you're going to do trade. Saying that like we're going to change our tariffs from 10 to 50%, that's not a trade deal.
Well, I don't think you can just make up the new term of a trade deal. A trade deal is any deal that you make that has to do with trade.
No, that's not true.
So it's only based on what you think a trade deal
It's based on the common understanding of the word. If somebody says, did you get an education? And you say yes, and then you find out that you'd spent like 20 years in the forest, like reading tea leaves, people say, well, it's probably not an education. I go,
So
what is an education to you? Going to school?
Did the UK not?
I mean, yeah, those are trade deals. They're trade policies that, this is how much tariffs we'll be paying on this, that, and the third. So a trade deal would be basically announcing what our trade policy would be from now on. So yeah, those would be considered trade deals.
Say themselves it was a trade deal?
I'm sure Starmer maybe said it, but a trade deal is not just wiggling a tariff up or down by 5 points. That's not a trade deal.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
Okay.
That was me.
Well, it is a change in trade policy, and they are accepting that to be the new policy. So yeah, that would be considered a trade deal, especially when they also talk about on what goods and all that good stuff.
Gentlemen, great to meet you in person. Quick preface for this. I voted for Trump every time he ran in office, grew up watching The Apprentice, loved his book. I have my original MAGA hat from like the first 2016 run he was at. Love the guy. I didn't care about his rough edges. I wish I could drink the Kool-Aid. And there's multiple issues that I voted for him to do that he just did not follow through on. One most important, and we talked about no forever wars. That was the whole thing. No more wars. We're in a war with Iran. You can argue over why. I think it's because Israel dragged us into it, but we can save that for tonight. The economy, everything has doubled. Groceries.
1 week. Some people in the chat be spazzing out. All right, if it's not a trade deal, then what is it? What would you call it? Like, all right, if it's not a trade deal, then you gotta be able to call it something.
Housing, insurance, it's unaffordable, right? And we could argue about that, but that's how it is. It's not good. Yes, sir. The Epstein files. He said he was going to drain the swamp, and all these other arguments you can point fingers, you can delegate blame, but he had the decision to protect pedophiles, cannibals, rapists. How do you justify that?
Yeah, I like that question.
I think that with Epstein, as with the 2020 election, what happened in the Trump administration is right away a major fight erupted in which there were two camps. One camp said, this is in the rear view mirror. Yeah, they stole the...
What is a trade deal? An understanding and an agreement on what? Trade policy. Come on, guys. Don't play dumb now. Don't let the TDS rot your brain. Because look, guys, I'm not even like really MAGA, nor am I a Democrat. But I'll tell you this right now, guys. Like, let's be fair here. Let's try to have fair judgment. It's like you guys trying to say it's not a trade deal is insane.
Election, but is that our top priority right now? Are we in the presidency where we have the power to do 20 things? Should it be captive to us now trying to figure out what happened in 2020 when you're back in the Oval Office? This camp has prevailed, which is why there's been so little done about election fraud. I'm super mad about it. I think Trump himself, it's a priority for Trump, but someone has convinced Trump to move this priority because it's keep it in the rearview mirror. Deal with it, but it's not a priority. Epstein, if you remember, the Epstein cases go back to the early 2000s. They have nothing to do with Trump. They're way in the rearview mirror. And the Democrats who have had control of all these files, first in Florida and then in DC, I think Trump was basically like, I don't know the extent of the deep state. I don't know who's been screwing with these files. I don't know who's been altering these files. I don't know what the hell is going on here. So either you want me
Hey, at least he being real.
to focus my attention and getting to the bottom of what this guy, this blackmailer, this guy who ran this ring of either you want me to focus on that, or you want me to focus on running the country. So I think I don't agree with either of these two decisions, to be honest. If it were me, I would have a point.
I mean, we got a DOJ for a reason, bro. I mean, bro, we got a department for what? You could work on your foreign policy and also work on chasing down Epstein at the same damn time. And we'll handle some domestic policy as well. I mean, that's what you literally voted you guys in for. Is like you could sit there and juggle. Like, come on now. You got your departments and different representatives for that reason. Like, that's what the secretaries are there for.
Appointed a special prosecutor on Epstein. I would have appointed a special prosecutor on election fraud. I would empower them to go full speed ahead, and I would have had them go
regardless of fraud. You have something that is objectively evil, left or right, and you have the documents with only names censored, with heads of state that got convicted. You have oligarchs. You have these big people that he's working with, where he's openly said, "Oh, my friends are going to get hurt. I don't want this to come out because of that." He's protecting evil at the highest peak of evil. And that's like, it is such an objective right and wrong. It's not like, oh, this is like a lower quality thing. No, these are people that are running our country, that are raping kids. Is like, yeah, that's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think the real question here is, was there the ability to expose these people, to prosecute them? Yeah, and I think there clearly was the ability to do the first, even if not the second. Even if the statute of limitations is passed. Like initially when this Epstein stuff came out, I said, look, maybe Trump is right. Maybe this stuff has been meddled with. But the moment I saw names coming out, Prince Andrew, all these guys, I'm like, you know what? More of that. We actually do need to know who these people are. And by the way, you know, one of the kingpins of this whole thing is Bill Clinton. I don't know if you saw that.
What irritates me about the Epstein files is like, you know, there's other countries who pretty much made their elites, their leadership step down over being mentioned in the Epstein files. We have not done that here in America, sadly.
Netflix special where they were interviewing the caretaker of the island. And this person was like completely familiar with Bill Clinton. He was like a regular on the island. So we're not just talking about the fact that he knew Epstein, he flew on Epstein's plane. Bill Clinton was a regular on the island. But look at the way that man is protected to this day. There are no articles on him. They leave him alone about it. You would think he couldn't step out of his house without being hounded about it. And that tells you that a lot of people in the media are either in on it or okay with it.
And just factually speaking, Bill Clinton was deposed over the Epstein stuff. Donald Trump did not sit for a deposition on it. I don't think anybody around him has. Just saying, the facts don't support anything you just said. But
well, nothing you said doesn't contradict anything I said.
Why wouldn't Trump sit for a deposition? Why wouldn't Trump talk on?
I didn't address the deposition. So you bring up the deposition and then you claim that I've lied or misstated something when I didn't talk about the deposition.
Where are the charges against him if he was involved in malfeasance?
There's not a single shred of evidence that Trump was involved in any malfeasance.
Yeah, but he hasn't sat for a deposition then. Why doesn't he?
Maybe because he's aware that he got, you know, this is the guy who has had false charges.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, this woman says I raped her at Bergdorf Goodman in the dressing room. Really?
So now he can't engage with the legal system at all. Okay.
Our legal system has a lot of problems. I can tell you firsthand. I've been in a confinement center where I've looked at case files of people who asked me to help them draft appeals. You can see the shit that goes on in our legal system, where prosecutors target people. They will charge a doctor with administering illegal pain medicine because they find one witness who says, oh yeah, I didn't really need this medicine, but he gave it to me. They will then tell the doctor, we will destroy your family. We will put you in jail for 10 years. You'll never practice medicine again unless you agree to pay $100,000 fine and serve 6 months in a confinement center. Sign here and you can get your life back. And they do this stuff all the time. It's true.
All right. My name is Ben. I want to thank both of you gentlemen for coming. This question is first for Destiny, and then Dinesh, you can answer after. So I lived in the state of Washington during 2020. You brought up January 6th, and my main question is the hypocrisy of focusing on January 6th and the hard time that people had to do when Antifa and BLM and burning down the streets, throwing things in the Supreme Courthouse in Portland, burning everything downtown in my town where I lived in Olympia. Why are those minimized and January 6th is seen as horrible?
I don't think they're minimized at all. I think there were like 20,000 different prosecutions for people that were involved in riot-related violence, and conservatives will literally bring it up every single day. So I don't know how you're saying they're minimized. I mean, obviously at the time, some Democrats.
No, my argument was that if you were going to call January 6th an insurrection, then you got to call the BLM riots also an insurrection as well. It really wasn't about the prosecution. Like that wasn't the argument for me, because I knew there were hella prosecutions going on.
People, if they see a riot that favors them, then they like it. If they see a riot that's against them, they don't like it. I thought that the rioting stuff was not good. I'm famously on record for saying the rioting stuff was not good. And I mean, Biden to come into the White House and Kamala both had to say that, you know, we can't have riots.
All right, but guys, we're going to go ahead and end it on that note, because it's about 7 o'clock and we've been going, well, 7 o'clock over here on the east side, and we've been going for about almost 5 hours. Man, so I appreciate the support for you. Sorry, guys, a bit tired. But yeah, I appreciate the support for you guys pulling up. And those of you guys who like the video, appreciate you guys. Make sure also double tap that screen while you're on your way out and subscribe to the channel, guys, as well. Because we do this every day. And don't worry, I'll be releasing clips throughout the day from this live. All right, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...
Larry!